rapidly. There's one really near Cedarvale, and then the 4-acre storm, which is now a tornado-warned storm. We have the couplet up there for a tornado, possible tornado, and you can see what's happening right in here, right between 4-acre Blackland area, and that is going to be moving northeast, so Stacia will be doing a storm track, but this is showing the signs of the rotation around it. And these storms are in a really good place, unfortunately, to make this happen, and so the other one that's near Jennings is doing a similar thing right now, so there is a chance we could end up with another storm that'll go severe, maybe tornadic, but this is a tornado-warned storm. This is until 9:15. So this is Osage County, which is a lot of ranch land, but unfortunately a lot of folks too, they're in the path of this. Stacia, what do you have for storm track?
Trav, it's moving pretty fast at about 45 to 50 up to the northeast. So that will take it from Blackland now up to Elgin, getting out of Osage County, potentially over into Chautauqua County, Kansas. We want those around Sedan to be paying very close attention to this because, again, it's moving fast. Layton by 8:56, Elgin by also about 8:56, Gibbs at 9:02, Rogers at 9:04, and again in the next half hour, so 30 minutes for Sedan. And again, that's the latest track here. You obviously can see where the circulation is just south of 4-acre, really at this point probably east of 4-acre and northwest of Blackland now. Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks. Appreciate that storm track update. So this is the big picture. We do have, again, thunderstorms that are developing. Ron is intercepting this cell. Then we do think that's pretty strong. We have the severe thunderstorms. They've dropped the tornado warning that was out around Red Rock, so that's good. We have Bob bringing that in along with Vaughn and Tom. And then as well, you can see Marty. So this is all transferring. We do have other severe storms that are off to the south and to the west, but what's merging in right now are the ones we're concerned with. So we'll go look at Ron's storm for just a moment. And this is not severe warned right now, but it does have some hail associated with it. Hey, and is Ron with us right now? Okay. Hey, Ron, if you're with us, can you just give us an update on what it looks like? I know now it's dark 30, basically, but a quick update from you on this cell coming in from out of the west. Hang on, we don't hear you yet. Hang on one second. We got your mic on, but for some reason it's not coming across. We'll try audio again. All right, try it one more time. Nope, still can't hear you. Don't know what's going on there. We'll have to find out. Aaron, I'll let you go ahead and figure that out for a minute. We'll just see what we have. For some reason, I can hear him on the console, but I can't hear him set up. So this is the stronger winds are here, but this isn't warned yet. But we do have a warning on the one that's to the north. So let's go back for the warning, for the tornado warning, and give you another update on this. So this is a cell that's west of Tulsa, and that's going to track north. I'll have Stacia track that too in a minute. But this is our 4-acre storm. And then the Cedarvale storm with the severe thunderstorm associated with that. So circulation feature continues right in this zone near 4-acre. And Stacia, as we look at this, it looks like it's just kind of staying a little bit steady state, but you said it's moving at about 45, is that it?
Closer to 50.
50
Yeah,
now.
it's a fast mover. So that will take it up into Chautauqua County here within the next about 15 minutes. And so this area of circulation, again, it's moving fast. It's going to put Sedan in the path along with probably the western sides of Chautauqua. And so as we take it up to the northeast here, about 50, that puts it in Sedan by 9:07, Rogers by 9:05. Latest update now has it east of 4-acre. And again, this is out in northern parts of Osage County now with our tornado warning, and this whole area is now under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock. And so again, that's for Layton at 8:57, Elgin also by 8:57, crossing the state line, getting into Chautauqua County. These are two different National Weather Service offices. So the Tulsa office will take care of the Osage County warning, and then down the line, the Wichita office would take care of it if it is extended up into Chautauqua County, Kansas. And so again, we're watching this storm, the circulation just on the east side of 4-acre now, Trav, and it's moving to the northeast at 50. All
right. Thank you so much for the update on that. So this is in relationship to Tulsa, and you see where Tulsa is located. We are going to be monitoring with what's developing down to the south of Tulsa as well, because this storm originally developed just to the south and west of Tulsa and then moved to the north and now has a tornado warning associated with it. This cell that's right around where Ron is located, did we get audio fixed on that yet? Do we know? We think we did. Okay, Ron, I want to come back to you for a minute. And Stacia, I think I might have you do a storm track when we're finished on that. Yeah, I hear Ron now. Ron, if you would give us an update, we'll zoom in on where you are at this point and show you from the Manford area to Yale what you have going on. What are you into right now?
Yes, Travis. I am punching the course. I'm going through some pretty heavy rain right now as we speak. Lots and lots of lightning. This storm is for sure intensifying. I'm going to try to punch to the other side and see if I can see anything. Seems to be a slight rotation, possibly back on the backside, so I'm going to look for it, Travis. Back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks, Ron. Appreciate it. And there is just the slightest of rotation showing up at this point. That could change very rapidly. That's why we're quite concerned with what's going on. And Stacia, if you would you give us a storm track on that one? Because we're starting to see some more turbulence and shear with that.
That's right. So we're moving that one up to the northeast at about 45. That will take it from Cleveland now, where the rain is starting to pick up, along with Frontier Shores, tracking it up into Osage County. Hominy along with Blackburn. You guys are in the track here. Blackburn by 8:54, Hominy by 8:57. You do have some showers around Hominy right now, but again, this thunderstorm is just down to your south, moving into Cleveland, and then up to Hominy to Winona. Winona would be closer to 909. Should stay on the west side of Skiatook Lake, but that puts Winona, Hominy, Cleveland, Blackburn all in the track of this storm. Trav?
All right, thanks. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for winds up to 70 miles an hour for western Osage and western Pawnee County, so we do want to make sure that you guys are aware of what's coming in on you. And we anticipated this was going to be the more active area for the early going-ons for tonight. I say early going on because it's going to take a long time. More data coming in tonight continues to show that these storms are going to be very potent as they continue to move to the east. So we have one tornado warning that's in north central portions of Osage County. We'll look at that in a minute, but we do want to show you this storm that's coming in western portions of Pawnee and also southwestern Osage County at this time. This is where some of the strongest winds and rain are located. Vaughn's along that leading edge. Has Vaughn transitioned over to us yet? He's still with News 9? Okay. And so that's right around Morrison. You can see the winds right along that leading edge. And so this is going to be some strong winds, probably about 60, maybe some up to 70 miles an hour, which would lead to some power outages. And this is a severe storm, warned storm. So that is inclusive of our western Pawnee counties and southwestern portions of Osage County. And right along that leading edge, a lot of turbulence continues to show up right in here. So if you are right in the areas from Masham and then extending to Ralston, there's a good chance that you're going to end up with a lot of trees bending over a little bit as this line of storms comes through. We do have Vaughn's video. I think that's Vaughn right there in the middle. And so where it says live. And so that's him right here. And so that's his video that's right there. And so he's moving in with that. Here's Tom, you see. Here's those strong winds I was talking about just a moment ago. And then in relationship to what's going on, that's moving more northeast. Stacia was moving our other storm north-northeast. Stacia, you have a storm track there.
I do, Trav. So we're pushing those winds out to the east at about 45. Ralston, this is knocking on your door now. And so we're talking just in about 5 more minutes or so. Those strong winds are going to be moving in along with Fairfax. We have Winona in the track of this storm. So Winona, you're in the track of the storm coming up from the south. You're also in line for the storms coming in from the west. And so for the Winona area, you're looking here at about the next 45 minutes for the storms again from the west. Ones to the south will be a bit earlier for you. So you may be at the point where you have a merger. We'll kind of have to watch that pretty closely. But for Jobs and Skidee and Blackburn, these strong winds coming in 8:57 for those around Skidee. Trav?
All right, thanks. We'll go back and take a look at the tornado warned storm for our areas in north central Osage County. Again, this is a tornado warned storm, but we do not have an official touchdown of a tornado right at this moment. We do have radar indicated as that's moving to the northeast, and the circulation feature continues to be quite evident as that has moved. And so this area right in here, that circulation feature, that is moving in toward the Wichita. We're looking at Wichita radar right here. And so that's moving toward the radar, away from the radar. And so that circulation feature continues. That's why a tornado warning has been issued here. This will move on up into Cali, or I should say into Chautauqua County. And then Cali County is just to the west with a severe thunderstorm warning, as well as western portions of Chautauqua County. So any place along this area, now you see the circulation feature, a little different vantage point of what's happening. So this is getting closer to the Kansas state line, and Stacia will have some information. One to point out, though, and this is what I was talking about just a moment ago, for regular programming, again, we're sorry, but as long as we have tornado warnings, we are going to be in continuous coverage. And so that's on our broadcast channel 6.3, and then on Cox Cable channel, if you have Cox Cable, that's on 53. So you can watch the CBS programming there. Apologize But this was going to be a bad night no matter how we cut it. It's just not a good night for storms, and it's a bad night, I guess, to have bad storms. So that's what we have at this moment. Stacia, if you have another update on the storm track for that tornado, it would be great.
Yeah, Trav, I slowed it down now to about 40. I don't think it's quite that fast at 50 miles per hour. To me, it seems a little slower, maybe about 40. So that's going to still track it, though, up into Chautauqua County. We want folks to pay attention to this around Layton, Sedan, Elgin, Gibbs. Sedan, you're looking in the next half hour. But before that, Layton by 9:03, Elgin by 9:05, Gibbs by 9:11, and Rogers by 9:14. Trav.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it. We continue to expect that storm coming in from the west as well, causing some damage near Pawnee because the winds are getting very strong associated with that, and they've continued to be strong. So this is our tornado warned one. So that's the one Stacia was just showing us. Let's go on over to our radar and take a look at what's going on as far as the storms themselves. So this is the storm track, or that was the storm track she had for us as it continues to move north very quick. Here's our other cell. Ron's in the middle of that. In fact, I think we should go to Ron first. And Ron, want to see what you're seeing with this cell, because even though it's not warned, it sure is one of those that is going to be in an area that has a history that could get stronger with time. What do you have for us?
Yes, Travis. I'm trying to get a better look at it. I'm here right here on Highway 48, looking back south. I'm trying to see if I can see the area of rotation that's back there just to my southeast a little bit. I'm going to see if I can get a better shot. But the lightning has for sure picked up in the last a couple miles as I was driving here, Travis.
Okay.
The rain has lightened up here, so back to you.
All right. Now, you're in an area that probably would give us a better vantage point. In fact, there is a velocity area, and we're going to point this out right now. So this is right between Terrellton and Jennings. So you are that'd be about 5 miles to your southeast, south-southeast. So we do have a circulation feature associated with this right at this moment. And so if you're between Jennings and Terrellton, there should be some kind of low-hanging clouds right in your area. Of course, it's raining and it's dark, so it's going to be almost impossible to see unless lightning striking right at that time. And but we do have a circulation feature, and this is what we were kind of anticipating would happen because we have a lot of energy coming in just off of the surface. We call it low-level jet. That's helping enhance some of these cells that are in advance of this big line of storms coming in from out of the west. And so that is why we have this circulation feature here, a reason, between Jennings and Terrellton. And so this would be moving northeast. And what direction you're looking, but if you get a chance, I want you to look to your southeast and just try to see if with a lightning strike if you can see anything associated with that, because there is a chance that could be getting something going. And Stacia, I think we'll go ahead and do one more storm track just on this one. It's not a severe warned storm yet, but again, there's enough history of this that we want to be careful. Stacia.
Yeah, we have to watch a lot of these storms tonight, and that is definitely one of them. So as Trav mentioned, it's moving up to the northeast, and I've tracked it at about 40. That will take it up to Cleveland and Osage, and again, we're watching the circulation feature down by Jennings and Terrellton. Cleveland by 9:02, Osage by 9:03, Indian Village about 9:14, along with Hominy, Trav, also at 9:14. And
they just added a severe thunderstorm warning to that.
Okay.
So that just happened. So that's going to go till 9:30. So that's about 40 minutes from now. National Weather Service has issued it for southeastern Osage County, northwestern Creek, southeastern Pawnee. That'll go till 9:30. And moving to the northeast, as Stacia was mentioning, the communities that are involved in this storm. So this is packing a little bit more of a punch. Has a rotating area just on the south side here. And that's why we're going to look at it, because these types of storms can do the history type of thing like what was going on in 4 Acre. And so we're going to go up to 4 Acre in a minute. Could we do circulation one more time, velocities here, and just check and see if anything's changed? Still just hanging in there. So that's right between Jennings and Hallett area. So that's not a whole lot, but it is a strong storm. And hey, Aaron, is Ron available to talk for a second? Hey, Ron, if you would, if you're looking to your southeast, can you give me just one quick update before we go back up to our tornado warned storm?
Yes, Travis. There is a lowering that is just to my southeast a little bit. I do see a lowering. The lightning is very intense around that lowering, Travis. I'm going to keep going east and see what I can find, Travis. Back to you.
Okay. All right. That should be, you should be coming close to it then. All right. So that's a severe warned storm there. And you can see a little bit, shear is not that strong yet, but it's rotating. And so that's expected with this, unfortunately. So if you're between Jennings, Terrellton to the north, we do want you to be advised for that. Cleveland area, and then extending on up across the lake, and especially the western part, Keystone Lake. Just be aware of this cell coming up, because we might have a quick change or short fuse, as we call it, warning for you. Back to the north for an update on the tornado warned part of the storm. This is now moving across the Kansas line. The signature continues to show velocities that are, the rotation is now during on some of these roads. We're sitting now at County Road 4201 and County Road 4854. So if you're just near those areas, we do want you to be advised, just near the state line, that's a rotating area. That's why we have a tornado warning associated with that. Stacia, you have a storm track?
I do, Trav. So this is still moving to the northeast at about 40. That takes it up into Chautauqua County, Kansas. So again, we're watching areas around Sedan, back to the west of town around Layton. And Layton, you've been in the track here for a while now. 8:59, about 9 o'clock, so you have a few more minutes up to Gibbs and Sedan. Sedan by 9:12. Gibbs shortly before that, you're looking at about 9:06. Circulation looks like it's getting very close to the Oklahoma-Kansas state line, just to the west of Elgin, and it's tracking up to the northeast at about 40-45, Trav.
All right, and the National Weather Service, Steve Piltz over there, said he mentioned that this storm in northern Osage continues to rotate strongly and could produce a tornado at any time. So that's why we want you guys to know in Chautauqua County, as Stacia was showing you, the storm track and what to expect. He also referenced the storm we were talking about just to the west of Tulsa. That is a severe thunderstorm. So the tornado warning now will be extended then, so through Chautauqua County. So and Stacia mentioned the Wichita National Weather Service office, along with Tulsa National Weather Service offices, coordinating on this to make sure that that tornado warning gets taken all the way back to the north. So again, a possible tornado headed up towards Sedan, Chautauqua areas. Please be very, very careful there. Back down to the south, the strong, severe thunderstorms are located now in areas that are just west of Fairfax, Ralston. You can see that's going on there. Intense thunderstorms down around the Perry area. And then our storm, which is now developing a little bit more across the areas. So Ron is going to pick this up, and then Ron will probably, rotation is stronger with this. Hey, Ron, if you would, give me one more update. That rotation is just to your south. Do you see it right now? You still have it?
Yes, Travis. It's pretty high based. It's pretty ragged wall cloud. There's not much to it, but okay. I'm going to keep up with it and keep going east, Travis. I'm going to stay with it and see what it does. Okay, and then you can pop on up to Aaron. You're going to send him up toward Claremore and then have Alan intercept that, or how are you going to... Is that what you're thinking right now with that?
Trav, yes, I'm moving Alan back a little further to the east to get out in front of it. Okay. Ron will probably stay with it as long as he can, and then Alan will take it over as he can. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Doing some coordinating on air. So as you see around Terrellton right now, so Ron is right there with it, and that's going to be moving northeast. So we'll have Ron go up and then follow it a little bit further north. Stacia, if we do one more storm track on this one, then we'll go back up to the Kansas one. That'd be great. Still a hail core. Ron might catch a little bit of hail on that, but before it's said and done. Stacia?
He might. That's right along 412 too with that hail core. So that's moving up to the northeast at about 40, 45, tracking it up to Cleveland and Osage, and then potentially to Hominy from there. Osage and Cleveland 9:04, so about 10 more minutes. And then for Hominy, you're looking at 9:15, Skiatook Lake by 9:20, and Morgan's Corner also by 9:20. So you can see where the circulation is just south of Ron, pretty much right on top of Terrellton up to the north, and then tracking it up into Osage, Hominy to Skiatook Lake. That's all going to be here by 9:15, 9:20. Trav?
All right. Thanks. Appreciate that. And then we're talking about conditions that are going to be favorable for, as we talked about before, any of these storms that develop in this environment. And you can see how this is moving northward very quickly. So Ron probably will get outrun by it. But this is moving north pretty quick. And then that's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning on that. Circulation, though, is quite evident there. And then back to the west is where from Pawnee and extending to Fairfax. This is a very, we'll say, a lot of energy associated with this. This has had a tornado warning with it for a long time. Now it's a severe thunderstorm, so it's kind of bulldozing into western portions of Osage County. We'll have Stacia do a storm track on this for us as well, because this is going to have some hail. In fact, there should be quite a bit of hail and quite a bit of wind with that. And I see Brandon. Is Brandon where he can, he's right along that leading edge. Is he where he can talk to us? Is a cell coverage good enough? Because that's kind of a dangerous area to go to if he's there. He is? Okay. Hey, Brandon, if you're there, can you give me an update along that line, what you're seeing, what's going on there?
On 18. Yeah, Travis, well, we're moving south here on 18, and we're about to get into some of the really thick rain here as we move south. watching that area just to our southwest near Ralston. Right now, just a lot of vivid lightning back to the southwest and even to the east, but we're getting ready to get into some very heavy rain, Travis.
All right. I appreciate it. So we'll just let you go so you can focus on that. But again, that line is pretty potent. Stacia has a storm track for us. Stacia, what do you have?
Yep, Trav, we're going to move that more east rather than northeast. I know a lot of these cells out ahead of the main line, the track has been more up to the northeast, but this strong wind from Ralston up to Fairfax, that is tracking east. And so we're tracking it towards Little Chief and Gray Horse and even Pawhuska. Trav, they just went ahead and issued a tornado warning on the Cleveland storm.
Yeah, let's go back to that real quick if we could, and then we're going to talk. So this is a storm that we were afraid would have a short fuse, and it just did. So this is the one that we said, man, the rotation is strong on that. Let's look at velocities. He's right there. Ron is right underneath it. Hey, Ron, if you would, give us an update on what you have right there, if you would. Again.
Yes, Travis. I'm sitting here right at mile marker 55. The area rotation is just on top of me. Travis, it's still pretty ragged. There's not much defined area, but it is circulating. I'd say it's moving probably about 40 to 45 mile an hour back to the northeast, Travis. Back to you.
Okay, because, yeah, so you're underneath it. So at this point, we don't have a tornado, but you said it's ragtag right underneath it. So it's the circulation has increased. And so that's why we are concerned about what's going on. So, all right, we'll let you continue with that storm. And then we'll probably have you we'll probably have to have you go up straight up to Cleveland so you can continue to keep a visual on that. If you're right around the Cleveland area and just moving across the lake, you're going to have to take cover just to be on the safe side. Stacia, let's go ahead and get you a storm track for the folks here so that they know where this thing is headed, if you would. Please.
All right, Trav, it's moving northeast at 40. So Cleveland, again, is just down to your south. We want you in that safe spot, centermost part of your home. Put as many walls between your family and the outside as possible. Get away from windows and doors. And again, lowest level. Now for Osage, Cleveland coming into town here in the next about 5 to 6 minutes. You have heavy rain now. You even have some hail, but that circulation is just down to your south. For Indian Village, 9:15. Hominy also in the path of this by 9:15 as well. Skiatook Lake would be about 9:20, and Trav, I did go ahead and extend it out towards Winona. That would be about 9:27. So folks in Winona need to also pay attention to this.
All right. Hey, thank you. So this is potentially a very dangerous storm because these are changing very quickly. That's what we were talking about. So that core continues to move right across the lake pretty much at this point. So the velocity data is right in here as far as the circulation. So it's just north of Ron now. And then Ron, is he moving east then and going to go back north onto Cleveland and catch that? So that's what we see at this particular moment. That's a circulation feature. Could develop into a tornado at any minute. Ron can holler at us anytime he wants to, but because keep an eyeball on it. He's got a couple guys that can look at it as well. And we also want to show you the other tornado warning that we have as well that's further to the north. That's the one that's moving into Chautauqua County. So we have our tornado warning just northwest of Tulsa, and then we have our tornado warning up into Chautauqua County. Circulation is now moving across areas of the state line. So it's just to the south of Layton and southeast of Osro. And so it's near Hewins, and there's a strong indication of a possible tornado here at this moment. That's why we have a tornado warning right now. So we want to welcome all the CW viewers for our News on 6 at 9. So that is what is happening right now, is that we're in continuous coverage with 2 tornado warnings. One is now moving into Kansas, into Chautauqua County. Stacia, real quick update, if you could, on this storm, and then we'll go back to the south storm that's not too far away from us.
Okay, and then we'll track. It looks like there may be 2 circulations up in Chautauqua County, but the south one, the Hewins one, that's the one that's headed up towards Sedan and Gibbs and Grafton. So that will take it into central Chautauqua County, Kansas. For Sedan, 9:17. We want you to go ahead and take those precautions now. Find the centermost part of your home on the lowest level and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Sedan getting into town by 9:17, but before that, Gibbs, you're in line for this by 9:10. It's moving up to the northeast at about 45, and so this will track through central parts of Chautauqua County, Kansas, and maybe even up into Elk County, Kansas. So not our only tornado warning of the night, but the tornado warning for Chautauqua County is until 9:30. Trav?
Okay. All right. Thanks. We want to go back to also thanks for that. And you did mention that there are 2 circulations, that other one, western Chautauqua County. But let's look at the one again that's just over Keystone Lake. This is the rotating area that's now located. Ron is right near that. We'll get another update from Ron at this moment. Ron, want another update from you? What do you have for us as far as what you're seeing? Is there anything on the ground that you can tell?
No, Travis, there's nothing on the ground, but it's still a lot of ragtag area coming in. There's a lot of scud coming up to it. But there is nothing on the ground at this time, Travis, but it's still rotating, but it's getting lower. So I think it's trying to pulse back up and maybe try to rotate even more, Travis. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I appreciate it very much. So those are the active ones. We have a new tornado warning as well. Megan was just getting into us, and that is just not too far from where Brandon is located. And Aaron, do you know if Brandon's online yet? Is he still looks like he's there? Because it's
in cell issues, and that location is not correct. He's actually further east on 60.
Okay, he's just a little bit off. Okay, I can't hear you on air, but okay. I don't know. You pushed the wrong button.
I pushed the wrong button. Brandon, that his GPS location is not correct. He's further east on 60, east of Burbank.
All right. So that's the tornado warned part of this storm here. So that's just for eastern K County, northeastern K County. It looks like it's just on the fringe of northwestern Osage County, and then you see our tornado warnings. Here's the Tulsa area and what's going on. So here's downtown Tulsa. We have John watching, and we're trying to keep track of anything else that might blow up. But so far, it's been those two main cells that have moved further north and become tornadic. And then you can see where Ron is located, and Vaughn is trying to catch up, it looks like, with him right now. So we'll be able to kind of keep an eye on it both ways around. So this is the tornado warned storm circulation right here, right near the Cleveland area. So that's in Osage, and so that's just on the west end of Keystone Lake, heading on up towards Skytook Lake here in just a moment. So if you are in here, be advised, and we have a storm track Stacia's put together for us. So Stacia, if you would give us a quick update so you know where it's headed.
Yes, Trav, it's moving up to the northeast at about 45. So this will track it up towards Hominy, which the sirens are sounding now, and then continuing to the west side of Skytook Lake. So we're taking it into central Osage County. Osage by 9:04. We want you in your safe spot now in Osage. It's pretty much right on top of you. Indian Village by 9:15. Hominy by 9:16. And so again, safe spots for Hominy, and if you live along Highway 20 west of Skytook Lake. This may end up going also towards Winona. Winona, you have the storm coming in from the south. You also have the really strong winds, which a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the storms coming out of Fairfax and Ralston. That is tracking east also towards Winona, Trav. So Winona's got two areas definitely worth paying attention to right now.
Wow. All right. And also, we want to go up to Brandon now. We'll take his video at least. If Brandon is available, we'll talk to him. Brandon, you have a tornado warned storm, but what do you have going on up there as well? Hopefully we hear from Brandon. I don't hear Brandon talking, but I do see his video.
He was just there. He's in a rough cell area. His location on there is not...
There you are. Okay, go ahead, Brandon. Now we can hear you.
Yeah, so we're going to be to the east of Burbank here along Highway 60. We've got blinding rain. We've had winds estimated of about 60 to near 75 miles an hour.
Wow. All right, we heard that, 65 to 75, then you cut out a little bit. It looks kind of like Bob's shot that from the other night over Fort Gibson Dam. So, again, we're going to let you drive, but you see what's going on there. So he is east. He's near Burbank, just east of Burbank, along that leading edge. And so that's part of the, so we have 3 tornado warnings happening right now. So we have the one that's up into Kansas, and then Kevin's cutting that off. Is going to check on that. We have the storm that's coming up across southeastern portions of Osage County at this particular moment. And then as well, we have this strong line of severe thunderstorms that are moving into central Osage County. With this line, that's where some of the strongest winds are located. Let's come in a little closer and take a look at what we're seeing. So right along that leading edge, there could be some wind damage besides the 70, 75 mile an hour winds. So we want to look for circulation features on this comma head pretty much as that's bowing out a little bit. So what you're seeing right there near Scheidler. And then Brandon is located just east of Burbank. So he's right in here. So he's getting very, very strong damaging winds at this point. And you see a little notch right here just to the east of Little Chief. You don't know if he's where he would be in relation. We should see his GPS pop on once we get a better cell coverage. But right in here, there's a circulation right at the apex of that. But Stacia, if you would, give us a couple quick storm tracks on that.
Yes, so we'll track that leading edge, Trav, to the east at 45. So we're taking it from Granola and Scheidler and just east of Burbank, where Trav was talking about, towards Pawhuska and 4 Acre. That track will take it into central Osage County. 4 Acre 913, Personia 917, Pawhuska by 921, Winona 927, Big Heart, Trav, by 934.
All right. Thank you much on that. Let's go to what do you want to?
We'll go ahead and go back to Brandon.
Brandon. All right, let's go back to Brandon, if you would. Another update from Brandon. What do you have for us? What's going on?
Travis, we're getting 80-mile-an-hour winds just east of Burbank here along Highway 60. We've had up to 80-mile-an-hour winds out of southwest. They haven't switched around on us yet, but we are definitely on the outer circulation. The truck has literally been blown over into the other lane, so we've got 80-mile-an-hour winds as we move east here along 60 east of Burbank.
All right, thanks, appreciate it. Hopefully we get your GPS caught back up with you. Let's show you. So he is just to the east, so you can see where Scheidler is located. And then let's go to velocity data, if we could, for a minute on this leading edge. And so this is a strong, severe storm. And so right in this area, from around the Burbank, here's the Burbank area, and he's just east of that. Here's that, this is bowing in or coming out. So that's why he has those strong winds. So he should be right in here. He should be trying to get out ahead of this. So this is a strong cup right in here where the circulation feature is located. And we do think that there's going to be damaging winds and power outages if you're around Scheidler back to the northeast. And you see Blackland. I think we mentioned Blackland I don't know how many times in this past week. So there's a lot of stuff happening right now here. And so this is a pivot joint right around the Scheidler area. So wind damage is quite possible for you guys. And that's the bowing out part of this storm. All right, so we got to go back up to the, let's go up to Chautauqua County for 1 second here. Show you the circulation feature, what's happening here. And so that is moved now just to the west of Sedan. So if you're just near Sedan, this is the circulation with this tornadic cell, and that is moving northeast. So that's going to be over Gibbs and Rogers area. Go back to Brandon. Kevin. Okay, is Kevin right over here? All right, Kevin, if you're with us, oh yeah, I see you just off to the right of the screen there by Peru. Kevin, give us an update on that storm, will you?
Travis, so right now we're getting a lot of lightning with this storm. It's given us a really good view of it across the horizon. Wind gusts are pretty strong right now coming out of the south, but I'm not seeing any rotation or lowerings or anything else currently from my point of view, Travis. Okay.
All right, so that's a tornado-warned storm right in there. We want you to be careful for that. Circulation feature continues right there. Station, do you have a quick storm track?
Yeah, it's ready.
Okay.
It's northeast, Trav, at 45, so that puts it in Sedan. Here, just kind of on the west side of Sedan in the next few minutes. Rogers will be 911, so that's 2 minutes from now. Gibbs is coming into town and takes it into north central Chautauqua County here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Trav.
All right, a lot of action going on to the northwest of Tulsa. And so the other storm, the tornado-warned storm, is further to the south. And this is the one that has a hook now quite evident. Ron's right near that at this moment. So you can just see it from a radar perspective, and the circulation is quite evident at this point. And so since that's right in here, this is live radar, and so that's just to the north and east of Cleveland. So Ron should have a fairly good view if he's not in a bunch of trees. Ron, can you see just to your north and east what's going on right now?
Man, Travis, you get it right on the head. I'm right in the middle of all these trees. But before I did get into the trees, there is still a very pronounced lowering. It is rotating. It's still kind of ragtag, but Travis, it's pretty low to the ground. So I would say anything north and east of there, they need to take cover now, because that could produce a tornado at east.
Okay. All right. So once again, tornado-warned storm in eastern Osage County, and we'll have Stacia do a track here in a minute. So this is coming up from Keystone Lake now. If you're south and west of Keystone Lake, you're pretty much in the clear for just right now. We do have, though, this storm moving to the north towards Skytook Lake. Let's find out from Stacia where it's headed, Stacia.
All right, Travis, headed up towards Hominy, which we know tonight the sirens have already started in Hominy. So 9:14 for you guys. Winona 9:25. Nichols by 9:30, along with Pershing and Barnsdall. Talent at 932, Wolco by 933, Trav, and so that will continue into eastern central parts of Osage County.
All right, so if you're near this storm, that's a very concerning tornado potential right now. So even though guys are there and they can't really see tornado, we do believe that we're really close to having one coming up over Skiatook Lake. We would really like for you to take the precautions necessary right in this zone because there is a high probability that you're going to get some serious wind damage out of this and a tornado. And you can kind of see it's by itself and it's in advance. Tulsa is right here. Here's Tulsa County. You see the other tornado warning storm to the north. And then you have this bulging area that Brandon has been in near Scheidler. And there's very strong winds and very strong rotation with that particular cell. There's other cells that go back to the west towards really Stillwater. Bob's there. But I want to go back to the Cleveland storm if we could and get one more update because I continue to think that this, through just unfortunately history, is showing us the signs that this is some pretty chunky hail to the north of it. But if you're right here, and if you can show me one more velocity signature, that'd be great on there. And live is good, but let's go over to INX for a second and take a look at that. All right, and then shear rate if you could. So if you're around County Road 1622, 1665, and also 1701, you're right in the middle of it right now. So it's crossing Highway 20 here in just a few moments. And is Alan where he can see that yet? Do you know, is he not quite to that point yet?
Alan is about to reposition himself down Highway 75 near Oshaleta to get into a good
okay, to grab that. All right. So Ron is still in an area, it looks like Ron's in the clear right this moment. Hey, Ron, can you see that over the lake? What do you have for us right there? I mean, just to the north of the lake.
Yes, I do, Travis.
Okay.
It is. It's right over the lake, Travis. It's still rotating. There's no tornado at this time. No tornado at this time, but it is still rotating. The lowering is still about the same. It hasn't gone up or hasn't come down, but there is a very pronounced, like I said earlier, it was a very pronounced wall cloud with this, Travis.
Okay.
So, again, everybody to the north and east, please take cover at this time.
Yeah, you got to be, just be cautious, and we'll be in better shape that way. So don't finally a lightning strike out there. But this is the circulation area for this particular one, and that's moving up. And here's Skiatook Lake, so around Highway 20, just south of Highway 20. That's coming up across you guys, so better be safe than sorry. And I know some of you want to go out on the porch and look for it, but this is increasing in intensity, so we don't want you to get caught. One more storm track from Stacia on this, if you would.
It looks like it's going to stay on the southeast sides of Hominy, but we still want you in your safe spot, especially on the east side of Hominy around State Highway 20 over towards Skiatook Lake. Gillen would be by 933, Barnsdall 935, Avant by 936, Talent by 937, and Wolco at 938. Again, broad view here for folks that live in between Hominy and Skiatook Lake around Morgan's Corner. Be in that safe spot now and continuing up towards Gilland and Wolco, Barnsdall, Talent, Avant, central and eastern parts of Osage County. Trav?
Yep, you guys are on deck, and this is stronger. We continue to see it, and we're kind of focusing on this right now because it looks like this is going to become a higher probability of a tornado very soon. So by the time it's crossing Highway 20, we might have a tornado on our hands just, again, on the west side of Skiatook Lake. So just go back and just name a few things. Let's go back to velocity data 2 right in there. Let's go down to city street level. So it is tightened up, and so you can see right where it's located. If you're along County Road 1701, County Road on the south and west sides, and then County Road 1625 on the north side, that is coming up almost to State Highway 20 at this time. So if you're near Highway 20, this is pretty much what we're looking at right in here. So that is crossing over here in just a moment or two. And if you're in this area, we want you to make sure you're in a safe place. We'll come back to, do you have something else there, Aaron? Okay, another new warning coming in, so let's go ahead and come back out. We'll show you the, so this is the tornado warning storm here. Now we have the tornado warning for the storm Brandon is on, and that is going to be a secondary one to the one that Kevin is on up in Sedan, Kansas. Is Brandon where he can see anything right now with this? Any difference? Is he still about the same? So the circulation feature, just to the northeast of Scheidler, this is where the winds have been so strong, and this is a rotating area at this particular moment. And is his video up and running at this time? I don't, it's like, it's just, can't tell if it's frozen or not. It's just moving sometimes. Anyway, he's right. This is the circulation here. So you're at Blackland at this time, Personia, and near Myers. And so that's moving northeast. And Stacia Ivy, do another quick storm track. This is over a lot of open rangeland, but that is moving as well into areas that will have some ranches and also some other areas in Chautauqua County. Stacia, what do you have?
Yeah, Travis, with our tornado warning not too long ago for these guys. And so we'll take it from Blackland and Personia up to the northeast at 50, 55. That's pretty fast. It's following quickly in line behind the tornadic storm up in Chautauqua County, Kansas. And so for Elgin, Bollinger Landing by 9:32, Hula, the waterfowl rescue area 9:33, Chautauqua 9:36, and Sedan 9:41 for the storm coming up from the Blackland, Personia area in north central parts of Osage County. Trav?
All right, thanks. I appreciate it. So that's the circulation there. Then we have the circulation with the tornado warnings in multiple places. This should be a tornado. If it's not, it's so close, you guys. If you're around Highway 20, you really have to take cover at this moment. This storm has a high definition as far as potential for a tornado. We'll have to watch CC here.
Yeah, there is a CC drop.
There is?
Yes.
Okay, so we think we have a tornado on the ground right now in this area. So if you're right along Highway 20, yep, right there. So we're pretty sure we have a tornado on the ground right at this moment. So that's crossing Highway 20 at this minute. If you are in this area, then this is UNC County Road 1665, where Highway 20 is located. And that goes back to the north. So if you're on the west end of Skytook Lake, you have to take cover now. We believe a tornado is on the ground, and that's crossing 20 at this moment. And so I want to also point out, since that's the west end of Skytook Lake, you have some homes, but you also have some lowland areas there. But County Road 2603, County Road 2130, right there is where we have the tornado crossing. Should have crossed right now. Can we go back to live radar for a moment, and we'll look at where the couplet is. And so that is, you can see like a donut hole, basically, a circulation feature there. And then this is then velocity, if we could, on this. So this is right on 20, and then you're going to get to see. So this is, we don't show this too often, but this is the quadrant map of kind of all the data that we have. So this is crossing the Highway 20 area. This is the circulation associated with that velocity data, and this is what we call where we find the debris. And so then this is showing up that's pulling it up, and we do think that we do have tornado on the ground. Shear is up considerably as well. Stacia, if you would give us an update on storm track for the folks that are north and east of that, if you would.
Yes, Trav, and they just went confirmed on that tornado warning. So you see it now covered in red here and blinking. That's an indication that it is confirmed for the tornado warning. Pershing 9:37, Barnsdall by 9:38. We want you in your safe spot. We can see debris being lofted on radar now east of Hominy. So if you live along Highway 20, it's pretty much right on top of you now, crossing over the highway onto the north side of town. But west of Skyatook Lake, continuing to Barnsdall by 9:38, Talent by 9:39. Same time for Avant, Woolco by 9:41. If you're around the Woollar Rock area, pay very close attention to this, but Barnsdall, Woolco, Avant, Talent, all in the path, and it should stay. We're going to watch Pershing pretty closely, but hopefully it will stay on the southeast sides of Pershing, but that does put it in line for Barnsdall and Gillen. Trav?
All right, thanks so much. I appreciate it. So again, tornado on the ground. So this is what we're looking at in this area, and it's just a tight circulation, so there's no doubt we have a tornado. It just became quite evident here just about in the last 5 minutes. And we'll see if Ron or Alan will be able to see this or not. We want to show you a bigger picture too, because that's not the only thing. We see additional debris. We have that tornado warning continuing in northern portions of Osage County. So if you're northern Osage County, Chautauqua County, this is a severe storm. Kevin, have anything around the Sedan, Kansas area? Any at this moment? Nothing. Okay. And then velocity, if we can, out of Wichita, just looking at Sedan for the folks up there. Velocities are a little bit tighter to the north and west, not too far from where Kevin is located, but that does not look quite as intense. There's still wind damage here and the potential for some a tornado around Rogers. So that's just northwest of Sedan. Let's go back to our tornado warned storm down in Osage County, and that is the main event at this point that unfortunately is happening. You see the severe storm also that's down in northern Osage County. Circulation stations pointing this out for us. This is around the 4-acre area, and this is where we do think that there's another strong rotation. Brandon has been in this area with winds of 75 to 80 miles an hour, so that's going to cause damage and power outages. Confirmed tornado continues just north and northwest of Tulsa. There's our debris signature, as we say, so the radar is telling us it's there. So now this has moved across 20, and so this is now moving along County Road. It looks like 2130. If you're around 2130, 2595, you have to be in cover right now. 2130 is a pretty much target zone for you. Cotton Gin Road, where it intersects with 2130, and then also County Road 2701 and County Road 2160. You're up next, and that's going to go to the north arm near the Bull Creek boat ramp. If you're right in this area, this is the tornado debris, the circulation now on the north side, and the tornado on the north side, 25. Let's go back to our own velocities if we could on live radar. But this is going to be centered about right in here, and so that's what we see. Right in there. So this is right just to the west of the Bull Creek boat ramp area, and it's just passed on the very west end of Skytook Lake. And that will continue to track to the northeast. I was stationed to get another storm track for you so you know where it's headed. But immediately, right at this moment, as you look at that and the velocity data that we have, it's on 2130 road at this time. 2130 road, if you're there, you need to be under cover at this particular moment in the center part of your home, away from outside windows and walls. We know it's on the ground. We have debris that is indicating that. We had a lowered cloud base, lowered wall cloud there. Station, what do you have?
Trav, we're tracking it northeast at 40 to 45. So we want folks in Gilland and Nichols and Barnsdall to take those precautions now. You have about 10 to 15 minutes for Barnsdall. 9:37 is the time. Talent by 9:38. Woolco about 9:40. Woolaroc by 9:46. And then Oshaleta, pay attention to this, potentially by 9:49 to 9:50. Again, it's moving up to the northeast at 40 to 45. Trav?
All right. This tornado continues to move to the northeast, about 40 miles an hour, as you said. And this is very dangerous. A lot of debris with this. So this intensity of this storm has gone up dramatically. And so we do have a significant tornado at this point on the west side of Skytook Lake moving northeast. So this is going to do a lot of damage. We're talking about a lot of damage. Don't get too nervous a lot of times, but this is a big tornado. So this circulation feature has continued right in here. And so what we're looking at is crossed Highway 20 now in the areas where if you live at Barnsdall, any place south and west of Barnsdall, any place that's just south and east of Winona, you have to go to cover. You just have to be on the safe side because this tornado is getting larger, and so we expect a lot of damage from this, and that means in fact, the velocity is now showing up even into some of the yellow areas, which means that it is a very strong tornado at this point. So this is a location of it. Let's go to live. Let's go to live velocities, and yeah, let's look at that. So now it's up to 2130 road, and that's moving northeast. So we are in Osage County, northwest of Tulsa. We'll give you a bigger view in a minute. The circulation, though, 2130 road, and so that's going to go on the north arm of Skytook Lake. That's headed still to the north and east. Let's widen out a little bit on this. This tornado warning right in here, okay? And then the tornado warning itself takes it to the north. We'll have Station do another storm track in a minute. But there is a tornado. It is on there. I don't know. Has Ron or Alan been able to even see it? I don't know if Ron can see it or not. Do you have that?
As far as I know, no. It's really hilly and there's a lot of trees.
I don't hear you yet. There you go.
It's really hilly and there are a lot of trees in that area. Okay. So unless you're right on it, you're not going to be able to see it there.
Okay. So again, just on the north side, northwest sides, Skytook Lake, tornado warning, tornado on the ground, moving up toward the Barnsdall area. Station, what do you have for storm track?
Yeah, Trav, so I have Barnsdall coming in at 9:36. And again, we want you in that safe spot if you live around Barnsdall to Gilland to Nichols. We want you in the centermost part of your home, lowest level, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between your family and the outside as possible. Headed towards you to 9:36 in Barnsdall, Woolco by 9:39, Woolaroc 9:45, and Oshaleta, Trav, by 9:48.
Okay, thanks. So again, any place to the north and east of this tornadic circulation, you have to get to safety. I can't tell you enough, Stacia can't tell you enough, because this is a very strong tornado. And it's kind of borderline to getting even stronger because it's unfortunately in the right spot to get stronger. And that's what we're seeing right now with this storm. So this is a tornado on the ground. And so any place in here, if you're between Skytook Lake and Barnsdall, you have to go to cover because there's a high probability you're going to get hit by a tornado, and it's not a small tornado. It is a strong tornado and borderline getting stronger if that's possible. So that's what we don't want to have. So we want you to be aware that this is a situation for you guys. This is a life and death situation because this type of tornado is very, very dangerous and does a lot of damage. And if you don't have people in the safe place, then you're going to get hurt. And so if you have some friends that were going home or saying, I'm going to bed, I'll worry about it later tonight. Later tonight is now. You might give them a quick call and tell them to quick get to the Frady hole, the Heidi hole, because the damage continues to show up. So the debris indicator is still here. which means that the tornado continues at the same rate. And we're looking at conditions which, as this moves to the northeast, again, tight circulation. This is debris. This is indicating to us there's debris that's flying lofted into the air. So we're picking up trees. We're picking up, we're probably picking up buildings on this. And then besides that, this is showing us how much shear is associated with it. It's very strong. And then this is the rotation. So there's a hail core that goes with that on the back side. So if you're not in the immediate tornado, you're probably getting some chunks of hail falling from the sky. But again, a tornado now on the ground, moving on up toward the Barnsdall area. Debris, we know it's there. That's the situation at this particular moment. So this is one of those tornado events that we really hate because it is a very powerful storm, and we knew we were waiting on these storms here for the last several hours because we knew they'd develop, but unfortunately it is now moving only a few minutes away from Barnsdall, so you have very little time to move to a place of safety. So we want you to move to that place of safety immediately as it moves to the northeast, and Stacia will have another storm track in a minute. I want to go to velocity data and look at the core of this again to see where we're at and zoom in a little bit closer if you could. Thanks. Okay, so this is where we're finding it, and I'm going to mention county roads again because it's right on the 2130 road, and then now that's moved north to 2160 road. So if you're around 2160 road, and now we're on the north end of Skytook Lake. So right here is Skytook Lake, the north arm of Skytook Lake. So that tornado is right in here. So that's what we're looking at this particular moment. You got to be in the safe spot at this moment. And Stacia, if you have a storm track for us, let's get it.
All right, Travis. So it's moving northeast at 40. So we're talking here. Coming in on Barnsdall within the next 10 minutes. So the Hammer Ranch, the Long Shot Ranch, all included in this path. If you're south and west of Barnsdall, Birch Lake area, we want you in your safe spot. Barnsdall here coming up in about the next, again, 10 minutes or so. And so for you guys, it's moving up. I'm going to put it at 42 miles per hour. And Barnsdall, 939. Wolco by 943. Oshaleta by 953. Okessa by 953. Trav?
All right. Again, can't urge you enough to move to a place of safety because that's a bad storm. There's another really strong indication of another tornado that is moving in on Sedan, Kansas at this moment. We'll try to, but if you're up in Chautauqua County, we need you guys to also move to a place of safety. Chance of a tornado there is pretty high, moving in on Chautauqua and also Sedan, Kansas. So those are the areas. There's two main areas, and unfortunately, the one that we have at this moment that's just southwest of Barnsdall, you just have a few minutes to get to a safe place. This is a very strong tornado. And as it continues to move to the northeast, we will see what happens. It has been confirmed by emergency manager, police department as well. So we have that. Our storm trackers are all around it. And so it's in an area that's kind of hard to get to as far as highways are concerned. But it'll be in Barnsdall in just a few moments. And that means that you need to be in a safe spot right now. Here's the circulation. Here's the Barnsdall area. And that is continuing to wrap up and move to the north and east. So we're sitting at 928 coming up on 929. And this is going to be likely, you see the county roads, and let's go back to velocity if you could for a moment, please. And we're looking at County Road 2240 now. 2240, it's right 2240 and 3780 roads. If you're there, it is a tornado. It's guaranteed a tornado, unfortunately. County Road 2251, intersection with 2240. If you're any place close to that, you better be in a safe spot. If you're in Barnsdall, you have to be in a safe spot. Not scaring you, just make your plans, move to the safe spot now. County Road 2471, 2420, 2487, and then also 2280 and 2240. These are the main county roads where you're going to have an impact immediately. And so that's coming in on Barnsdall in the next few minutes. And if you are in Barnsdall, you know, we've had multiple severe storms for you guys this year, but unfortunately you're getting ready to get hit with a very, very powerful tornado, and it's getting stronger and it's not getting weaker. So this is a problem where you need to move to a safe place right now. I don't know, have you heard from Ron or from Alan at all, from those guys, and what they're seeing, or flashes of light or anything?
Alan's not quite
on the wrong one again. I can't hear you.
Alan's not quite close enough to it just yet. Ron's a bit south of it. Brandon is just south of Huska, near the Highway 11 intersection, but they have blocked. He said that the law enforcement has blocked off travel eastbound on 11 from 99.
Okay. All right. So this is the conditions that we're seeing right now. Tornado, strong tornado. Stacia, we'll get you to do another storm track for us, an update on this. But this is a violent. This is a. I don't want to say violent, but this is strong to one of the stronger tornadoes we've had in a long time. So again, please take cover, Stacia. Yeah,
Trav. This track still has its eye on Barnsdall, and we're talking in the next 6 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes. So please find that safe spot now, as Trav mentioned. 9:37 for Barnsdall, Nichols and Gilland 9:36. So we're talking areas around Birch Lake, headed up to Barnsdall, Talent by 9:39, crossing Highway 11, continuing potentially on to Woolarock 9:47, and also Trav, Bartlesville. Folks in Bartlesville need to pay attention to this. If it continues, that could put Bartlesville in the path in the next 30 minutes.
Okay, and that's a point for you guys up to the north because this is a supercell. Supercell is just a monster storm, and then we have this other storm coming in from out of the west. We can back out just a hair bit on this if we could for a moment. So here's the thunderstorm. That's just to the west. So these are going to merge here in just a second. So this is rotating. Tornadoes on the ground, moving in on Barnsdall. And so as this line moves in, Brandon was saying stopping him from being able to intercept the storm. So that's kind of a little tough for us to have to deal with. But again, they don't want anybody driving on the road and running right into a tornado, which is understandable. But if you're just around the Pawhuska area, east side of Pawhuska, Ranch Land on the east side, Woolarock, Barnsdall, and then on up to Bartlesville. You see what's going on here. This is an active tornado, very strong tornado. Compared to a couple of the tornadoes that we've gone through, we've had some that we think are strong, but this is very, very strong tornado. So this is going to continue to move northeast. And as Stacia mentioned, I think it's a good idea if you're around Bartlesville, be prepared because it is a chance that this could maintain if this line does not catch up with it in time. And even if it does, it could even enhance it a little bit more. But you see the signature hook. This is what so many times we see with a major tornado, and that's what's going on right now. Let's go back to velocity data and a closer look on this. We have a severe thunderstorm along this entire line, but the now closer in, we're locked in just south and west of Barnsdall at this moment. So there it is, and that is going to take you into Barnsdall at this moment. Ron, okay, Ron, go ahead.
Yes, Travis, there is a funnel. I cannot tell if it's on the ground or not, but I am looking back to my north and east just barely, but there is a funnel. I cannot tell because it's behind some trees. Yeah, there is a funnel. There is a funnel there.
Yeah, sure. We're going to confirm it's a tornado just because of the debris that we have, the debris ball, and everything else on radar. So yeah, so you're seeing it probably treetop, and we're seeing it down low. Thanks. We'll get you to continue if you can get in this area. So if you're just joining us now, a tornado warning is in effect for eastern Osage County, Barnsdall. If you're just tuning in right now, take cover right now. Right now, don't waste any time. This is the tornado moving in on town here. We're only about a mile or so away from a mile and a half, 2 miles just south of Barnsdall at this moment. Let's go to live radar if we could. We got who?
We need to go to Alan here. He's gotten a visual on things.
Okay, Alan, you got a visual on this? What's going on?
I got a viewer friend sent me a picture from Tall Chief Cove facing northwest. So he's got a beautiful funnel from his perspective. We are sitting right on the Highway 75 right now, and we've got up to 40-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, okay. We're not even close to the storm yet, so we've got a lot coming our way.
Yeah, be ready. And not beautiful, I'm just going to say. But this is what he's looking at there. Let's go back to what we have at this moment. So this is circulation feature, and what's going on now is it's on County Road 2251. Literally, it's coming into Barnsdall. This is the northern edge of the periphery of the strongest winds right now in the areas of Barnsdall. And let's go to live if we can. So, I mean, we're less than 5 miles, 5 minutes away. And so you're like right there. Let's look at, So this circulation feature here from Barnsdall to the west side, this is coming on into town, and velocities from INX for a second, if you would. And so that couplet's just right here. And so it's going to take pretty much a direct hit in Barnsdall. As we said before, we had the damage before. We have to have you go to another safe place. I mean, it's just right now. You can't wait. If you're on the south side, you're in it already. You should have winds that could be in excess of 100 1,520 miles an hour if that's on right where you're going to be. So that's then you can see what's going on right in here. This little bit of a snake look. We don't like that. That's a sign of a tornado. We've had debris signatures along this whole path, and so there's a good chance that it's in Barnsdall right now on the south side, moving through Barnsdall right now. So hoping and praying you guys are in a safe place at this moment. As that continues to track to the north, that's going to be a problem for a lot of folks potentially if this continues much longer. Stacia, if you could give us another update on storm.
Yes, Trav. Okay. So again, coming into Barnsdall here in the next about 2 minutes. So Barnsdall here very soon. Talent 941 crossing from Highway 11 over to 123, continuing up to the northeast from there at about 40 to 45. This will take it to Woler Rock by 949 and potentially Oshaleta. I want you to pay attention to this. 954. Bartlesville also wants you ready to go. 902 if this holds together. Trav.
All right. Thanks. We do have a couple of cells developing on the south side, and thanks to our National Weather Service friend, because we are so focused on the tornado that is in Barnsdall. Again, if you're in Barnsdall, you got to be in cover. That is now just right across your area at this moment, but we're seeing some cells developing down to the south. This is a similar look to what these cells were, and we've had a merger. We're seeing a little bit of a merger. Now the tornado warning's been extended to Bartlesville. You'll see that on last frame right in there. So Bartlesville, you're up next, and that's why we have been concerned about how long this is going to last, because this is supercell. But if you're around Okmulgee and north, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Hey, Aaron, can you have Durkee watch that cell down to the south end in Okmulgee County? Okay. So we're in Barnsdall right now. Tornado warning. It'd be nice if it just lifted and went over town, but this is a circulation feature right on top of town at this moment. So you're in town, in Barnsdall at this moment with a circulation feature, strong damaging winds all around you at this moment. So please, hopefully you're not listening to us, but you're in a safe spot, maybe listening to us streaming. Remember, you can stream, and you can go to our News on 6 website and stream there. That'll get you the coverage that you need. The debris ball continues to show up here, so we're picking up plants, we're picking up trees, we're picking up potential buildings and stuff like that. It's awful when we have to get to this point, but it's just right over town right now. So again, hoping that you guys in Barnsdall are safe. This is going to continue to track right over the town. So we're taking pretty much a direct hit right in Barnsdall. So as that's over Highway 11 at this moment, for you guys to the north side, that's going to be right along 123. If you're there, let's do a storm track on what's going on with what's happening. And so we do need to see what's happening there.
Trav, it is ready to go. And so this track here, Barnsdall now is just south of Talent. That will continue on to Woler Rock. The tornado warning was extended now into Washington County, and it includes Bartlesville until 10:15. So for Bartlesville, folks, you're looking at 10:02 for this to get into town. So Woler Rock to Fight to Bartlesville, and even Dewey wants you to start to take those precautions now. We hope you're there in Barnsdall and kind of bunkered down. But Woler Rock, you're up next. Oshaleta, get in your safe spot as well. Matoaco, I think I said that right, over in northern parts of Washington County, just north of Oshaleta. Want you guys in your safe spot in Bartlesville. Get there here very soon. Trav?
All right. Yeah, I think during a tornado warning, we can say anything, and that's okay. We're talking again. This is something that needs to be associated with kind of figuring out where that's going to go. We do believe that that storm will continue tracking to the northeast. We do have some information as well from the Storm Prediction Center that is also saying that, hey, eventually that's going to be absorbed, which we've been talking about, into that line of thunderstorms. But there could be an increase in the intensity of this tornado, and we don't want it to be any stronger. What do you have?
Yeah, Trevor, if you go to weather or Lynx 1, we have a photo of that from Skytook Lake.
Okay, we can quickly take a look at Lynx 1 there, and you'll be able to see that was the tornado. Again, from a distance, but you see that tornado that was over Skytook Lake. And so it was quite clear and evident that was happening. Of course, that was with lightning strikes, so you're able to show that. Tornado over Barnsdall and to the east and northeast of Barnsdall now, so that's moving further to the northeast. This is what we call the debris ball, which are the debris area, which is indicating that we are still picking up stuff and debris that isn't related to hail or rain in the radar. And this is the association with that. Yep.
Ron has power flashes if you'd like to talk to him.
Okay, Ron, yeah, go ahead. Give us an update on what you're seeing.
Yes, Travis, I am looking back to my north and east, this straight northeast almost. Power flashes around the lowering that I was talking about earlier. There is a funnel, and that is a fairly good sized funnel, Travis. But
right.
it's obviously on the ground because there is power flashes around that funnel, Travis. Back to you.
Okay, power flashes indicate strong damaging winds and tornadoes. So that's what we still have, and debris. So that's with Ron. He's seeing that at this point. Alan's picking this up. Kevin will be... how's that storm up there? Can he back off and come back around or toward Bartlesville? You got him? Okay. And so this one continues to track to the northeast. And I lost Vaughn in all of this. I don't know. I saw him a little bit ago, but he's gone. It's over Barnsdall at this moment. So any place east side of Barnsdall, west side of Barnsdall, this is a very large tornado moving northeast across this area. So now, if you're further northeast, here's what we have to look for. And if you're right around County Road 2301, and of course, this is going to kind of hang close to the Highway 123. So the State Highway 123, if you're along that, and also toward Woolaroc, which is just to the east. Or north, I should say north and east from this area, you will have to be undercover right now because this is a significant tornado still in this area, moving northeast, and you can pretty much tell that from the flashing red polygons. But the tornado warning now is going to extend all the way through Bartlesville with an update at this point. And let's go back to what did you say, Stacia?
It's an emergency tornado.
Emergency tornado warning. So this is the update that we have at this moment. So okay, so that just means that we want everyone in Bartlesville because this storm is coming in your direction. It's on the ground. Our next location will be near Woolaroc, and then it's going to be moving in on Bartlesville. And so that's where Stacia has been talking about. So make your tornado preparedness pretty much at this point so you don't have to, at the last second, try to figure out what you're going to do if you're near Bartlesville, because this is a very, very powerful tornado that continues to track to the northeast. So this is an area from Barnsdall extending back on 123, coming into Bartlesville at this moment. This warning goes till 10:15. We're sitting at 9:42. This will be extended just because of what's going on and where this is headed. Stacia, what speed did you have this at? 30?
I have this at 35 to 40, and sorry,
okay.
I just zoomed out on accident there.
That's okay. And so this is the circulation. We've had the debris with that, if you would.
Okay. Public storm shelter at Bartlesville Schools has been opened.
Okay.
Oh, Barnsdall.
Barnsdall.
There's a public shelter at Barnsdall.
Yeah, I tell you what. Okay, so there was a public shelter there that people went to? Yeah. Okay, you can't go now, obviously, because you got a shelter in place because it's too late for that because it's already through the Barnsdall area. And so, but that's a shelter that apparently a lot of folks went into. So again, hopefully that's okay. We're just praying for folks in this area. This is continuing to track northeast, again, right along Highway 123. So we know the tornado's on the ground. We have the debris. We've seen the picture of it. And so I doubt whether it's just raising and lowering and coming back up and cycling. This is a steady state, long track tornado that we're looking at now. And this is going to continue to move northeast toward Bartlesville. And I have Stacia get you another update in a second. But here's that debris ball again. So additional debris showing up. And what do you have? Go to Ron. Ron, another update. Ron, go ahead.
Travis, that's a very large tornado, Travis. Very large tornado. Every time the lightning strikes over there, it's a very large tornado. I wouldn't be surprised if it's. I mean, it's a very large tornado, Travis.
Okay, all right. Kind of a wedge on the ground right now. Hey,
it's real close, Travis. The whole wall cloud's real close to the ground.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. And go back. Let's get back to stay on here. Let's go, Stacia. Can you give us another update, see what's like for folks in Bartlesville? Again, if you're northeast of Barnsdall, 123, you got to go to cover, and let's find out more about what's going on up to Bartlesville Station.
Okay, Trav, so we're tracking it up to Woolaroc next. We want folks in Woolaroc along 123 in your safe spot now. Continuing up to Torpedo. Torpedo would be at 9:59. Woolaroc, you're looking at 9:50 in the next about 5 minutes. Bartlesville, still just after 10 o'clock, 10:02, 10:03, and so you have about 15 more minutes. So find that safe spot now. Put as many walls between your family and the outside as possible, and find that centermost part, lowest level of your home. We're going to track it into Washington County. And that will even include the Dewey area by 10:09, potentially on to Hog Shooter by 10:09, and Glen Oak Trav by 10:13.
Okay, we cannot emphasize enough how dangerous and deadly of a tornado this is. Just looking at National Weather Service radar, and I just saw as well, Steve Piltz from the National Weather Service says we could be borderline on an EF4 tornado right now. So that is what we consider a violent tornado. Those are very seldom that we get to this point. We want you to move. You have to get get someplace safe. There's just no other alternative, because this is going to just knock out a tremendous amount of things that are in its path. So this is a wedge tornado on the ground, and I was talking to OG&E guys today in Sapulpa early this morning. We were talking about what it looks like, but it's just pretty much a wall cloud on the ground. It's just a whole thing, which means it's very wide, and it's continuing to track right up 123. So again, anywhere from Woolaroc extending into Bartlesville, as we were mentioning, you have to move to a place of safety. This is a deadly storm. And so that means you don't go out just looking for it. It'll find you. I don't want to say it that way, but I mean, literally, it's too big to be messing with at all. So this debris associated with it, circulation feature, this is moving, unfortunately, targeting right now through Bartlesville, and that's giving you, Stacia just pointed out, about 15 minutes. That's all. And that could have a direct hit in Bartlesville as well. So it's hit Barnsdall, and we know that it was in Barnsdall. We had confirmation of that, visual confirmation from emergency management. Now this is moving right on up 123. It's near Woolaroc right here. A lot of debris here, strong, damaging winds. So we're in excess of 130 miles an hour. And so now we're pushing it on to the north and east. Any additional information, Aaron?
Yeah, Alan is in a position, he can confirm that there's a large tornado.
Okay, so does he have video to see it or not at this point from his location?
I believe he's trying to get into a better position,
okay,
but just visually from where he's at on
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it. So again, this is where we're located, just near Woolaroc, and we're going to get another update from Stacia with a new storm track. This is 123. We said it was going to go up 123, and that's what it's doing. If you're on either side, right or left side of 123, you need to be in a very safe place. That means the lowest floor, middle of your home. If you have a basement, storm shelter, you need to go to that right now. This is a very deadly, dangerous, and violent tornado now, we feel, as that continues to track to the north and to the east. Of who? Vaughn. Okay, Vaughn, let's get video. What do you have? Let's take a look. What do you have?
It's on the ground. I got a clear. It's your classic wedge. It may be. It's a big tornado, like Ron was saying. Look right there on the one-way sign, right at the left of the pole. You can see it as soon as the lightning strikes. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit more. So right there's the pole. Just look right to the left when the lightning strikes. There it is, right there.
Yeah, we see it right there. So
okay.
That's
it's a wedge. It's a wedge on the ground.
All right, you're going to move north with that? Vaughn, you moving north with it? Are you going to move north with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Travis.
All right, holler at me as well as you're hollering at Aaron there. And again, so that's a wedge on the ground, as we just said. This is the tornado right on 123. So it's it's basically at the entrance to Woolaroc. So the Woolaroc area is going to be on the western fringe or western side of this, but it's going to be a very wide tornado. You can see how fast it's updating and coming. Velocity data continues to show it. Very, very strong indications. Yeah, so this is... I mean, this is unfortunately, and I hate to use the word textbook, but this is the worst kind of scenario we see with this. So if you're in Bartlesville, we'll have Stacia give us an update again, how much time you have to get into a safe place in Bartlesville, because this is now just on the east and southeast sides of Woolaroc. And so in Woolaroc and also on 123. Stacia, what do you have?
Trav, for Bartlesville, you have 10 minutes. 10 minutes to get in that safe spot. Just do it now. Find the centermost part of your home. Get away from windows and doors. If you can grab a bike helmet pretty quickly for kiddos, put that on. You're looking at 9:59. So again, 10 more minutes for Bartlesville. Dewey, 10:05. Glen Oak by 10:09. Copan, you're looking at 10:14. And again, this tornado warning includes Washington County, now moving up 123, as Trav mentioned, just east of Woolaroc, up towards Bartlesville. And you have 10 minutes in Bartlesville. A little sooner, a little shorter on that time frame if you're on the southwest side of Bartlesville, Trav.
All right, and this is a violent storm. We have very, very strong winds associated with this. So this is about as strong a winds as we're going to see, and hopefully we don't see this again for a long time, because this is a very dangerous situation as it continues to move to the northeast. So we're literally just moving in on the south and west sides of Bartlesville. So if you're around the communities of Torpedo, Fight, you're kind of on just the northwest strong wind side, damaging wind side. The wedge will move just northeast. It's coming up into an area just south of Bartlesville and south and west of Bartlesville. And unfortunately, we are targeting targeting right now Bartlesville. Stacia just mentioned it. Debris continues to show up, but there's a wedge on the ground, and so anytime that happens, that's going to be the case. And Vaughn, I don't know if you can see it out your window while you're going up with us on 75. Give us an update. What you're seeing is the same story?
It's still on the ground. It's a wedge.
Yeah.
Hold on. Wait for the lightning strike. I got to find it again. Okay, there's a tree. Hold on just a second. Yeah. Okay, so there's a tree in the way right now, but momentarily you will be able to see as soon as the lightning strikes. There's the tree.
I see that, yeah, there's trees.
So,
but it's right there, so it's on the ground.
Yep.
All right, just keep on going. We'll let you go. Let's go back to radar. We're going to get another storm track, Bartlesville. It's coming in. Here's Bartlesville, south and west side, tornado, violent tornado. We think on the ground, a lot of damage, tremendous amount of damage going to be happening with this. And we'll get reports from the news, what's happened in Barnsdall in a little bit, but we're going to continue to track what's going on here. This is now getting closer to the Bartlesville area. So, Stacia, what is our time ETA roughly right now? 10 o'clock?
4 minutes.
Okay.
10 o'clock.
All right, so coming up in just a few minutes here. So this is the latest storm track. We're going to stay with this. And so if you're just at the torpedo area, obviously it's coming in on you first, and then it's coming right in on the city at this moment. And so as that continues to track into town, Allen is there and Vaughn is there. So we're going to track it right into the city, unfortunately. Again, this is right where it's located, just to the southwest sides of town. And debris signature continues to show that it's on the ground, and it continues to be violent and just a wedge right in here. I don't know if it could occlude on itself, but it'd sure be nice if it could. The storm's coming in from the west because I think it's merging a little bit right now. Do we have it merging? Yeah, so it's merging into the line. So this is going to be real interesting what happens, because this is the line of thunderstorms coming in on it. So this sometimes enhances it, sometimes it'll help kill it before it gets, we don't know for sure, but we do know that it's about as dangerous a situation as you can have for Bartlesville to Dewey. So the only thing we can hope is that this overtakes it, cuts off the circulation, and knocks it down some, because when it's this strong, it's hard to stop it. So this is what we're looking at, just south and west sides of Bartlesville. Line of thunderstorms, they're all severe along this entire line. So Ron's got severe weather down at Hominy to Highway 20 and Skytook. And let's go in and take a close look again, coming in right now on the city and just southwest side. So the circulation is right southwest of Torpedo and just south of Bartlesville, southwest, coming in on town at this particular moment. So if you are right in this area, this is what we have as a particularly dangerous situation. Emergency tornado warning is now in effect for this area. And so there is we're getting reports of Barnsdall pretty much has all roads blocked at this moment. Multiple houses are gone in Barnsdall, gas leaks coming in from out of Barnsdall. So this is what's going to happen, unfortunately, as we continue to the northeast, and damage appears to be about a half-mile wide, possibly, or more out of this. So that's going to come in on the south side of Bartlesville, and that's what we're seeing right now from around the Torpedo area. Let's go back to Shear for a moment, and then we'll talk to Vaughn again, try to get another update so he can get us closer in. So this is what's coming in on the city, 100+ mile-per-hour winds at least. And so you're going to lose power, and so you're going to be lost with that. Trees will go down, and you have power lines down. And so this is going to be covering an area that's on the south, and pretty much, let's move this just a little bit further to the south and west. There you go. Yeah, nope, the other way. Thank you. And so what you're seeing is the city of Bartlesville right in here that's merging in on the south side of town now, not too far from the golf course at this moment. Let's zoom in a little bit closer on it again around Barnsdall, and then we'll get a storm track from you. Bartlesville, excuse me. So this is coming in. It's right on the county line on the southwest side of town. So you've got heavy rain, probably some hail, and then the wind is now really strong, where you're going to get strong winds that are going to be causing extreme wind damage, and then a tornado coming in right in the core of Bartlesville. That's what it looks like right at this minute. This might veer just a little bit as this line of storms is coming in on the city, but we're right on the south and southwest side of town with the latest data and the debris. And Stacia, real quick update on storm track, if you could, that'd be great for us.
All right, Trav, so Torpedo now, Bartlesville next few minutes, Dewey, 10:03, 10:20, Trav.
Okay, thanks. Here's the tornado again. As we continue to track, you're going to have to be to the north of Bartlesville. You have to watch out as much as everybody in Bartlesville. Go to your safe place right now. Vaughn, I know you're on the road at this moment there, and just give us an update on what you have, will you? Do you see it? Vaughn, you there? And you, go ahead.
Yes. So I'm coming in the south side of Barnsdall right now. I'm looking off to my northwest.
And, okay, I lost you. Let's go back to radar. Let's keep him in the bottom corner if you can. If he comes back, throw him on the air. But anyways, he's coming in on the southwest side of town here. And so violent, strong winds of over 100 miles an hour coming in with this at this particular moment. So you can see him on the south side. So right where I'm basically standing right here, that's Vaughn's video coming in on town on Bartlesville. So we want you all to be covering because we're at this moment until I have an exact location. This is a little bit further away from the radar, so there's a little bit more air in what you can have, but it's coming in on the southwest side. Is Vaughn not able to, is his, okay, Vaughn, are you there? Vaughn?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, you cut out, go ahead, give me an update right now, Bartlesville.
Okay, I'm looking back to my back. There's no rotation behind us, right?
Yep, it's just to your west.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing any power flashes right now, Travis. But it's coming into a very populated area.
Yeah.
I've been around this town enough to know it's going to be pretty close to the high school also, and the college that's there too. So
also west.
I'm going to get on top of the hill right here on the south side of Bartlesville and see if I can't see something.
Okay.
Get back to you.
All right, let's get back to radar real quick. And coverage is now with our radio stations as well. We do have welcome our radio stations. Back into our coverage right now. We have a tornado warning in Bartlesville, north of Tulsa. This is a severe thunderstorm with damaging wind. And Stacia, I'll have you do another storm track in just a second, but this is coming in right now on the southwest side of Bartlesville. Only good news is what Vaughn just said. If there was any miracle of having this storm kind of collapsing in on itself as that line of thunderstorms comes in, that would be a big deal. But this is a circulation feature in here. Let's go back to our shear, if we could, and look at that, and I'll get you the storm track. So this is the update of what's, unfortunately, we still have the debris signature, and it's the S curve, which is, again, coming right in on the city. So you're going to have the worst of it right into Bartlesville, south and west sides of town. Vaughn, any quick update? Anything?
No, have not seen any power flashes. Of course, in the lights here in the city, it's a little harder to see. Yeah. So I haven't seen any, Travis. I'm looking to my northwest. It should be only about, at the most, 4 miles from me to the northwest. Maybe a little bit closer than that, but so far I hadn't seen any, Travis, so I want to keep watching.
Yeah, because it's literally should be on the south side, southwest sides of town. You're real close to where you are on 75. So, yeah, if you can look off, just keep your eyeball to your left, that'd be great. Let's go back to radar and get an update. Again, there's still debris signature. Some of that can be lofted for a while, so that can be up there for a minute. But let's go to Stacia with a quick update. Stacia?
Yeah, Trav, so in Bartlesville, we want you in that safe spot now for Dewey coming up here soon by 10:03, Juan by 10:17, and continuing on from there to Noxie by 10:24. Tornado warning will continue until 10:15 for Washington County. And so again, this storm now in Bartlesville. Take your tornado precautions if you haven't done so already. We hope you're there. We hope you're there now and very quickly get there. For Dewey, you're still looking at about 10:03, and then again for Juan by 10:17. Trav?
All right, thanks. I appreciate it. So again, it's coming in on Bartlesville. If they have any luck at all, boy, I tell you, it'd sure be nice. Okay, Vaughn, another quick update from you. What do you have in Bartlesville?
Yeah, sirens going off, of course. Yep. I thought I saw a lowering that way, so I'm trying to get to a bigger hill here and just kind of sit and watch. This is going to pass to the west of Highway 75, correct?
Yeah, it's just barely to the west.
Dewey, right?
Yeah. And so the core of it is, and so we're trying, it's kind of spread out a little bit, but it's just right in your vicinity. But again, I'm going to be extremely happy. This would be amazing if nothing really happens. Comparatively speaking, because we do have a video of Barnsdall. We're not going to show it now, guys, but we will in just a little bit. We first want to find out a little bit more about what's going on in terms of right around immediate Bartlesville area. And so that's moving across Bartlesville at this moment. And you can see where Vaughn is in relationship to that. Vaughn is just kind of to your northwest at this moment. And if we don't, I'm not getting any reports. Megan, are you getting any reports of anything in Bartlesville right this second? Power flashes where? Just in Bartlesville?
Yes.
Straight away? Yeah. Okay, Vaughn, that was power flashes in. I mean, we have to have some because this is a strong line right in here. Let's go back to velocity data, Stacia, and get us another look at what's happening right in here, if you would, please. So it's right over the center parts of Bartlesville to the north and to the west side. So that continues to be the circulation feature. Vaughn primarily is just to your north and west a couple of miles, and just on the north and west sides of Bartlesville. South side should be strong as well. And Stacia, another quick update from you, and then we'll go back to Vaughn.
Yeah, so Dewey, you're up next here in the next 2 minutes. We want you in your safe spot for Dewey at 10:03. Juan would be by 10:16, Noxie by 10:23, and if it continues up to Deering by 10:30. But definitely around Dewey and Juan, getting those safe spots now. Trav?
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. The tornado warning will continue over Bartlesville. We don't see any changes happening for the immediate time because that is near and on the Bartlesville Municipal Airport coming up over the city. So that's where we do have some power flash reports. Yep. Vaughn, go ahead. Go.
Yeah, we got power flashes right here in Bartlesville. I'm on the south side. Okay. Oh, actually, I'm not.
No.
Yeah, I can't tell exactly where I am.
You are center.
Anyway,
yeah, you're near 60.
Yeah. So.
Your video froze right now, so we don't have a video at this moment other than just a frozen shot. But you can stay online here for a minute. And yeah, thanks, guys. So it's over Bartlesville right now, continuing to move to the northeast. If you're near Dewey, it's coming up on you at this particular moment. Vaughn is located just right along it. Vaughn, you'll be coming in on it. So again, right at Bartlesville and on the north and west sides, continuing to track to the northeast. And velocity, let's go back to INX for a minute. So there it is. And shear, let's keep... see what we can find in here. So it's just the strongest pretty much from where you are. Okay, your video is back. I know it's hard to see, but we do have winds estimated again to be up near 100 miles an hour based on radar data. And so that is expected because of what we're dealing with right now. Biggest impact is on the north and west sides of town, the way it appears. Vaughn, do you have wind estimates of how strong the winds are on your side?
Oh, yeah. At least 80 miles an hour, Travis. At least 80 miles an hour here where I am.
Okay. All right. So
stronger than that, I bet.
All right. So again, if you are in Bartlesville to the north station, we got to get another storm track. But at Bartlesville, you had to be in cover. It's headed to Dewey. We know that just in a matter of a minute or two. What do you have?
It should be in Dewey now, Trav, or just getting there. 10:20 for Noxie, but for Juan, 10:15. Again, down the line, South Coffeyville, maybe 10:30 here. West Coffeyville, in the Coffeyville vicinity is what we'll call it, by 10:30, Trav.
All right. Thanks. I appreciate that very much. So again, if you are on the north and east sides of really just the north side of Bartlesville, you're in the midst of it right now, right in Dewey. This is the edge of the tornado warning, so this is the circulation feature of what we've had, and so we do expect damage. And Aaron, what do you have?
Yeah, Allen's in the probably the RFD area a little bit further south. He's getting some very strong winds there coming on the backside of that circulation.
Okay, 50, 60, or 80? What does he have? If you can find out from him, because that'll kind of make a difference on what's going on. Vaughn, one more update from you. What do you have for us as you're looking through there? I see it's nothing but pouring rain and wind. Anything else to add?
No, but even if the tornado's not on the ground, if you have straight line winds, these are really strong, really strong.
Okay.
But I haven't seen any power flashes. I'm headed back north now. Really strong southwest wind still coming across northern Bartlesville.
Yep.
So I'll keep watching it.
All right, thanks. So again, core is just on the north side over Dewey at this moment. So this whole big thing is just circulating and rotating in here. And so that's now on the Bartlesville to the north side to Dewey. And let's look at velocity data if we could one more time. We'll get some more storm track information. But the circulation right in here at Dewey, moving to the northeast. So if you're in this area, we need you to, again, move to a shelter. Let's get closer in on city streets and just on the north side. There you go. And then, Stacia, we're going to have you do a quick storm track. I want to point out, though, a few things. Main circulation should be near Dewey and just on 75 now. So if you're around 1300 Road, 1400 Road, intercepts with 3980 Road. And then also Durham Road, you're right in the midst of it right now. You need to be in your safe place now because it's hitting you now, and you probably obviously know that. So we have to go a little bit further north. 4 Mile Road's coming up to you, on you momentarily. So if you're around 4 Mile Road, be advised. And of course, right along Highway 75, that is the core of the circulation feature with that. Stacia, what do you have?
Trav, okay, Copan's up next, Washashi State Park, and that will be by 10:15. 10:22, Noxie about 10:30. I did slow it down a bit because it got absorbed by the line, but it's still northeast at about 40. That takes it to Lenapaw by 10:30, and maybe Tyro by 10:30 as well. Pay attention to this.
All right, and that's the first part of the storm. We have the additional line of thunderstorms continuing to push across Washington County and also into northwestern Tulsa County. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that I'm going to mention at this moment for Rogers County, southeastern Osage, Creek County, southern Washington, southwestern Nowata, northwestern Wagoner, southeastern Pawnee, and Tulsa County. That goes till 10:45. Severe thunderstorm with winds of 50 to 70 miles per hour along the leading edge of that line of thunderstorms will be causing problems here for us as we go through the next hour. So if you are in those areas, counties I just mentioned, that is a severe thunderstorm, and we could have 70-mile-an-hour winds and a penny-sized hail is the latest warning on that particular cell, or on the particular line of storms. But right now, focus is still on the north and east sides of Bartlesville. Since it's hit Bartlesville, let's go back to areas right around where Vaughn is located on the north side. And then, Stacia, I got to get a storm track. Vaughn, update from you. What do you have?
Yeah, I'm headed east on Highway 60 now. So much lightning, you can't really tell if there's power flashes or not. I'm starting to get some quarter-size hail here on the east side of Bartlesville. Still, winds are at least 50 to 60 here on the south side of Bartlesville, Travis.
All right. So we got, what do you have?
Hey, you need to go to Allen and talk to Allen. Yep.
Allen, update from you. You're on the south side. What do you have for us?
Yes, sir. We're facing, facing south now. We got a metal building that's blown from somewhere just off this highway. It caught a hold of this power line here. We got hit with a few boards. We're driving across the road. You see my screen now. You can tell we got a metal building entangled in these power lines here.
Wow. Yeah. And where are you guys exactly right now?
We are about 100 yards, I guess, south of Highway 6 on 75.
Okay. All right. So that's where Vaughn just went through. So again, some serious damage that was floating in the air. Some of that stuff could have been floating for miles. As big a tornado as what we've just gone through with the amount of debris. Thanks, Alan. Appreciate it. Back to radar, and then we're going to get a storm track coming up. Well, Stacia just has a new storm track for us. Just going to read it off right now while she keeps looking. So Copan, 10:15. We're at 10:07, 10:08. 10:08 right now, and then that'll be going on up toward Tyro and Kansas, and just a little bit. So this is where the main core of this is located, where the circulation is the worst. We've had tornado stuff, and I tell you what, the debris signature continues to show up. So we still think there's a tornado potentially on the ground just north of Vaughn. Hey, Vaughn, is there? I mean, we still have debris, but I mean sometimes that lags, especially if you're lofting a bunch of debris high up into the sky for a while. But can you tell anything just to your north and to your northwest what's going on?
I'm gonna sit here and look for a second, Travis.
Okay.
There's no traffic on the road. I can sit here and watch for a little bit and see if I see any kind of power flashes or anything.
Okay.
So, yeah. As soon as I do, I'll get back with you.
All right. Sounds good. Let's go back to radar, and we'll get an update from Stacia again in just a minute. So here's a look at what's going on. So that's Vaughn's video. Let's go back to radar for a second. So this circulation, so we still have a tornado, we believe, in Dewey. That's still moving north. I don't think we've extended. Have we extended the tornado warning yet? I don't know if that was extended. Okay, it's just in there. Larger.
Washington County, the northern parts of Washington.
Okay, so that's been added. Okay, I see right in here. So we do believe we still have the tornado going on. It's gone through Bartlesville, now through Dewey, and then it's moving northeast. Stacia, you want to give us another quick update on storm track, please?
Yeah, so Copan, 10:15, Juan, 10:20, Owen by 10:24, Caney, pay attention, this would be 10:25, getting close to town, Tyro 10:30, along with Deering and Coffeyville, Trav at 10:35.
All right, and getting multiple reports out of Barnsdall, and we can, if you guys want to, do a double box or a put the box where the storm trackers were and put the video of the Barnsdall tornado in there, but we need to stay on the air here with the actual tornado on the ground, still around north and east of Dewey. So this is the location. You're just south of Copan, around the Dewey area. So that line, unfortunately, hasn't merged as much as what I hoped it would. It is continuing to enhance the severity of the storm, so that hasn't cut it off at all. This is behind me is the damage from what has happened in Barnsdall, and so that's what we're looking at there. And so we do want you to be advised that this is what's happening, because this same tornado still moving northeast, still a very strong tornado, and potentially still near, I wouldn't say near violent levels, but it's getting a little farther away from the radar, so it's a little hard to see because we're not near the surface as much as we were before. But the circulation feature continues. Let's zoom in a little bit more on city street data if we could. And with that debris signature, that's still indicating to us that we have additional strong damaging winds. So now if you're around 3-mile or 4-mile roads, you're right in the middle of it at this point. You need to be in a safe spot. Also, anywhere from Highway 75, either side of Highway 75 by several miles, especially east of Highway 75 because it's moving more easterly or northeasterly, so that's going to take it to the county line with Nowata here in just a little bit. But East 100 Road, 4-mile road, East 1200 Road. You're right now in the middle of coming up on the major part or the center of it all. And again, you're seeing damage out of the Barnsdall area where we have had multiple homes leveled and a tremendous amount of damage being reported in these areas. Obviously, first responders are there now, and we're going to see that in Bartlesville here in a few minutes. It's been in Dewey and now moving north and east. So if you are in areas just on the near Copan and north and east to the county line with Nowata, you're right in track and in line with a tornado. And so, Stacia, if you would give us one more update on the leading edge of this, because we still believe it's on the ground causing damage.
Yes, and Aaron just told me that Sequoia's daughter in Bartlesville had a roof taken off. Okay. So, all right, Copan by 10:15, Juan by 10:19, Noxie by 10:28, Deering by 10:35, Coffeyville at 10:36. So we're tracking it from just south of Copan now up to the northeast at about 45. That will track it over towards Juan, getting into the northwestern parts of Nowata County. Trav.
All right, thanks. Again, we're going to get a lot of damage reports coming in out of Bartlesville and out of Dewey. So this is moving northeast, and so it hasn't quit on us. Unfortunately, I was hoping there for a minute without seeing any big power spikes and flashes that we would be okay, but that's not. So we're still looking at a tornado just to the east, northeast of Dewey, just southeast of Copan. Strongest winds are associated with that as they came through Bartlesville, and you see the damage and some of the debris associated with that, and you see the debris signature showed up, and as it went back from Bartlesville to the north to Dewey, we did have that debris, and so that's what you're seeing with that gray thing right there, the gray circle. So that is continuing to move north. Now, we do have if you could, give me reflectivity values for a moment. So we do have that part of that storm coming up and overtaking the major part of the circulation in here. So it enhanced it a little bit, and it kind of looked like maybe as it was coming into Bartlesville, maybe it was starting to see it as just holding steady state, and then it kind of got enhanced again as it went back up over Dewey as the line came into it. Maybe it can die off a little bit right now, but the main circulation is going to get pushed farther to the east. Let's go back for velocities one more time here, and then we'll look at Tulsa and see what's going on. So the circulation feature now is a little bit more ragged and more up to the north and east of Dewey, moving on up toward the Juan area. So if you're in these areas, you're still going to get strong damaging wind, and so we do want you to be careful. Tornado warning till 10:45. We're sitting at 10:13, 10:14 right now, basically. All right, let's take a broad view of the area because Tulsa's getting hit with this line of thunderstorms as well, and there's additional storms coming in from the west that I want to point out, and we have these storms off to the east. So we do have Bob and we have John. And we have to maintain what's going on just to the west of Tulsa because there's additional storms that'll be moving in on our area. And Aaron, I know we have a Dell coming up. Who do we have on the southwest sides of town that can be watching on that as well? If you can find somebody, because with the storms coming in out of Cushing, there's some area here, especially if it's past the outflow. These are all severe storms, but if there's any circulation feature, because these are expected to slide south and east, and so we still have to watch out for additional tornadoes in several areas that include right around areas that are just to the south and east of Tulsa, because we're in the midst of a very severe weather event, as is obviously the case. Tornado continues to move to the northeast. Allen and Vaughn are both near that. Allen's more in line with probably seeing a little bit of what's going on there. See, Marty's out at Stillwater. Do you have another update or nothing, Megan?
Tornado watches have been issued now for Tulsa East into Arkansas.
Tornado watches are extended
until 5 a.m.
Until 5 a.m. Okay, thank you. So new tornado watch is in effect. effect for areas which we anticipated most likely was going to happen just because the atmosphere, it hasn't changed. And so the leading edge of the strong winds continue to be around Nowata and just south and west into northwestern portions of Rogers County, or I should say, yeah, into Rogers County, and then extending back into Tulsa. But the only tornado warning at this minute, even though I hate to say only, it's been an awful one, is the one that's in northern Washington County at this time. And you see where Ron is located back to the south and west, but we're watching this moving northeast, and we do think, yeah, you got some?
If you could go to Alan's shot, he has some pretty bad damage to a hotel there in Bartlesville.
Okay, let's go to Alan. He's downtown, east side of downtown. Alan, can you give us an update on what you have and what's going on there? What do you have?
Yes, sir. We're a couple miles north of Frank Phillips Boulevard. It's right off 75. We got the Hampton Inn. It looks like it took a direct hit to by that tornado. We got metal all over the place from multiple different buildings with damage. We got power lines down right in front of us. The roads are virtually impassable heading northbound. Back to you.
All right. Unfortunately.
And also, Brandon's not available because he's assisting in Barnsdall, but if you take his shot, you can see what it looks like in Barnsdall. All
right, let's take a look in Barnsdall. There's Brandon. You can see him. He's looking at some folks there. You see power lines down. So, again, this is a very, very sad and incredibly bad tornado situation going on. Megan, did you have something else to add? No, okay. But this is Barnsdall, and then we're just looking at the picture from Alan, which he was in Bartlesville, and so this started just right around, just southwest of Skiatook Lake, just around Keystone Lake, really, and then that continued to build into a violent tornado, we do believe, and so we're getting a lot of reports of damage. Let's go back to radar and get another update on what's going on. Tornado warning here, but we're going to have you notice how this has shifted because the storm's moving east, and that kind of overtook the circulation feature. It didn't overtake it fast enough. It needed to be about 2 hours sooner for that to happen. Circulation feature now is east of Copan, and velocity data shows that that's all pushed all the way now to near Lenapaw. So this is the main circulation. It's come down a little bit just because that line has kind of killed it a little bit. Not to say that we still don't have damaging winds in this, and we do believe that we do along the line. So that's some of the outflow from that thunderstorm, and it's still a severe thunderstorm, so we still have severe thunderstorm warnings in Nowata County. And then also, Kevin is up in Coffeyville. Is Kevin where he can talk for a second, seeing that storm coming in? Kevin, what do you have for us in Coffeyville? What's coming in on you guys?
Yeah, so right now, Travis, just tremendous rain. There's a lot of lightning and a lot of water on the road, making it kind of difficult to drive. But we're going to keep an eye on this as it comes through and see what we can see for you. Okay,
thanks. I appreciate that very much. And so let's go back, take a look at it. So here's that line of rain. Again, the tornado area, it continues to kind of dissipate a little bit. The tornado warning still has the circulation has pretty much kind of moved out of that zone as it continues to move to the north and to the east. So it's just around the Juan area and then extending back now over the county line. It's right on the county line, basically. So we might see that tornado warning change out here in a little bit, but that's continuing to track toward Elliott, South Coffeyville. In fact, Stacia, I'll probably have you kind of see what's going to happen, because even though the circulation isn't as strong as it was, unfortunately it's died down, and as we said, it didn't die down fast enough. There is still a chance that this could, it looks like it's moving a little easterly as well. Where is that headed?
Travis, it headed through pretty much Nowata County, and so we'll take that leading edge and we're going to extend it out to the east at about 50 miles per hour. So from Elliott to Lenapaw, Delaware, Nowata, Watova, this is all coming in the next couple of minutes. Very strong winds here, heavy rainfall, and that will even then continue to Centralia and Estella, getting into Craig County. So for Childers at 10:27, Sanders by 10:32, Centralia, Trav by 10:39.
Okay, and they dropped the tornado warning for Washington County as kind of anticipated, just because the storm has kind of been washed out because of that line of storms. Our focus will continue to be along that line, and Vaughn is along the leading edge of that. We'll have to keep Kevin along the leading edge of that as well, and Vaughn, and then back down. Vaughn, if you would, give us an update, because that line is now moving into Nowata. What's your update, and what do you have for us?
Yeah, really strong winds. Really strong winds, a lot of lightning. There's some hail with it now. Maybe the biggest is Nichols, but still a lot of wind with this. thankfully, maybe that tornado threat has died down just a little bit, but all of this still bears watching.
Yeah, and we've got another cell forming out to the east of this, and it's got the same characteristics. We're going to take a look at radar right now, and Stacia's going to help us out. So, Vaughn, that's well south of you, but you're probably going to have to get over toward Veneta. We have a couple cells, Wagner storm. We don't like seeing this. And, hey, is Bob going to be able to get over there?
I'm sending Bob east.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you, sir. What we're looking at right now is there's a these storms are picking up in intensity a little bit. These are the similar type of storms to what the storm was that went through Barnsdall and also into Bartlesville. Now, I say that in terms of this is like the initiation stage of some of these cells. So that's why in these areas from Muskogee to Wagner, and if you're north and east into Mayes County and maybe into Craig County or Delaware County, these are the types of storms that are developing and could develop very rapidly because it's right ahead of this additional line of thunderstorms. This is kind of like playing it out again. The only thing that might help us here in Tulsa is there's this outflow boundary right in here, and the storms are behind it. So it's almost like the cold air is rushed in advance of it. And so that kind of helps kill the storm for a while until that line catches up with it. So that could help us in Tulsa from getting something super bad because right now John is in Tulsa. And let's look closer where John is at this moment. And then we'll look at some more Barnsdall damage. Hey, John, you're just on the, looks like, well, just around the airport, south of the airport. As that line's coming in, what do you have going on for us?
I can see the line off to my west, Travis, coming toward me. At this point, not seeing as much lightning as I was 5 to 10 minutes ago, and I'm still out of the rain, still no hail, but it is coming in across the city of Tulsa. Should be across the city in the next 5, 10, 15 minutes. Back to you.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that because there should be some low-hanging clouds probably with that as that outflow boundary comes through. I don't know if it's a shelf-looking cloud or not. We'll have to figure that out. But it is going to be kind of an outflow boundary that could lead to potential some wind gusts of 40, 50 miles an hour. We do have severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for this area. So we do want you, if you're in Tulsa County, to be advised for that. We also are looking at the potential for additional damage across the, in a few areas that are still maybe near Tulsa if we end up with a strong wind gust or a power outage. Okay, this is a live look from downtown right now, and we're looking to the west, southwest. So this is kind of part of that lowered cloud deck that's coming across the city. So we could have some 30, 40 mile an hour winds. I didn't see anything any stronger right now, but if you're east of Tulsa, we have to watch for those storms. And then also if you are just south of Tulsa, there's additional storms coming in. So this is where we are located. John's now watching it. He's on 244, and cells are just west of town, but this is the outflow coming right across downtown and the east side of the interspersal loop that extends back on up just west of the airport and then down to the south. So you see that the little thicker green color. That's that outflow boundary with the storms behind it. Okay, let's come back out and widen up just a little bit. Do we know if, as we're looking at this line, we don't have much time, but in Barnsdall, do we have Brandon where you can talk for a second? What does he have for us? Is he still helping folks?
Brandon is helping people.
He's
His
still,
shot is up. But
yeah.
He said there's significant damage in Barnsdall, and he's having to stop and assist search and rescue a little bit.
Okay. Oh, okay. So again, search and rescue going on in Barnsdall at this point. Megan, do you have something?
60 mile an hour winds in Nowata.
60 mile an hour winds with that leading edge, okay? And then Vaughn's right along that leading edge or just right behind that leading edge coming in. So we still have to watch what's happening here. Let's look back south and west just a little bit. And you see the thunderstorms now that are showing up. And so that goes down to Oklahoma City. So this is lined up. So this is flooding rainfall potentially that could come our way and could move into our area as we go through the next couple of hours. So even though Tulsa's good, kind of in a situation where we might be okay, there's additional heavy rain and flooding, so people that are out will have to watch out for that. We'll go to Alan also. Is Alan where he can mention anything else about Bartlesville or not? Alan, if you would, give me another update out of Bartlesville, if you could. What do you have?
Yes, sir. We've migrated north, heading just past Dewey now, heading towards Copan. We're going to go a little further east and check. Man, we had big debris across the highway, chunks of large chunks of lumber, lots of portions of a metal building that came up and hit part of the truck. It seems to have calmed down now where we're at, we're going to reposition a little bit and see what else we can do for you.
Okay, so that's up in the Barnsdall area. Okay, thanks. And you can go back into Barnsdall too and kind of check that out for a little bit, because I know Ron and Brandon are both in the Barnsdall area. And I just saw, did I see Brandon moving? Is Brandon moving right now?
Through town.
Through town. Brandon, can you give us?
He's not on the phone.
He's not on the phone at this second? Okay. Where's Ron's in there too, right?
This is Brandon.
Ron's on 37.
Oh, Ron can talk to you.
Okay, Ron, update. Barnsdall, what do you have?
Yes, Travis, there's a lot of damage, pretty significant damage here, Travis. I'm sitting kind of right in the middle of town. I would say I see at least probably 6 or 7 ambulances that have just driven by. There's all kinds of highway patrol emergency management vehicles here, Travis, and they're going from house to house to do search and rescue at this time, Travis.
I know, and I hate to ask, but how are the houses? Are they in terrible shape again?
I don't think I'm to the worst part. I had to drive through a little bit of the side of the ditch to try to get into town. But there's a lot of big trees down. But I am not to the worst part, I don't believe, Travis.
Okay. All right. So a lot of reports coming out. A lot of our storm trackers have been in this and around this area. And so getting a lot of information. Ron, any more information you get is great. Stacia, obviously that line of thunderstorms coming through Tulsa. Can you also give us an update? Well, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, I guess, also on that storm that's just happening over in Wagner County and Cherokee County. Not good.
That's right. The one you just talked about for eastern Wagner County, now western Cherokee County, tracking up to the northeast. It's by itself. We're going to have to watch this one really closely for any rotation, as it could get stronger as it tracks up into the southeastern parts of Mays County here. So it's right around Wagner, just on the northeast side of town, and then that will take it up from Fort Gibson Lake to Locust Grove and Choteau. Just a quick analysis of this storm here. Hail, we definitely have the potential of up to quarter-size hail with this right over Fort Gibson Lake, northeast to Wagner. And then the shear on this storm, I don't see a lot of it yet. But again, this storm is just pretty much starting out, so we could see this intensify here over the next hour or so. And then if we just look at velocities, again, I don't see anything too concerning yet for velocities. But it is definitely a storm that we are going to keep a close watch on as it tracks up to the northeast pretty fast at about 50 to 55. So that will take it up towards Salina and Rose. And then back to the west, we still have our line of severe storms. And up in Nowata County, we're still watching this severe thunderstorm north of Nowata for any little rotation, as it's not impossible to still have this storm start to spin enough to see if it can produce a tornado. That severe thunderstorm warning does include a tornado tag. Again, it's not a tornado warning, but it is a storm that is still capable, Trav, of producing a tornado there up to the north of Nowata, tracking northeast at about 50 miles per hour.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. Coffeyville and Montgomery County getting hit with some heavy rain, thunderstorms. Kevin's in Coffeyville right now. You see Vaughn's along the leading edge around Nowata, and then Brandon and Ron have kind of gotten held up there with search and rescue, and thanks to the guys for even doing that there with some of the other folks. Alan is checking damage as well around Bartlesville. You see John is going to intercept these cells, and Bob's going to intercept the cell off to the east. Marty is just out near the Stillwater area. Heavy rain and thunderstorms. Dell's on the south side near Stroud. He's going to keep an eye. You have Dell covering the Lincoln County and Creek County areas, and that's awesome. And so we'll keep that going. Sequoia's also getting ready to be covering what's going on there. Let's go up, if we could, to Kevin, first of all, in Coffeyville, and get an update from what's going on around Coffeyville and that storm as it continues to move to the north and to the east. Kevin, what do you have?
Yeah, Travis, so right now, still just a lot of lightning here. There's also really strong winds blowing across the roadway. The rain has settled down a little bit, but I'm on the front edge of this, so I'm going to try and get back out ahead of it so I can turn around and get some video for you, Travis.
Okay, yeah, because that line is coming through you right now, and if you can keep, I don't know if, Aaron, do you have him continuing east along that line? So, yeah, if you can just punch that a little bit and see, that's gone through the Coffeyville area, and we will have that. I'd have your video. Do we have his video on 31? Yeah. So he's moving up into that area. There he is. So this is just a big old thunderstorm rolling across the area. So again, for you guys up north, that is a severe thunderstorm in Montgomery County. Not a tornado warning right now. I guess we'll say that's the best news we have, which isn't great news tonight, but we knew that it was going to be a tough day or tough evening across central and eastern Oklahoma. And it appears several of the worst of the tornadoes, and the one is here in eastern Oklahoma. All right, so this is the strongest winds are right now from where Kevin is located, just to the east of Coffeyville. Coffeyville, South Coffeyville, and extending back down through the center part of Nowata County. And so that's where you'll get some 60-mile-an-hour winds. That was the report as well. And as we look at what's going on a little bit further to the south along this leading edge, we're going to be taking a look at how far south that line continues. It's kind of a strong line now just east of Nowata. Vaughn's just east of that. Hey, Vaughn, while we're with you, can you give us an update from around Cooties Bluff, I guess, east of Nowata? What do you have there?
Yeah, coming through Nowata, there was a big tree down across Highway 60, and then there was a lot of stuff blowing around. So there was some damage in Nowata, probably from the straight line winds, I'm sure. But I'm just now trying to catch up to that leading edge, and we'll see if we can get past it.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Appreciate it. So, again, severe thunderstorm warning there. Let's go back to radar and get an update, too, from back into areas around Barnsdall. So this is going across the Oologah Lake right now with strong winds. Already has passed across there. And then we're over in Barnsdall. Ron and Brandon are still going strong in there, trying to help out, apparently. Hey, Ron, I see you're moving through right now. What do you have for us? What can you tell us as you're driving across that area?
Yeah, Travis, there's some pretty significant damage, Travis, in these houses. I'm not going to say what kind of damage, but it's pretty significant damage. There's some homes that are off the foundation. There's lots and lots of big trees down, Travis. I was going into an area, but I had to get turned around because of the gas smell in the air. So I'm going to try to get back to an area where I can see what's going on, Travis. Back to you.
Okay, yeah. So many emergency vehicles going on through there. All right, that's Barnsdall. That's in Osage County, north and northwest of Tulsa. Search and rescue continues apparently in that area. The whole city, I mean, is the whole town, Ron, one more quick question. I mean, is the whole town pretty much covered with search and rescue folks and first responders?
Yes, Travis. There's highway patrol here. There's, it looks like several counties are in here, emergency management. I would at least count at least 10 ambulances. They're setting up a triage area kind of on the south side of Main Street. They're taking the people who is able to walk. They're able to get to the high school, but actually they're trying to. And Brandon told me that. I did see Brandon, but the people, they're setting a triage area up at a local gas station. So it's just to the. Looks like the east side of town is taking the brunt of the damage, Travis. It's the east side of town, east side of Barnsdall is taking the brunt of the damage.
Okay. Thank you for that report. I appreciate it. So hopes and prayers go to a lot of folks. And obviously, we have injuries associated with that. And when you have a tornado of that magnitude, you're going to have some folks getting hurt. It's just too much debris and too much energy and the physics of it all. So that is a sad thing that we're dealing with. The news department will be handling a lot of the recovery and a lot of the news of anything else that's coming out of there. But that gives us an update on what's happening there. Let's go back to radar and a quick update on what's happening as far as the storms are and the leading edge of that. And at this point, this is a area in station. I tell you what, I'll just have you go back to what you were doing there and explain, if you would, because I saw you had that set up. But if you want to, just go ahead and explain what we just went through with that storm track and the shear path.
Shear track?
Shear track, if you would.
Okay, yeah, I can go right back to that. So the shear track, when we were tracking the shear of the tornado as it moved through Barnsdall, we can go back and kind of see where the strongest shear was. And when it started, Trav, when you were talking about it, when it was southeast of Hominy, if you see where the red is tracked from southeast of Hominy, west of Skiatook Lake, all the way up to Barnsdall and across Osage County, there are some parts where you get into the yellows. That's a little bit stronger shear, but you know, Barnsdall taking pretty much a direct hit, especially on the east side of town. Started by Hominy, came up through Barnsdall to Gilland, just to the south of Woler Rock, and then when it merged into the line, just as it moved into Bartlesville, obviously the shear got a little weaker. We still have damage around Bartlesville, of course, but that was kind of a blessing because it could have maintained its intensity as it moved into Bartlesville, but as it got absorbed into the line, it did weaken some. Not enough, but it did weaken some. And we continue to track the leading edge of these storms, pushing out now of Nowata County and getting into western Craig County. Now, these storms produced a 59-mile-per-hour gust in Talala, and just within the last about 10 minutes in Nowata, wind gusts came up to 50 at the Mesonet site. So that will track into parts of Craig County, Centralia to Welch, down to Veneta. And so Veneta is going to be in the next about 20 minutes or so. It's moving east at about 50. It does track towards Chelsea. That will be at 10:38. Estella by 10:42. Sunsweet Trav by 10:43.
Okay, and so what we're looking at, one other thing we want to do, and I think we do have some news operations folks that are also in the Barnsdall area, so we might get a chance to talk to Craig and Lori in a minute, but I do want to talk about this thunderstorm here for a minute. There's a couple of them that we're watching. So these are lining up. So Sequoia is going to intercept some of this as well. And then Bob's intercepting the one over by Choteau. And then John, we'll see what happens with him. But let's look at these storms a little bit closer, and we'll go down this line first and make sure we're not missing anything. This is a severe warned storm right now. So this is around the Pegs area. So there is some hail associated with this. And this is considered a severe thunderstorm. So some winds to 60 miles an hour possible. This just went over Fort Gibson Lake. Shear on this storm is just kind of hanging in there. It doesn't seem to be too impressive just on the south and west sides. Velocity data, if we can look at that, the circulation, very limited on what we're seeing out of this. So that's just back a little bit more toward the Wagner side. So this is not too far. Porter is just, we can zoom in a little bit from where Porter is. And then you see here's Wagner and then the storm. So this is the location in which we're watching another thunderstorm that's moving up across this area. Velocity data hasn't really been giving us too much information yet, but it is the beginning of what we're concerned with is additional severe thunderstorms that could ramp up pretty quick here over the next hour. So if you're in the areas to the east of Tulsa, it's not over at this time. So these are the severe thunderstorms. I'll name them off real quick. So we're in Coffeyville and Montgomery County, and then extending through Nowata County, then back on over into Craig County and western Ottawa County for that line of storms Stacia was mentioning. Rogers, Mays, now into Delaware County, and then into southern portions of Rogers and Mays with another one. And then also still here in Tulsa County as that line of thunderstorms comes on through. So we do have to be aware of what's going on. Coffeyville area's had that line of storms move through. Kevin has been watching what's going on with that as that's moved across the area. And Kevin, one update from you. Did you get a check what it looked like as you turned around and looked?
Yeah, Travis, so I'm just coming in to head the now, so I'm going to get up here and get turned around and get you a video shot of it.
Okay.
Right now, still just a lot of lightning. I'm back ahead of the rain, and the winds are really strong, but I'll get you a reading on those here in just a second.
All right, sounds good. All right, so let's go one more big picture here, and then let's try to get over to Craig and Lori for a minute and show what's going on. But this is the flow. Again, gusting out a little bit, so there's strong damaging wind potential along that leading edge. That's why we've had a severe thunderstorm warning attached to this. A little further to the south along this leading edge continues to show rain and thunderstorms that are just anywhere. Vaughn is located near some of that. Now through the Centralia area, see a little notch near Centralia. These are the things we're going to have to watch for as this line starts to move further to the east. So that's a deal. That's just one of those places where 60-mile-an-hour winds or more. There should be a shelf cloud, low clouds that are kind of pushing out along this leading edge. So we have heavy rains, and then that outflow boundary is ahead of it. And again, that's good news for us. The heaviest rains and storms are in northern Tulsa County, and then that extends back into Osage County. The southern side of Tulsa County not doing too bad, but the storms that are off to the east, we continue to be concerned with. John's on the leading edge of the outflow, and more heavy rains out to the west with those thunderstorms and localized heavy downpours of rain will lead to some flash flooding because they're all kind of lined up in the same place. So if you're in Creek County, be advised for that. Eastern and southeastern Payne County, northern Lincoln County, and Dell's going to stay on that and kind of keep an eye on what's happening. Well, they just issued a flood warning. Oh, you turned it. Oh, okay. You were making me try to make me feel good or whatever. But anyway, that's what we want you to be careful of tonight because that could be moving to the east with time. But that's the latest look of what's going on. We're going to have to watch the storms to the east. We'll have a lot more coming up in just a few moments. Let's go over and get some information on what's going on from Craig and Lori.
All right, Travis, of course, we have crews now in several locations where you've been talking about those storms moving through. In Osage County, we were talking to Sheriff Eddie Verdon. He said they were trying to get into Barnsdall. 60 had so much debris, they had to go around on 123. And we do have a reporter live there now.
Right, there's a significant amount of damage there. News on 6's Chloe Abbott joins us live in Barnsdall. Chloe, what can you tell us at this point?
Craig and Lori, we arrived to a neighborhood near 3rd and Chestnut in Barnsdall, and the first thing we saw was a home with a roof that had covered their front door, and a family of 3 could not get out, and we just saw first responders carrying them to safety, and there is tons of piles of debris everywhere. So many homes have been destroyed, and if you look over here, there is a roof that has tons of debris on top of it. There are power lines that have fallen, in the middle of the road. And right now, first responders are going door to door to look for people and do safety checks in homes to make sure nobody is trapped and everybody is okay. There is a lot of water here, so we did see a couple people fall, and right now we don't know if there are any injuries. It is raining very hard, and we are seeing a lot of downed trees as well. This neighborhood was hit really hard, and there are people walking around. As I said, law enforcement and first responders are walking through this neighborhood, checking on neighbors. We saw people carrying their dogs out, and now people are looking to keep dry and find somewhere safe. There are going to be several people displaced, needing somewhere to stay. We're seeing a lot of debris piled up down trees as neighbors are helping neighbors here. So I'm going to send it back to you, Craig and Lori.
Chloe, thank you very much. If we can go back to that shot, I don't know if we can, but if we can, let's go ahead and go back to that shot if we can keep that up. But we wanted to point out that there's a triage area that's set up on the south side of Main Street right now. We don't know how many people have been injured, extent of injuries, but we do want to point out that there is a triage area set up on the south side of Main Street in Barnsdall.
And as we heard moments ago from our storm tracker, it looks like the worst amount of the damage right now is in the east side of town, and first responders are still, it's very early into this process, are going door to door trying to make sure that everyone gets out safe. We're going to go back to Travis now with a look at more on the radar and where those storms are now. Travis?
All right, awful bad news showing up, and unfortunately you could we saw this starting to really develop, and we still have one that is concerning. I was just talking to Stacia a moment ago, and so we have a couple areas of concern that we're looking at. I mean, there's several cells that are kind of lined up to the east, so these do have the chance of enhancing and becoming dangerous storms as well. Kevin's on a kind of a pivoting area. This was kind of the original part of this whole tornadic event, so this is still kind of hanging in there, and you'll be able to kind of see a little bit of a circulation feature with that when we're looping it, and so that's right around the Edna area. Is Kevin still facing our direction so we can see it? Yeah. Hey, Kevin, give us an update from there. What do you have for us on that severe warning storm?
Yeah, Travis, so we're getting really strong winds as this comes in. Right now they're about 30 miles an hour, but they are gusting on and off up to about 60 miles an hour, and we just lost power here in town as well, Travis.
All right, so again, a very, very powerful severe thunderstorm up into Montgomery County, Kansas. That's a storm, and Statia's that's still part of the system. And so let's get you moving and try to get back out, and let's go back to radar to show you where it is in respect to what's going on. So he's in Edna. Power just went out there. Bartlett, you're probably up next. Still powerful right across Mountain Valley, Penfield, and from Liberty. So this has moved from Montgomery County now over into Labette County. So we have our severe thunderstorm warning across this area for you guys. There is a circulation feature up in here. A lot of that has to do with just the strong winds and the leftovers of what's going on. So that's still part of what the situation is, and that's still part of that line that is still bulging eastward going across Craig County as well. A little bit further back to the south along this line, this is the leading edge of it, so it's east of Centralia. Vaughn is now right near Estella. Vaughn, if you could, would you give us an update on what you're witnessing and what's going on with you at this moment and the winds? Vaughn, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm on Highway 60. I'm now east of Nolana. Man, it's tough. This is tough driving. The wind is at least 50, and of course the heavy rain. And just watching for power lines and trees down. Because I've had a tree down on the east side of Nolana also. One on the west side, one on the east side, and then another on Highway 60. So there's been quite a bit of wind. And we're just going to have to watch out for everything. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, literally your head's on a swivel tonight. So again, thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Kevin, for those reports coming in on the north side. These are severe warning storms that have been pushing outward, and so you can see the warnings go all the way up into Ottawa County. So we have them in Craig County right now, all the way to Ottawa County. So our guys are lined up along that, and you see a little bit more of an outflow just beyond the line of rain and storms. We continue to watch that line with heavy rains. That's going on all the way down to near Claremore, mainly in northwestern Rogers County now. And of course, since it only rained for like seemingly 40 days and 40 nights, this rain, any rain that's heavy, going to cause flash flooding. So that's the problem there. Bob is about ready to intercept the storm that's over by the Choteau area. And Bob, if you would, if you could give me an update on what you're looking at just to your southeast of Choteau. We're starting to see a circulation feature developing on that. What do you have for us? What are you seeing with that?
Well, this cell has continued to intensify. It's putting out a lot of lightning. We're on the very west side of it. We're watching that area that kind of looks like it wanted to develop a hook. We're a little bit west of that. It's a little bit southeast of us. We're going to continue eastbound here on 412, past 69 to see if we can get into it. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. They've been going strong since they've been in the western part of the state. Thank you, guys. Hail cores have come up on this around Rose, and then that extends back down to south of Locust Grove. And anything, Aaron, that you need to add in there?
You might talk to Ron here. He has a shot from Barnsdall that's pretty bad. Just when you get a chance, if you want to finish on that.
All right. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning that continues for hail, but the circulation feature here is still we need to be watching that, and that's right in here. Stacia, if you could you give us just a quick storm track on that, and then we'll talk to Ron for a second and see what else is going on.
So this one is off on its own. It's moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour, so that tracks it up into Delaware County. I did kind of track that hail core that's just north of Rose. From Rose up to the north, Langley in the path here, that's going to be 1057. We do include Spavinaw Lake at 1053. Hoot Owl also about 1052. So that will take it from far eastern Mays County, Trav, up into parts of Delaware County, right around the Rose area now.
Okay. All right. So we are going to continue as well. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue until 11:30 around Tulsa. So this has been expanded off to the east. So this whole line of storms. So it's not finished. We're not finished with this yet in terms of what's going on. We knew this was going to be a late night, all night thing, but these are the cells we're going to watch, and that's the Tahlequah storm that's just west of Tahlequah that's severe. So Sequoia is going to have to be, is he moving east? What's the Sequoia's situation right now?
He'll be repositioning here in a bit. He's taking care of some technical issues he's having at the moment, but once he gets straightened out, he'll
be back over.
He'll be back, yep.
All right, sounds good, because Bob will have to intercept a lot of that, and I guess Vaughn. But let's go to Ron with an update then. Ron, do you have an update for us on what you were seeing, what's happened?
Yes, Travis. Right here, if you can see my shot, that's a picture of what was left of a house.
It's really dark.
I did talk to the family that was in that house. They were in the storm shelter. As the tornado came through, it said about took the doors off the cellar, but they're all okay. They were walking. There was a family of 4. It's him and his wife and 2 kids, but that is what's left of his house. As you can tell, Travis, the door is actually in the tree. That white part there is part of his front door that's hanging.
Wow.
So that's what's left in the house. One of the other dangerous parts, Travis, is there's a lot of gas lines. I think there's a couple of maybe 2 main gas lines that are broke, and you can really hear the hissing of the gas line escaping out of the lines, Travis.
Okay, so they're going to have to be shutting that down.
Very significant damage here. Very, very significant damage here. And I've done this for a long, long time. There's quite a bit of damage here, Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks, Ron. Appreciate it. We're looking at area not too far from where Vaughn is located. So we have the storms to the east. We have additional heavy rain. So this is, again, we have multiple hours of severe weather that's going to continue across this area. So we do want you to be prepared for that. Let's go up and look where Vaughn is not too far from. And we're starting to see this just west of Blue Jacket, right along the leading edge, is going to continue. So this is Welch area. And so this is a line, solid line, but embedded in this, there's going to be some scary looking clouds. And this is where we're going to look for where they kind of start coming and making a dent or a little bit of a wedge in kind of a impacting each other. So that's so far it's just hanging in there, but we've had a couple scans where you can see right here anytime we get any bulging outward with strong winds from out of the west, and then that helps kind of create a new rotating area. So if you are in these areas, still be aware, 60-mile-an-hour winds or more likely with that. We're going to try to get Vaughn through this. It's moving east fast enough. It's kind of cutting him off a little bit from that. Back down to the south and to our severe warned storms. Let's take a look at both of these. Really, there's 3 of them now that we're watching. Spavinaw, you're getting a hail core on that. Let's come in closer and look at velocity data on this. Tulsa, we're going to get a little bit of hail, wind, and heavy rains, but it's the ones that are just off to the east. So anywhere closing in between, let's go in between Salina and Spavinaw to start off with and look at what's going on there. There's some strong damaging wind, a lot of lightning, a lot of cloud to ground lightning right in here, and just starting to see some development with this. So if you're in this area, you'll get some 50-mile-an-hour, 60-mile-an-hour winds. You're under severe thunderstorm warning, but we are watching for any additional rotation, and we'll slide south a little bit further too. So that was near Spavinaw Lake and Spavinaw. And then we get back down to around the Murphy, Cedar Crest area, and Yonkers near Mays. And so this is very disorganized right now, but still potent, and Bob is real close to it. I think he's right, yeah, there he is. Bob, if you have an update for us, what's going on with that cell? Can you see anything to your southeast?
No, Travis. There's still quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning, but we have not seen anything that was lowering. And we've had some good visibility off and on with the lightning. So we're going to keep an eye on it for a bit. We'll let you know. Thank you. Back to you.
All right. Appreciate it. And so that's the cell we're looking at there. And then there's another cell that's a little bit further to the south. And so you have some hail associated with this one, Locust Grove area in that core. And then a little bit further south, this is over the Fort Gibson Lake again. Taylor's Ferry, mentioned that enough last week. Strong damaging winds, but we have most of the lightning to the east. And any velocity data, we have winds gusting 50 miles an hour or so with that. But there is a chance that these storms are going to continue to develop, and they could become stronger and become either a really severe storm or even start to spin and then have tornadoes. So those are the things we're watching right now with these particular cells. Back to the Tulsa area, and you see down around Chakotah, there's an additional cell just forming too. But these are the storms we're watching. Dell is down in Bristow, and then there's a storm to his west. This has a ton of lightning, which means it's a very convective, very powerful storm moving east-southeast. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Lincoln County and Creek County. Dell's in Bristow right now. Dell, can you give us an update on that?
Yeah, Travis, we're coming in here, just coming in on the south side of Bristow right now. Fortunately, the lightning intensity is much less than it was out west, but rain is going to be a huge issue. Raining over these same areas, we could see some significant flooding here before long. Back to you, Travis.
Yeah, that's true. So we'll stop you there in Bristow to check this out, because that storm to your west is pretty meaty, and we need somebody there. So we'll have you do that. Thanks. Appreciate it. And you can see what's going on where Dell is in Bristow. These storms are, well, one of our other Brandons is located down around the Wellston exit. So those are the storms that are continuing to track to the east. And I think, Stacia, if you could, I'm going to have you do a future scan for us and take us through what these storms are going to do there, if you would.
Yes. Okay. So future scan, as Trav mentioned, will take what's on radar and extend it out an hour. So this is what it will look like here in an hour. And it still looks like a big mess across eastern Oklahoma. But what we see is that line of storms. I'm going to back it up to where we are now. So here's current time, 10:52. We have our severe storms from Craig County back into Mays and Rogers County, extending through Tulsa into northwestern Creek and northwestern Lincoln County. So we also have our cells that's out ahead of it, from Rose down to Tahlequah, Muskogee, and Chakotah. So we go here over the next hour. The cells that are out ahead of the line stay out ahead of the line. So we're going to watch those, of course, for strong winds, hail, and some rotation. That'll pass through the southern half of Delaware County within the hour, and also pass through northern parts of Cherokee County. The line stays salty. The line stays strong as it moves through Ottawa County, is over to Grove here in an hour, then extends back into northwestern Mays. It's now at that point in southeastern Rogers County. It's in the Tulsa metro, at least on the southeast side of town. So from Midtown over to Broken Arrow and Jinx and Bixby and Glenpool here within the hour. Back into Creek County, the leading edge should be out towards Bristow, maybe kind of right along I-44 from Sepulveda to Bristow, and then down towards Stroud. So again, the line of strong to severe storms should continue to get that push a little east-southeast, while we will maintain some of those storms out ahead of it that are more discrete, more isolated, and those, of course, could still pose a threat for rotation, strong winds, and of course hail tonight, Trav. So it doesn't look like this is going to be ending anytime soon. We're definitely not out of the woods.
We are not at all. And so I was just looking at some additional additional information as well. So if we're going to continue to have to watch for any additional storms that pop up, as you kind of mentioned, and we'd continue with the warnings, as we said. And unfortunately, the atmosphere is still extremely conducive to severe weather as it continues to push across the area. A lot of people are worried about Muskogee. I got a lot of reports of people saying, are we okay in Muskogee? Well, yes, in the short term. In the long term here over the next hour or two, we still have a lot to have to worry about. And then we have these other storms that are still popping up. So we have our storm teams in Oklahoma City. With KWTV, David Payne, and all of his storm trackers that are kind of merging with ours, and then also watching what's happening to the south. There is a chance that some of these storms that are on the south side of Oklahoma City, we're going to have to watch that over the next couple of hours. A couple of our models take that along I-40 and then push it through the McAllister area. So these are situations that we don't like to see, but that's a late night type of situation where you can have tornadoes through 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, or some really damaging winds associated with that. So that's what we see right at this moment. Then we have this severe thunderstorm at this time as well, northern Lincoln County. Let's go back up to the north where Kevin is located and get another update. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to continue over into Cherokee County, starting to get out of our area. Kevin, as you coming around the Bartlett area, have you had any damage with the winds that go in 30, 60 miles an hour, or any more power outages?
Yeah, Travis, so the winds were just incredible with this torrential rain. It's pulling back ahead of us, but we had to pull over because we couldn't see 10 foot in front of us. I have not seen any damage so far, and the power up ahead of me appears to be on. I am seeing street lights and things like that, but no, I have not seen any damage as of right now. Okay, good to hear. That's on 166 going into Chetopa right now. So if you're up in that area, you're getting thunderstorms at this point in Chetopa, and that's moving over into Cherokee County. But that's the thunderstorms north. They've been more of a wind and rain and some hail inside of that. And let's come back down and take a look at what we have at this moment. And Aaron, do you have any information from Brandon? Does he have any additional information coming into us at this time?
Yeah, Brandon can give us an update real quick if you want to go to it.
He can? Okay. So again, the thunderstorms from Chetopa at this moment, and then you see down to Welch near Blue Jacket, and so there's going to be some strong winds for you guys coming in on Miami area, and then they have heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Alan's in Bartlesville. I want to talk. Is he going to be available too in just a moment? Does he still have his shot of the damage, or has he moved? He's frozen up. Okay. And then let's go over to Brandon. Brandon, we've been talking to Ron because both you guys are in the Barnsdall area, and we have our reporter there. But what else do you know when you first got there? First responders, folks that are hurt, what's going on?
Yeah, Travis. Well, here on the southeast side of Barnsdall, that seems to be the hardest area hit. Right now, they've set up a triage here at the Fast Track gas station. Don't know of any injuries. There are so many mutual aid. There's so much law enforcement here. It's just chaos. They're still trying to figure out who belongs here, who doesn't. So just in short, the damage is considerable. Like I said, we haven't heard of any injuries at this time. Or anything like that, but we do know that there are ongoing search and rescue operations in progress towards down close to where the nursing home's at, and down that way looks to be the hardest area hit. Like I said, there's not a whole lot of information because there's just no one to really go to
talk to. Yeah, that makes sense. Ron's about 3 blocks to your east northeast. We could use Ron's shot there. Brandon's shot, I think yours is frozen maybe at this point, but Ron's getting around some power lines. And so thanks, Brandon. I appreciate it. Ron, do you have any other additional information? Looks like pets there, a dog I can't tell what that is. Looks whatever that is, probably scared to death.
Yeah, it was a dog. That's a dog, Travis, wandering around. They're still doing search and rescue kind of on the east to northeast side, Travis.
Okay.
There was several people running back down this road. They were talking about First and Vine in that area, First and Vine, but now I'm trying to get down to that location. And it said somebody was trapped in a house.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get down there to this location, Travis.
All right. Now I see there's a lot of first responder people there, something going on. All right. A lot of trees, big trees down, all that. All right. What did Ron say there? Hang on, I missed him. Did you shut him off? Okay, what did you say, Ron?
A lot of big trees, Travis, and still lots and lots of gas lines that are broken. So I still hear a lot of that hissing of that gas there, Travis.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And Megan, did you have some? No.
Just the tornado watches, if you wanted to show that one more time.
If you turn mic up on Megan, if you would, or what did you say, Megan?
I've got to look on this one at tornado watches east of Tulsa until 5 a.m.
Oh, yeah. And so our tornado watch has continued all the way, and that goes in northwest Arkansas, southwest Missouri as well. So you can see we do not have an active tornado warning right now. That is subject to change, and so not surprising on that. And so here's a look of town, and again, we're saying that this is the part that was hit the hardest. And did that relate to the shear on there pretty well? Okay, so this is the core of where the tornado kind of came through, and we knew it was coming in. We had debris coming in on the southwest side of town, and then this was the track as it went on up into Bartlesville. Some of the strongest returns to us are showing up around Willow Rock, so we're waiting to hear some information out of there. And Alan's been up in Bartlesville. Is Alan's signal now looks like it's good? Alan, can you give us an update out of Bartlesville? Because I think we're waiting for some news folks to get there. What do you have?
Yeah, you can start following that.
Travis, we've been up and down 75 Frank Phillips Boulevard. There's power down just about everywhere you go. The line's down across the road. We got large metal buildings that have been strongly hit. Traffic is a nightmare out here. I think everybody's leaving their house to come see what happened. We've got, like I said, major trees that have been knocked over. Vehicles flipped upside down. I got a few pictures that we've submitted to the back to the station you guys can see, but
okay.
Upside down, cars on their side. Pretty significant. Back to you.
So you do think it's is it on the more on the west side of town than anything else?
Oh yeah.
Is that what you said? Hey, go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, most of the damage we saw was really close to Highway 75.
More so on 75 than west of downtown.
From what we could tell so far, yes, sir.
Okay. At night, it's really hard. I know. So I appreciate anything you guys can get to us. Stacia, I know with that tornado watch issued further to the east, we still have a couple of storms along that line. And could you get us through that Creek County area? Because those storms still look pretty intense. What do you have for us?
Yes, Travis. So these storms, Creek County back into Lincoln County, there is a new tornado warning over by Chandler. And again, along this line, it is very, very strong winds. You're looking for any notches where we could potentially have some rotation. It looks like potentially there's some debris being lofted into the air, but this is pretty far from the radar site. But we're talking around Kearney to Agra to Avery, and again right around Chandler. And so that's right about I-44, just to the west of Stroud. And so if we take a look from the Oklahoma City radar, that rotation is west of Kendrick, and it's going to be moving to the east southeast. And so this is right on the leading edge, and that's kind of one of the threats with this line of storms that we have will be any rotation along the leading edge. And so we're watching that very closely. Again, it's near Chandler. That's going to be moving east, maybe towards Stroud. Stroud is included, and it could clip the southwestern corner of Creek County from Bristow to the southwest from there. So we still have a lot to watch, and Megan's getting together some of the future view that we have into the office because, as she pointed out, we have southeast Oklahoma that is untapped, and so some of our models have been picking up, of course, on these storms down by Oklahoma City to move east into their area. So it's been pretty quiet for them, but it won't be later.
No. I see Ron on REM 37. Hey, Ron, what do you have there that it looked like a total damage of something? What's going on there? REM 37,
that's
guys.
What's left of a three-bedroom house, Travis.
Wow.
The one couple that I was talking to, I was able to get around the other side. This is what's left of their house. Again, they were in the storm cellar, and he said that doors on the storm cellar was almost sucked out, but they held on to it. Tornado did pass through, but this is what's left of their house. Their cars was in the garage, but you can tell the garage is gone.
Yeah.
Travis, and this is, again, I'm going to tell you this again. I was chased for a long time. This is some pretty significant damage through here. Probably one of the worst I've seen in a long time, Travis.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and they're still looking search and rescue here on the east side of town. They're hollering. They're going from block to block, and they're actually yelling for help for people. So, lots of power lines down. lots of people wandering around, Travis. They just don't know what to do.
All right. And did you, so you're saying people are still hollering for help? Is that what you said?
Yes, people are still hollering for help. There was, as we were passing by about a half a block ago, there was still somebody. They were helping that person, but they were getting to her. So. Okay. And you've seen some injuries associated with this as well? There was a lady they were loading in a car just about 5 minutes ago. She looked like she had some injuries to her, but she was pretty banged up. They were having to lift her up out of a wheelchair into the car, so I couldn't tell the extent, but she was not able to walk. Okay. All right. Hey, thanks. So appreciate it. And again, prayers and thoughts are going to these folks, because that's the only bad part of Oklahoma is when we get into these situations. All right. Let's go back and show you what we do have at this moment. You might have heard Stacia say that there's some shear increasing on one of our storms while I was talking to Brandon. So Brandon, Allen, these are Barnsdall and Bartlesville have been hit with tornadoes, and areas probably just to the north. Kevin's been right along the edge of these storms. Vaughn is along the leading edge of this now, around Adair, and so we'll talk to those guys. Bob is off to these storms have moved pretty fast north and east, so we're looking at circulation feature now just west of Kenwood, so there's some strong winds right in here. Then that's moving to the northeast, and so anything could happen with these storms, but we have a tremendous amount of lightning with these thunderstorms that also. And you can see that bit of shear, as we call it, which is a strong indication that this is rotating. Well, let's look at some velocity data then and see if we can get a better view of what's going on right in here. And so this is a circulation feature, and let's zoom in a little bit closer if we could and get an idea. So if you're in this zone, this is starting to look a lot more like a tornado, at least some strong wind damage. This circulation feature is very, very close to trying to do something here. So if you are right now on East 508 Road, East 508 Road, right around Salina to the northeast, Hoodow Road, East 470 Road, you're right in the middle of this at this moment. So I'm going to, Stacia, I'm going to have you go northeast just a little bit on this, and then I'll have you set us up a storm track if you would. So that circulation feature is pretty prominent with what's happening right in here. And so this is closing in on possibly becoming a tornado pretty soon. So if you are just north and east of this, 447 Road, Spavinaw, over to 460 Road, the Bull Hollow area, any place between Spavinaw and Bull Hollow, I think it'd be a good idea to get closer to a safe place than staring at the storm. Kenwood, you're right there. It's coming in on you as we speak at this moment. And so this is a storm that has potential to do wind damage, and it could develop into a tornado here shortly. So don't be surprised on that. Stacia, what do you have?
Travis, looks like it's moving up to the northeast, and this will take it into Delaware County here by Grand Lake, and so this will be in Kenwood now, and like you said, around Bull Hollow. Want you to be safe with this. Cloeta, that would be about 11:16, Uchi at 11:19, Disney by 11:20, Jay at 11:25, and this could track up towards, again, Grand Lake, so we want folks around Grand Lake to pay very close attention to this. All right, so that's an impressive storm at this point. So that has picked up a lot of interest from us right now, as that is starting to show signs of circulation that is enough to be warranted, at least close to being. We're just hoping nothing happens, but that's it looks like it's trying to develop something. So we're going to have to watch this real close. It's under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, and so we have southeastern Craig, northern Delaware, and Ottawa counties under severe thunderstorms. But this one will be just located to the east, about east of Salina. So again, if you're just east of Salina, that would be just west of Bull Hollow and just south of Spavinaw. That cell is definitely starting to wrap up, and that's why we're wanting you to be very careful. So Kenwood area, that's something to be watching out for, as Stacia mentioned. These are severe thunderstorm warned storms.
But embedded in this can be rotation, which can lead to a tornado, especially tonight, because we've had that and we knew it was coming just because the dynamics of the atmosphere were just such that we had this big storm coming in from out of Colorado, and that would set the stage for a lot of the wind flow, and that makes a difference on these thunderstorms as they grow, and they just grow or if they just start spinning right away. So this is a latest look. Heaviest rains and thunderstorms continue in a line that go from around Veneta now back into the Tulsa area. Let's take a look, and I'm going to talk to John for a minute because we just had is that an aerial flash flood? Aerial flood advisory. So, hey, John, I'm going to talk to you for a minute. I see Dell's gone ahead and moved up. He went up. I was going to have him stay Bristow. What's he doing? Aaron, he's going back around. Okay. John, right now, can you give me an update on what's going on here on the west side of town, Tulsa?
Okay, I'm right around Tulsa Hills, just on the other side of Highway 75. You can see the line of storms coming in from about the Oakhurst area down to Zapalpa and moving toward the Tulsa area. There's some low-hanging clouds, very ragged looking, as it moves this direction, Travis. But at this point, I've yet to get any substantial rain, a few sprinkles, no real strong winds other than what we've had all day. So,
all right.
Back to you.
All right. It's been good. I mean, we've had warnings here in Tulsa for severe thunderstorms, and so far the reports have been fairly limited, so nobody's going to complain here. I mean, all our thoughts, prayers are in eastern Osage County right now for that storm that went through there. Let's go ahead and take a look again around Tulsa. So this is where John's located. He's at Tulsa Hills. Heavy rain, and the magenta colors are where the heaviest of the rains are located. A lot of lightning going on out to the west of us, and let's broaden out a little bit. So this is going to be, we've got the thunderstorm warning, but we do have the aerial flood advisory, so there's going to be flooding because these storms are so heavy. You can see where Dell is located right now. We're going to try to get him back into some of this storm so we can see it a little bit better. You see where Brandon Bunnell is located. We have a tornado warning. This is what we were worried about. This is where this is a circulation feature now has come back, and this is now moving near Chandler at this moment. So we do not have a confirmed tornado, but rotation has started again with this cell just southeast of Kearney to the west of Chandler, and Brandon's on there. And can we go ahead and see if we can route Brandon's video in? You got it? Okay. Aaron's ahead of it, and he's amazing. But this is the circulation feature in here coming to the east. Stacia, if you could you give us a storm track on that? That's Chandler, because that'll be moving in on Creek County here before too long.
Southwestern parts of Creek County, so they're going to be in line for this, and it's moving slower than our previous storms we've had for tonight. We're actually going to move it to the east at about 25, so that will take it from Chandler over to Stroud, and then getting into, again, southwestern parts of Creek County here. So for Stroud, you're looking at 11:30. For Milfay, which is in Creek County, you're looking at about 11:39. So it should stay just south of Bristow, southwest of Bristow, southwest of Depew, but it is tracking over to Davenport and Stroud, and then clipping southwestern parts of Creek County just to the southwest of Bristow. So we'll watch for that. We also have strong winds coming into Bristow along with really heavy rain. And again, as Trav mentioned, aerial flood advisory now for western parts of Tulsa County back into Creek County. There's going to be low-lying areas, a lot of flooding in the typical flood-prone spots. So we're going to watch that. And as storms continue, that may even get upgraded to a flash flood warning. But we're still watching a lot of severe weather tonight encompassing much of eastern Oklahoma, especially from I-44, kind of centered up around I-44 at this time. Trav?
All right, thanks. I appreciate that a lot. And Aaron, who did you say to go to?
I was just saying we have Brandon Pennell's video up from the Chandler area.
Okay. All right, let's take a look at Brandon's video. Is he on 23, 24? What is he on? 23. Can we go to REM 23 for a minute? So this is the storm coming in right around Chandler that Stacia was mentioning. So this is the, we'll take a look and see if we can see anything underneath there at this moment. So this is right in the location, real close to Chandler, just Kendrick, Chandler, where Stacia's talking about, Davenport, Stroud. So this is pretty much set up, unfortunately, for additional tornado because there's inflow into this storm at this particular moment right there. So if you are in this zone, be ready. That includes Creek County. So this is he's just getting land blasted with, I mean, you can just look at what's going on right now with extremely heavy rain and wind at this moment. So just be advised. Let's take a look. Let's go to Megan's No, okay.
They are going to confirm that tornado.
They confirm it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, because it's, so we're going to think they're going to confirm this is a tornado right now near Chandler and moving east toward Davenport, and that means Stroud. So if you're west of Tulsa, if this would track, we were talking that'd be in Creek County here before too long. So this is the new tornado warning for this particular cell. So we want you to be very careful. Also, want to point out something. Emergency manager in Bartlesville said, please do not go into Bartlesville. Do not come in trying to help. Do not go looking around at what's going on. Do not go into Bartlesville, Barnsdall or Bartlesville. Stay out because they're having problems because too many people are coming in and they can't get emergency vehicles around. And I'm sure Craig and Lori can tell us more about that coming up here in just a little bit. So basically, they have all the people they need right now. They don't need anybody else coming into the towns because it's causing pretty much chaos for them, and they don't need that when they're trying to do search and rescue. So that was a report, and we'll find out more if Craig and Lori get some information on that. But again, the tornado warning now just in Lincoln County, and then you saw Brandon's video, and so it's just blowing and going at this moment. It looks like he's repositioning at this second. And Stacia, would you give us one more storm track before we move back to our other storm?
Yes, I can do. So from Kendrick just to the west of Davenport back towards Chandler, it's moving east at about 15 to 20. So again, that will take it over towards Millfay here about 11:52. Gypsy also in the path of this. So it's moving east, slightly southeast. It'll clip southwestern parts of Creek County and may get into northwestern parts of Okfuskee County. So that is something definitely worth watching. Even if there's not a tornado, you're still going to have really strong winds and the potential for damage. Power outage numbers continue to rise tonight, of course, across Osage and Washington County where they were hit hard, but also some power outages now, Chav, showing up in Craig County.
All right. I'll have you come back and give us a report on that, but let's see. I don't see Brandon Purnell's. He's just trying to get a little bit ahead of it at this particular moment. Dell's come back, and then we'll try to get, we'll see if Dell's going to end up heading south of Bristow. Hey, Aaron, are you going to have Dell head south of Bristow? Is that what you're going to do? Okay, great. And so then, so where Brandon is located, that's the tornado warning right in there. So we do think, and there were some reports, Megan mentioned this just a moment ago, or Stacia did, that there could be that going on. And this is interesting to note, too, southwest of Oklahoma City, this cell where Val is located near Tuttle. These are the cells that are going to continue to cause problems down into the south and southern part of our viewing areas. They move on through as we go through tonight. And these other additional cells, got to watch what's going on with these, just the way it is. Let's come back and look at the circulation feature of the storm southwest of Jay. And Vaughn is going to be in a position where he might be able to see some of that. There's still a circulation feature just southeast of Spavinaw, the way it looks. And so that's this area right here, from around the Kenwood area to Spavinaw. This is not a strong circulation, but what it is a circulation, and there's going to be heavy rain in here, and there is going to be a potential for wind damage of 50, 60 miles an hour. So right in this zone, there's going to be some gusty winds. So if you are in here and around the Uchi Lake area, Lake Uchi, then you're going to be in where winds are going to be possibly 50, 60 miles an hour. And I don't ever lose Big Hail Bob, but where is Bob right now? Is he...
Vaughn is positioning himself out ahead of the line. He's near Muskogee at the moment.
Okay, all right. Yeah. I see where he's at now. Okay, and then Vaughn is near Pryor. Hey, Vaughn, could you give us an update on the wind with the associated with the outflow? Since now you're out in front of it, what are the winds doing? What are you seeing?
Man, I was coming through Big Cabin south on 69, and you're right. Those outflow winds are unbelievable. I mean, they're almost severe themselves, 50 to 60 miles an hour. So not fun driving in that kind of wind. So, yeah, but we're going to keep following these things. Back to you. All
right. Thanks. Appreciate it. All right. So that's a leading edge of those storms out to the east of Tulsa, and there's still indications, as we said, of circulation feature and some really gusty winds that are messing around that area around Uchi and Spavinaw up to around Jay. So we're going to keep an eye on what's going on with that storm. And Stacia, I don't know if you've done a storm track on that lately, but could you give us a storm track there real quick?
Yes, and so this one is moving up to the northeast pretty fast at about 50 to 55. So that will take it up through Grove and then getting into southwest Missouri. I'm going to slow it down a little bit. So that'll be in Canyon Grove at 11:25, Cayuga by 11:28, Goodman at 11:41, Neosho, Missouri by 11:49. Trav.
All right. There's one other little cell that's by Little Kansas that is it's not very big yet, but it's growing, and so that one has just a little bit of wind associated with it. So Twin Oaks to Kansas, Little Kansas area. So there's just a little bit of circulation here, but it's mainly strong gusty winds. You see a hail core is already developed on this one, so that's moving northeast. That's pretty much in the Warren area. And that, in fact, the newest update on radar pretty much confirms that it's north of 412 now. So from Little Kansas, and then extending on over north of Flint Creek, Dripping Springs area. Then so there's hail in that heading toward Concord and Cloud Creek. So those are the ones that we have to kind of watch ahead of the line. Additional cells are forming around Tahlequah, not severe yet, but those can change pretty quick. You see where Bob is located around Muskogee. John is in Tulsa. John, update from you in Tulsa. Any changes on the winds or anything with the rain coming in at this moment?
I'm in the Jinx area right now, Travis, looking back to the south, watching the stuff coming in out of Creek County, stretching from Sapulpa. The lightning not as intense as what I have seen a little bit earlier, and right now just getting a few sprinkles. The rain just starting to move in on me. Back to you.
All right, thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. Remember, any rain that falls in Tulsa is too much rain. Rather save it for August or late July or something. But a ton of water is still going to fall around the metro area over the next hour or two. We do not have a tornado risk that is very high if you're on the north and west sides of town because the line of thunderstorms is coming through. So that is good news. Let's go back to the storm, though. You see Sapulpa and then back down along Kellyville, rain, Lake Hayburn area and Hayburn, and then around Bristow. That's where Dal is located. And then he's going to head south, trying to get ahead of this core here. And then you see the circulation feature here. So this is where Brandon is located. So he's in heavy, heavy rain. We'll look at his video in just a second, then we'll get a storm track. But this is circulation here. And the velocities coming out of Twin Lakes are those, let's see. So that's right there. Okay, so it's right in here near Chandler. Now let's take a look at Brandon's video, if we could, on REM 23, and look at what we have going on there. And you can see what he has going on, which is something that's just not fun. That's white knuckle driving right there. And again, a very intense, severe thunderstorm with very, very heavy downpours of rain and strong winds. Looks like he's probably got 30 or 40 mile an hour winds associated with that in his location. That is a tornado warned storm, and Stacia has an update on the storm track. Stacia.
Trav, it is a slower mover, one of our slowest of the night, and so it's tracking to the southeast, and this will take it into, again, southwestern Creek County. Right now, the tornado warning is just for Lincoln County, and now it's out to the west of Stroud, and that will continue then over towards Milfay, and Milfay would be around Ritz Junction as well. That's going to be in the next about 15 minutes to 20 minutes. And then Gypsy, you are in the path. That'll be closer to about 12:04. So getting into now our Tuesday morning here with our track at 12:04 for Gypsy and again southwestern parts of Creek County. They did go ahead and issue a flash flood warning, Trav, that does include Tulsa, and that would include as far east as Claremore and Rogers County, back through the metro and back into Creek County. So now there is a flash flood warning for the metro.
Okay, and so anything along from flooding, and as we say, turn around, don't drown, and we're what, at 11:21 at night. So what we see is with this thunderstorm cluster, the heavy rains moving in on Tulsa, and I don't think there's another drop of water that could fall in Tulsa that wouldn't run off, as everything is just wet, soaked, saturated, and I mean, Sunday was incredible. And then here we go. Now, new tornado warning has been issued for southern Creek County, northern Okfuskee County, but that's just in line with this supercell that's in here. So it's just rotating at this point. And because of the rotation of that and the tornado warning associated with it, this is going to be probably, might be a little hard to see. We'll see how long this can sustain itself if it doesn't get some outflow winds coming in on it. Let's try Twin Lakes and see what we have, because you can see that circulation feature right in there. And then what's going on, and we'll look and see where Brandon is in relationship. So he's really close to right along the leading edge of that circulation. It's not a super tight one, but it's already through the Chandler area. And so Brandon is probably, have we heard how strong those winds are around Chandler yet? Did you see anything, or did KW say anything? Okay. And Brandon's out of he's still in heavy rain. Let's look at REM 23 if we could for a minute and see what we have going on there. Okay, get an idea of what he's driving through at this moment. So this is a vicious, vicious storm coming in on Creek County right now. So he's trying to get through there and trying to get out of the middle of it so he can see where it's headed. so we can get us a visual. But this is going to most likely be in more of a rain wrap situation where there's not going to be any visibility, unlike the tornadoes that were going through Barnsdall, and then also the tornado that went into Bartlesville. I mentioned this just a moment ago. If you're just joining us, if you're wanting to do anything to help Barnsdall or Bartlesville, we were told let's just stay out because they've got all the help they need with first responders. So again, please do not go to Barnsdall, do not go to Bartlesville at this time. They have all that they can handle. All right, so that's a storm. Let's look at it on radar, and so you can see it with relationship to where it is. Radar, if we could, and you can see Brandon right there. Radar. There we go. I don't know what that is. What's this? That's Ron. That was Ron. I don't know what. Okay, here we are with radar. So this is the severe storm right in here, and the circulation feature. So it's near Kendrick, and that's the apex of it, heading into Stroud at this moment. So if you're around the Stroud area, Melfi and Stacia was just mentioned this, you need to be taking cover from this because this is just a wall of water and probably winds that could be excessively strong. And then you see this outflow coming here from Sparks to Rossville. So that's kind of on the back side, wrapping around it. So that's going to peg right in here. As long as we don't have any extra cold air coming in advance of it, that's what's going to give us the issues. So you can see Brandon just right in the middle of it. Dell is Dell. He's getting south of Bristow, so he should be able to at least have a fairly reasonable look at it in a little bit and see where that's going to head. Let's look at velocity data and see what you have. You have storm track there? Yeah. Was that it? I'm going to get out of the picture. What do you have? So I'm tracking it from that notch, Trav, that you see there just to the west of Stroud. We're moving it to the east, slightly southeast at about 30. I did pick up in the speed here. Just, you know, I want you to stay ahead of this. So for Milfay, you're still looking at about 11:34, continuing then to Gypsy, now a little sooner by about 15 minutes. We're thinking 11:44 for folks in Gypsy, and that continues into southwestern Creek County, northwestern Okfuskee County. So for folks around Welty and even IXL, Mason, back up to Newby, pay attention to this. You're not going to see it, of course, because one, it's nighttime, and two, this one is going to have a lot of rain with it. But right now it's tracking from Stroud down to the east southeast at about 30-35. All right, just got a report from emergency management in Craig County that the gymnasium roof is gone in Welch at the Welch School. So that just came in on that line of storm. So that's not this one. That's a tornado warning, but the one that's up to the northeast. So this is the tornado warning that we're talking about here, but Welch is up and around Craig County. So you can see where Brandon is. You see behind me what he's driving through at this moment, and the circulation feature continues in here, embedded in this. It will have strong damaging winds. Let's go back and look up at Welch for a minute. We can just kind of show the storm as it was coming through, and that's part of what Vaughn was talking about. So we have the tornado warning into Creek County, basically Bristow south. Dal is there. Is Dal moving? Is he getting further south? Is he able to move south? Is that working out for him very well?
Yeah, he's getting a bit further south.
You're going to hit the right button.
I keep hitting the wrong button. Yeah, Dal's moving south to try to get a better view out in front of this deal. And Kevin is repositioning. He's near Welch. He's going to go check out the issues there. Yes. Okay, appreciate it. And so we'll come back up. You can see where Kevin is located. And then Welch is right here. And so that we can run this back just a moment and maybe use some velocities. Because 65 gusts at Bonita. 65 mile an hour wind gust? Earlier, okay. Yeah. And this is what Vaughn was talking about. He just said, good grief, that wind is awful strong along this leading edge. And so that's getting ready to kind of merge into this other line. So as it was coming through, here's the Welch area. And Stacia, if I remember, you were mentioning Welch just not too awful long ago when we were talking about the severe weather. So we were talking right in there as being very strong. Do we have velocity data that we can take a look at right in there? So that's right when it was coming through. So the winds of 60 to maybe 70 miles an hour, because we were saying right along that leading edge was about 60 to 65. So that was the area there. All right, so that's what happened. Here's where it's at now. That has moved off to the east. Had a brief tornado warning, looks like, up there north of Baxter Springs. There it is. And that was just out of our viewing area, but that's moving into southwest Missouri there. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning, so we're not going with any tornado warnings right now on these cells, but they have been having some rotation associated with it. And you can see how this one's kind of merging now into that line. So the latest, and we'll look at velocities too, and all these polygons are the severe thunderstorm warnings. And let's look at the latest and see what we see for velocity data.
And so you see the one that we were concerned with around Salina. That has continued to move to the north and east. So it's around Ucha area, around the Lake Ucha area, and then extending Cleota, and then to the areas around Jay. So it's just kind of turbulent area, but it's not tight rotation like we saw earlier. So we do not have a tornado warning on this. We just have strong gusty winds, 60 miles an hour or more with that. And then that's moving around Sycamore in the Sycamore Ranch area, and then over to Maysville in Arkansas. So those are the ones to watch out for off to the east. Back into our area, the strong winds. You can see where Vaughn is located near Choteau. He's in advance of the line. Heavy rains right now across the central portion of Rogers County, and then central and northern Tulsa County getting moderate to heavy downpours of rain. Is there any hail in this? We haven't really even managed to look. There could be some pea-sized hail in some of these areas around Tulsa, so that is possible. There's Berry Hill, and so you could have a little bit of small hail mixed in with the winds and the heavy rain, and live radar. So yeah, that'd be the core there, and one near Sapulpa. And hey, John, update from you as that line is hitting you. What do you have right now in Jinx, near Jinx?
The rain has picked up. The wind has also picked up. Still not a lot of lightning associated with this, but the rain is coming down, and it's fairly heavy, as you can probably see. And wow, there's the wind right now, just kind of hitting the truck as we pull out on Highway 75. Travis, back to you.
All right, you southbound now, Dirk?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. So again, some gusty winds, some heavy rains in the Tulsa area. That's a Jinx area, and we'll look at the Jinx camera here and probably in just a minute and take a look at this downtown. Okay. So it's just inundated with a lot of water, and that's why we have the aerial flood advisory or flood issuance. So we want you to be careful. Don't drive tonight if you don't have to. Probably could be some pea-sized hail. Jinx camera, yeah, let's see what we have going on. Here's the rain coming in on Jinx. You're looking at from our first Oklahoma Bank building location, and then looking down Main Street to the west. That's Main Street of downtown Jinx, where we turn on Christmas lights, and then looking to the west, and you see the rain starting to come on in strong at this particular moment. Heavy rain and thunderstorms are still going on, especially south and west sides of town, but that gives you a pretty good idea. Gathering place at this moment with rain. Huh?
Look at the sidewalk, you can see it.
Oh, and from the sidewalk area?
If you look at the sidewalk, you can see it whipping.
That's if you have good eyesight, Station.
Oh,
and you're
sorry.
Young. That's what I'm saying. So, but yeah, so I'll try to look at that. But anyway, it is real heavy rain, and so that's why we are a little bit concerned about the flooding potential for the area, because again, everything's going to run off just because of the heavy rains. And then back down to our severe storm. Brandon's right in the middle of that storm and circulation feature, right around the Stroud at this moment. And Brandon looks like he's on the highway and trying to move. I can't tell what direction he's moving, but we do still have the tornado warning in effect for this area, and so you see him there on the highway kind of in front of me. But we do have strong winds with this. We don't have a real tight couplet at this moment. Let's look at velocity, if you could. So it's just kind of folding in on itself right now. So it's over Stroud. That the only good thing I can say is that if there is a tornado embedded in this, is on radar, not showing a whole lot of strong damaging wind potential, and also we don't see any debris like we did, unfortunately, in the Barnsdall, Bartlesville areas, Dewey areas. So that's what we're mostly watching and concerned with, if that's going to happen. Stacia, if you can give us another, well, that's kind of still wrapped up in there. If you can give us another update on that storm track. It looks like it's just to the south and west of Milfay at this point.
Yeah, it looks like it's crossed now over the county line, so it is southwest of Milfay, and I'm tracking it from that notch so you can see on radar here. And so from Milfay down to the south and southeast, this will take it to Gypsy by 11:48 and Welty by 11:58 to Newby closer to about midnight. So that will track across the southwestern corner of Creek County and get into north central parts of Okfuskee County, getting over to Welty and State Highway 48 there in the northern parts of Okfuskee County here within the next about 30 minutes or so. So again, we have our tornado warning that does include Creek County and northern Okfuskee County until midnight. And we're tracking the circulation, which is on the southwest side of Milfay now. Again, we don't see any debris being lofted into the air, so that is great. But this is going to be an area of rotation that is very hard to see. Could have a lot of rain with it, of course. And so that will be tracking across the southwestern parts of Creek County from Ritz Junction down to Gypsy. We have our flash flood warnings across the Tulsa Metro. Megan, do you have anything to add?
I do. From emergency management, I know the storm is now to the east of Welty Wellston, but reports of power lines down in the Wellston area. So storm causing damage, whether it has a tornado on the ground or not. A lot of damaging winds with that.
Okay, thanks so much. And again, she's talking about this storm back towards Wellston. So again, even though there's maybe not a tornado on the ground, you're still tracking very, very strong winds and damage potential here. Lincoln County, now into Creek County, and should clip the northern parts of Okfuskee County. So this line of storms does extend from Lincoln and Creek County back through the Tulsa Metro, and then even up to the northeast from there into Delaware County. We still have a couple cells, Trav, out in Cherokee County, western Adair County to watch, but it is a slow-moving line of storms that is dumping a lot of rain even here in Tulsa, adding to some flooding issues.
Yes, and that is definitely not what we want to have to deal with, but that's in addition to what's already going on. We are going to go to Craig and Lori here in a minute. We'd had a report from Ron Morton, said that there's ambulances that are still coming into Barnsdall at this time. So that is not a good sign. Also, we just had a report of water over the road at 136th Street North in Garnett. So some flash flooding going on around the Collinsville area. It's localized heavy downpours of rain of an inch or two. And again, it's just running and running and running. And so you see there's two storms that we're really concerned with. That's the one that we were just talking about with the tornado warning for Creek County, and then for extreme eastern portion of Lincoln County. And then this storm is continuing to get very, very strong, not too far from around the Norman area. Haven't really looked at velocities down there. We'll worry about that later because that's not in our area. But since some folks have kids at OU, we will look in just a moment. But the Milfy area, right in here, 281st Street, 291st Street. This is where strongest winds are located at this particular moment. And so this is continuing to move to the east. So if you're around the Ritz Junction area or Depew, this is, again, strong damaging winds. Brandon is on that. And we're going to get some more information. I think we're going to go to the news department or to the news and check out what's going on with Craig and Lori. But if you're around the Milfy area, Depew, we want you to be in your safe place because it's still a very bad storm. And Craig, Lori, an update from you guys.
Travis, thank you very much. Again, emergency management personnel in Washington County urging people not to get near any of the damage because they're having a hard time getting the emergency vehicles where they need to go right now.
This is not the time to try to rush in and help right now, or even worse, go and be a looky-loo, that's for sure. News on 6's Aaron Conrad joins us now live from the Bartlesville area with a look at some of the damage there tonight. Aaron.
Well, Lori and Craig, you're absolutely right about the looky-loos. I think emergency managers that I'm here standing at the intersection of 75 just down from Frank Phillips, that's half of their battle right now, is dealing with folks trying to come through this area just to see what's happened here. But I'm going to show you we are still a bit a ways from where a roof has come off of a hotel here in Bartlesville off Highway 75. I don't know if you can see it behind me, but I'm sure you can see all of the emergency crews. We saw an ONG truck go by. We've seen emergency responders, sheriff's office, fire department. I mean, any kind of first responder, you name it. In fact, right here where I'm standing, you can see the sign. I'm not sure what was here before, but you can see the sign. This was a big, large, not a billboard, but one of those big signs in front of a business that is completely on the ground. Behind me, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a roof, there is tree limbs, there are all kinds of dangerous debris out here, and that's the other reason that first responders don't want looky-loos here in the area, because we don't know what all is on the ground around here. What we do know is it's roof materials, we've seen people's personal effects, there are signs, there are pieces of metal, things that can give you flat tires, things that can harm you. As you can see, the power is out along this street. We haven't seen any power lines down. However, we have been told to watch out for that around here. So there's just a lot going on. Again, this is 75 near Frank Phillips, and between Frank Phillips and then to the north. This is all shut down. But there is a lot going on here. First responders, emergency managers, just trying to get a handle on everyone and everything, letting emergency crews through to respond where they need to respond, and then take folks who are just looking around and turning them back around to go back home. It's not safe. We're out here. We're here to be your eyes and ears. We'll show you what's going on. Please stay home, stay safe, because right now this situation is just not something you want to get out into. Craig, Lori.
All right, Aaron Conrad live in Bartlesville. We appreciate that. And again, in Barnsdall, we're still getting a lot of reports of gas leaks in that area, so it's just not safe for folks.
And they're still doing rescues there, trying to go door to door, and a lot of damage there as well, homes and other things. We've been talking to the Osage County Sheriff on the phone. He's going to call in when he can give us a more thorough report. But for now, we want to go back to Travis and those other storms. Travis.
Okay, thanks. And we do have the one that's coming up on Norman that we're really worried about. We're going to look at our tornado warning, though, for Creek County, and just give you an update on that. So the circulation is kind of occluded, so to speak, into itself. It's still here near the Milfay area and then extending Depew. So this is still strong winds here to Ritz Junction. So if you are in this area, we do have heavy rain. Let's go to REM 23 for a second. That would be Brandon Pinnell. And then we're going to go down. So he's still getting excessively heavy rainfall and winds 40 to 50 miles an hour. So it's still a mess down in that area. And you guys are going to have to just be careful. We don't have, right at this moment, an indication of a tornado on the ground, but that's not to say that we couldn't have wind damage or an tornado that is in this area. That's how just kind of we're on the edge we are as far as trying to figure out what's happening down in that, because it's just a mess of circulation with a meso in that area. And meso is a big area of thunderstorm just wrapped around itself pretty much and just rotating as well. Let's go back to radar, and then we also have some information coming in out of Blue Jacket in a minute, but we got to go down to OU. So this is the tornado warned storm, as we said, so it's pretty much just south and west of Depew. Brandon's right in that. That continues to move to the east. Dow's going to pick it up here a little bit further south, so he might be able to see into that better here in a little bit. I can't wait to see what he has for us. And then we have our guys down near the University of Oklahoma near Norman, because this circulation feature is coming in on Moore and around the Norman area, so there is a bit of a concern right along this leading edge, and so this is coming to where a severe thunderstorm is rapidly moving up through Moore. We do not have a tornado, but the thunderstorm warning does have a chance that a tornado could form with little notice along this leading edge. So you can see where we are located here. So it's mainly Moore, and then that extends back down to the south, to the southwest. And so this is moving eastbound. And so as you look at where we have our storm trackers and what's happening here, that's what we're going to watch. Let's zoom a little bit further south a little, and there's Norman. And so you get down to the Norman area, and then so that the strongest is north just a little bit. It looks like some of the strongest winds are going to impact areas just north of the campus, but there's still an area south and west that has to be watched, because there is a little bit of a circulation feature potential that can develop on the south side, even though it's pivoting on the north side. So that's what's happening. Strongest winds there. That's Oklahoma City. And just wanted to mention it so the parents with kids down at OU, they kind of know that, keeping an eye on it. Severe thunderstorm. Back in our area, here's that warning for the tornado that we've had. Dell's moving south, as we said. Looks like, did Dell move on 16, Aaron, or is he? He's going east. He's going east, so he couldn't make it south on 48, or is that the bridge that was out? I'll find out. Okay, all right, because I wanted a little bit better shot of what was going on there. And so we'll look at circulation still around Stroud area. We also want to go up to Blue Jacket for a minute. We have flooding in Tulsa. Mentioned that just a moment ago. And then we're going to go up where Kevin is located. You can see we have a tornado that's actually on the ground, confirmed at Carthage, Missouri. But Kevin's in Welch. And Kevin, if you would you give us an update on what's going on there? Because apparently you have more damage than just the roof of a gymnasium, or what's happening? Kevin?
Yeah, Travis, can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're here in town. There is quite a bit of damage around town, and then we have the gym here, as you can see in front of me, where about half the roof is just completely gone. Another thing that I've noticed is some of these trees that are broken in half are also kind of twisted looking. So I'm not sure what went on there, if there might have been a little spin up in it or what, Travis. But okay. We're going to continue looking around and see what else we can find.
All right, but the main damage is right there at the gymnasium, that's as far as in trees?
Yeah, it's all centered fairly close right around the school here. Okay.
All right, again, that is up into Craig County. There's Welch. Just north of Blue Jacket, north of Veneta area. All right, we're going to go to Megan. If you could open Megan's mic. Megan, you have an update for us?
Yeah, Trav, while we are looking north, getting reports from the South Coffeyville Emergency Management that there are reports of damage to homes and power lines south and east of the South Coffeyville area.
Okay. So that is part of that potent storm that was coming out of pretty much Nowata and Washington counties, and that's where we had Kevin, and he was reporting power outages to the east. So there's going to be some widespread issues there. Stacey, you want to give us an update on powers?
Sure, yeah. So I'm going to turn on some power outage numbers here. Obviously, there's going to be a lot coming out of Osage County with all the damage around Barnsdall, and then also up into Washington County with all the damage around Bartlesville. So you're looking at about 5,000 customers in Washington County. A lot of that is centered up around Bartlesville. You have about 2,500 customers in Osage County. A lot of that around Barnsdall and Avant and Hominy and Winona. So again, power outage numbers quite significant in Osage and Washington counties tonight. Then we have a couple hundred in Nowata County, and some of that coming in from South Coffeyville, as Megan had mentioned. About 1,000 customers over in Craig County. The Welch area, of course, having some damage. A lot of that is coming also from a Welch area, Trav.
All right, thanks. And apparently we're going to get a new tornado warning for just north of the OU campus. So we'll go ahead and let's take a look at that down by Oklahoma City, since there's so much connectivity between Tulsa and Oklahoma City, and obviously OU parents and OU students. So this is just going to be to the north of Norman. Norman has a severe thunderstorm warning, so good news for Norman. Bad news is that we do have a tornado warning now that's moved into southeast side of Oklahoma City, Del City area. So now that's a tornado warned storm. It is not a confirmed tornado, but it is strong winds moving in this area. Let's take a look at velocities and see if we just pinpoint that, because that's Oklahoma City. So right there around Valley Brook appears to be the core of that circulation. Power flashes with that?
West of Telephone Road and more.
Okay. All right, so then that's coming in. So there could be some of that power flash, because these winds here look like they're very, very strong. Can you take a sample just of that, since that's not too far from the radar? But there's a tornado. So yeah, that's just off of the surface, near 80-mile-an-hour winds. So there's a good chance that we have a lot of power flashes because of that going on down there. And that should stay just north and north. Just mentioning, but there's that circulation feature that they're worried about, Del City, just to give you an idea where that is. So if you have some friends down there, I'm sure they are quite well aware of what's going on. But that is a notch. That is a tornado probably, or at least severe wind damage, or going to be a tornado if it isn't one right now. And yep, that's a pretty good indicator too of very strong violent winds associated with that. That was on our previous one. All right, let's go back to our tornado that's still going on for a tornado warning for Creek County, but that's the tornado warning in Oklahoma City. That's what we're going to have to watch for a while longer. And then you can see where we are located now. We're getting near Welty. The storm is passing south and east a little bit faster. Looks like I don't know where Dell's going right now. The circulation feature near Depew, and then moving to the south and east. Bristow should have some strong winds in here at this moment. We're estimating winds of 60 miles an hour. Could be a little bit higher with this as this is moving to the east. And so you're going to have a kind of a mess of winds, and also with what's happening here, that's probably going to be diving southeast. So near Gypsy to Depew. Do we have a hail core on that station at this moment? Getting
just a few south of Depew. Just a few south of
Depew. Okay. And so not a ton of that, but there should be some winds of 60 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour. I wouldn't be surprised right in that area. It doesn't look that strong, but I bet there are some that could be that strong the way it was blowing out and going there around the Gypsy area. Could you give us one more storm track too? Right?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm going to track that leading edge, and again, you still can see the notch on radar. So we'll take it from southern parts really of Creek County now, and dropping it down to the southeast at 30. So that will take it into Okfuskee County from Welty around State Highway 48 over to Haydenville. So for Welty at 11:54, Okfuskee by 11:59, Haydenville by 12:08, and potentially last chance by about 12:13. Again, as Trav mentioned, there could be some strong winds with this. You're going to get very heavy rain, but that circulation kind of between Depew and down to Gypsy in central or south central parts of Creek County. So our tornado warning for Creek and northern Okfuskee County will go until midnight. That's about 13 more minutes from now. We have Dow driving through the rain just to the west of Slick, and then we also have Sequoia Quinton there over by Beggs watching this storm. That's our only tornado warning in eastern Oklahoma at the moment. Of course, we're watching the tornado warning down by Del City on the southeast sides of Oklahoma City. We have a flash flood warning across the Tulsa metro. Storms are strong in Tulsa, but they're not severe at the moment. There is some strong gusty winds, but very, very heavy rainfall. So we have flash flooding issues across Tulsa tonight, from Verdigris down to Catoosa, to BA, to Jinx, to Bixby, to downtown Tulsa, back towards Prattville and Sand Springs. Our flood warning will be until 4:15. It includes Owasso and Claremore. Then we continue up the line with heavy thunderstorms across portions of northern parts of Mays County. Back into Delaware County, Trav, severe thunderstorm continues up by Grove and the east side of Grand Lake. Some strong winds there, some heavy rain. Those were cells earlier that merged into that line.
Okay. Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate that. So those severe storms will continue. We have our tornado warning continuing in effect right around the Gypsy area and into the Creek County area, moving into northern Okfuskee County. So that's still something we have to watch. Dell's trying to get through a tough area down in here. Bridge is out on 48. They're replacing it. So it's a little harder to get around. And so that's where we are. And then we have the information. And again, what was that was coming out of Oklahoma City that you have? Do we have a shot? Is that Tom Pastrano, 24? Is he on 24? Yeah, he's on. Okay, let's take 24 if we could. Tom is probably right in the middle of that. So this is a tornado warned storm. We still don't have a confirmed tornado with this at this point, but this gives you an idea of this is really intense. I'll get out of the picture so you can see it better. But they have a really big one going on there as far as a severe storm, and then embedded in that is a circulation that could be a tornado, and that is staying north of the campus of OU. So that should stay out of areas around OU, which is good news there. OU does have, Norman, does have a severe thunderstorm warning and flash flooding potential with that storm. So that's something that they have to watch out for. Let's take a look at velocities down there if we could, and we'll go back to radar. So this is moved already. So here's the Moore area, and this is where Tom is. He's just right behind it, and so it's really close to the radar side. It's amazing. So there's a couple places right here. So there's a location here near Tinker Air Force Base and near Midwest City. So that is a location as well where there's some circulation features right along that, a little bit tighter. Midwest City moving northeast. So that is going away from OU, and so we just wanted to point that out. But it's still a nasty storm with lots of heavy rain and strong winds in that particular area. All right, so that's there. Back into our area. We do have, I was going to find out too, we have the tornado warning, kind of the Welty storm. I'm going to mention that. We have the heavy rains. We'll talk to John in a second. But let's go to the flood warning the tornado warning first, if we could. You know where I was going with that. And so Gypsy, and then extending back down to Welty, and then around the areas of Tuskegee. This is a main circulation feature in here. So we still have that tornado warning hanging on with strong gusty winds in here. Dell's still not available on cell phone coverage. Is he in and out or what?
He's been in and out. I haven't heard back. I tried talking to him a second ago, but didn't hear back. So I'll keep trying. Okay. All right. I appreciate it, sir. So this is still the location which we're concerned with strong damaging wind potential right through here. And then that could move off to the east for you. Oh, Dell just made a big jump. He just, it's amazing how fast that changes. Near Dentonville right now. So him and Sequoia are not too far apart. All right, so that's where this storm is headed. So this is going to be moving into Okmulgee County before too long if this would keep on moving at this rate. And it's moving kind of, did you say east-southeast pretty much? Or east and southeast? Okay. So who's online with me right now? Who do you have? Or is that, okay. All right, that was an accident. Or was that okay? I was like, who is that? But anyway, Sequoia's near Beggs, and then you can see where Dell is located. So these guys, Dell's going to get in a good place. And then we have a new aerial flood issue going on because it's just a ton of water coming. So more flooding. Secondary roads are going to be flooded here with this area of thunderstorms. Let's go back to Tulsa for a minute. You can see the heavy rains, Kellyville, Sapulpa, kind of a little break where you see the green, not much. Heavy rains through the Tulsa area, heavy rains, Broken Arrow. And John, if you would, give us an update on what you're seeing with the heavy rains and thunderstorms in Broken Arrow.
We have a lot of standing water, especially on the roadways, Travis. Travel is getting pretty difficult with the heavy rain in the Tulsa area. There's especially the inside lanes next to the curbs. We're having problems. I'm coming into the Broken Arrow area right now, and it has slacked off on me just a little bit. I'm trying to get out ahead of it once again. But flooding is going to be an issue in Tulsa this evening. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. And so we do have that flood advisory. I know that the one that's going on now in Creek County and Okmulgee County will be until 3:45 a.m. So that's going to be a big one. And then we have the storm that's coming in. The tornado warned storm continues back to our south and west, and we'll have station do a storm track here in a minute. See Sequoia, Dell, Brandon, and here's the cell now. And let's zoom in a little bit closer and get an idea. And then I want to go to Brandon for a minute and see what's going on up there that he has. It looks like he's got an update for us too, and hopefully news will have an update too. So the circulation feature continues from around Gypsy, and then you can see back to the south near Welty and back to the north. So right in here we can look at Shear and get a look at if we still have the strong winds along that. Now still moderate to strong, and that goes all the way up to Bristow. So that's 50, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Circulation feature is a little difficult to find at this moment, and nobody probably is complaining about that. Stacia has a storm track for us.
Yes, Trav, and so this is moving again still to the east at about 25 to 30. So that will take it into again the southeastern corner now of Creek County, and then the northern parts of Okfuskee County. So from that notch that you see here on reflectivity around Gypsy and Newby, and then we'll track it to the east at about 25 to 30. That could track it into the western parts of Okmulgee County. This is just an interesting storm. It at some points looks like it's moving more southeast. Now it's moving more due east, and so that will take it to Edna by 12:14. Could clip Haydenville by 12:15, and Okfuskee potentially by 12:18. Trav.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. And we've had the tornado warning lifted out of Oklahoma City, so that is no longer the case. They are going to continue the tornado warning, though, for this storm for South Central Creek and North Central Okfuskee County. So that's, and they show it as well, National Weather Service, moving east at about 30 miles an hour, tornado, golf ball size hail. And we did have golf ball size hail reported in Milfay with this storm just a little bit ago. We're also looking at in Welch now, and I think Kevin had some of this information, but damage reported to 4 or 5 homes, and along with the gymnasium there in central portions of Welch. So that's part of the wind damage that's going on there. Let's go back up to Ron for a minute, who's up in Barnsdall area. Looks like he's moving north out of Barnsdall. Ron, what do you have there on the northeast side of town?
I'm trying to get you a shot, Travis, of this house that's just gone.
Wow.
I mean, and there's no way to put about it. It's just, it's not there anymore, Travis.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get a better shot for you.
So we see some folks. Is that flashlights? Some folks in flashlights there, or what? What's the lights?
Yeah, right there.
Oh, wow.
You see it, Travis?
Yeah.
That's where our house was at.
Okay. And so you can see what's going on there. And
yeah,
are you still getting emergency?
They're still looking at stuff. Yeah, I've seen accessing ambulances from Bartlesville. I mean, Pawhuska. I mean, they just keep coming in and kept coming in. So
do you see any of them leaving?
Yeah, yes. There's been a couple leave, but you could tell there was somebody in the back. But you couldn't really tell anything else. But there was some leaving.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Here's part of that house, Travis.
Wow. Okay. So a direct hit on Barnsdall, northwest of Tulsa. It started with a rotation. In fact, Ron was on that, and right around the Keystone Expressway, not too far from Keystone Dam when it first started. So again, a lot of damage, tremendous damage to that. So radar estimates are at an EF3, maybe EF4 level, based on just radar. But we have to wait officially for the National Weather Service to come out and look at the damage and look at the physical damage before they'll officially issue anything. But that's an estimate based on damage that we see, that we are estimating based on radar. All right, thanks, Ron. I appreciate that. We'll continue to see what happens there. But you can tell where Ron was located, and that was part of the storm that went up toward the Willow Rock area on 123. And we said if you're 123 into Bartlesville, bad path there. Alan's a little bit further south. Alan have anything? Did he have any other damage, or is he good?
Alan was checking on Sequoia's daughter, who did take some damage, and he's gotten cleared from that, and he's now heading back toward the metro.
Okay, all right, sounds good on that, because we do have, obviously, reporters in Bartlesville. Let's go back down to our tornado warning storm here for Creek County for you guys. Still have that going on, flood warnings across the area, and they expired. They'll let it expire, and then Okay. All right, so new severe thunderstorm warning. Now that's going to replace the tornado warning for strong damaging winds. And you can see that there's still an area, and there's some flow of winds right here from where Dell is located, and then that goes up into Tuskegee area, Haydenville. So we're on the Okfuskee County line with really Southern Creek County. Just here's western Okmulgee County. So it's just in this area. So there's still a bit of a circulation feature, but most of the stronger rotation is kind of gone as far as that's concerned. We still have strong winds associated with this, so we're going to have some serious wind damage. What do we have for a storm track with that new severe thunderstorm warning, Stacia?
Travis, we're going to track it east into Okmulgee County and could clip the far northeastern corner of Okfuskee County, but this does track over to Okmulgee, and that's going to be here within the next 30 minutes. But before that, we have Haydenville at 12:05, Beggs at 12:02. In fact, Beggs, you have the rain starting up now. Strongest winds are still back to your west in Creek County, but crossing over the county line and headed for you by 12:02 here. Preston, New Yaka, Park Wheeler Corner, all included in the path. For Okfuskee at 12:07, New Yaka by 12:12, and Okmulgee Lake Trav by 12:18.
All right. Hey, thanks for that update. I appreciate that. I wanted to look into southwest Missouri just for a moment because we've been following that they've had some confirmed tornadoes up there. Don't know if that's continuing or not, but it looks like they've got a mess of stuff going on. So that happened to move on up. And look at the tornado warnings from Kansas City, east of Kansas City. I don't know. Can you back that up about an hour just to see? Because, I mean, we're so busy with our area. We only have one confirmed tornado, but look at all the tornado warnings along this leading edge. So as it was coming in on the north side of Kansas City, we had a tornado warning, and then it started to light up just on the south side, one on the east side of Kansas City, and then it's just lit up. And then we have active tornado warnings just to the east of the Kansas state line. Just wanted to point that out because that is a lot of stuff going on, and that's around the Lamar area, just north of Carthage. So the Carthage one is the one that had the confirmed tornado associated with it. But that just gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on just to our north and east, because that whole line has been just firepower the whole way. And so we still have our severe thunderstorm for Grove. It's a heavy downpour of rain. There's still flooding. I mean, any place there's rain, there's flooding. That pretty much sums it up right now. The worst of the severe weather is moving out of Delaware County, moving to southwest Missouri, and then we have the heaviest rains now down into Creek County. As we mentioned, the tornado warning is expiring on that, and now it's a severe thunderstorm warning. I said the tornado warning is gone. It's out of Cleveland County, but the tornado warning is not finished yet with the east side of Oklahoma City. We're looking at some more damage in Barnsdall. Who's that out of? Or is that the same damage Ron had before? Or is this another place? Oh, the same. Okay. Okay, hey, Ron, or do you want to give us the update, or is Ron going to? Hey, Ron, if you would, give us an update. We have the lower left there, it says Barnsdall on our lower left screen. Can you give us an update on what you have there?
Yes, Travis. I was speaking with the guys that was doing the search and rescue. They did find an 80-year-old lady in here. Her son moved her to the bathroom right before the tornado hit, and she walked right out. She had no injuries to it, so her son saved her, obviously, and so they moved her out, got her, checked her out, but she's no longer here. They moved her to getting checked out, but she was in this rubble basically. But her son put her in the bathtub right before the tornado hit.
Oh my goodness! All right, wow. All right. Hey, thanks, Ron. Appreciate it. We're going to probably hear some of these stories. I know we're going to hear a lot of these stories as we go forward, and we'll be having that with the news in the morning, and then, of course, tomorrow afternoon, and as long as it takes. The tornado warnings, though, now have been canceled, as I mentioned, for Creek County. We saw the severe thunderstorm warning. The only active tornado warning is pretty much on the east side of Oklahoma City. We'll just look at that for a minute just to see what's cooking there. It does appear that that could be around the McLeod area. Let's see if that ends up coming on through there. And the circulation feature with that kind of coming through, and it's just kind of McLeod to just east of Choctaw. Can we go in closer around the Choctaw area and look at velocities or shear, because that might be near Horseshoe Lake. Okay, well, that doesn't look good here. So that just was near Choctaw, and so that's some strong indications of some very strong circular winds right there, and then also to the south. So there could have been, they might be warning on both of these. So they're going to have to extend this further to the east the way it looks. And if that's the case, that will probably, we can widen out. Yeah, there's the Kickapoo Casino. So that could be moving back into Lincoln County. There is an outflow boundary here, and you can see from Prague and then to Meeker. So that's the kind of the outflow boundary. So the storms won't really go back over that with tornadoes. The only place they can go is south of that if there's going to be tornadoes, because it'd be pretty close to impossible to do that, because this is a boundary pushing southward, and then we have this storm moving into that boundary. So that could get stronger briefly, and so that's a problem there. But back into our area, our tornado warned one that you see with the red, that has changed now, and so that is now a severe thunderstorm warning. Stacia, we haven't had an update on that for a little bit. Would you give us another update, please?
Yes, and then Aaron just told me that Sequoia is picking up some nickel dime-size hail just to the west of Beggs. So you can see that hail core there getting over towards his vicinity. So this storm is moving east into Okmulgee County now. Some strong wind potential. We'll track through the northern parts, the northeastern parts of Okfuskee County down towards Okmulgee, and that's going to be here within the next 30 minutes. And so for Layden now, but Okfuskee by 12:05, Preston and Park Wheeler Corner by 12:10, Nuyaka, Okmulgee Lake by 12:16, Bald Hill and Okmulgee by 12:25, continuing on to Midway from there by 12:32. So there's hail potential with this. There's strong winds. And of course, we're watching for any rotation with this storm as it tracks into the northeastern corner of Okfuskee County, but really into central parts of Okmulgee County. Trav?
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. Additional flooding. Some of that water that's falling up in southeast Kansas is going to continue to cause problems for the Neosho River up around the Miami area, so that's not welcome news, as we have flood warnings that are for the excessive rainfall, and that's coming in out of Kansas, so several inches of rain have fallen in some of those areas, so we're going to see that as an issue coming through. National Weather Service in Tulsa, also, as we had mentioned before, has the flood warnings in effect for multiple areas. Just wherever it's raining, that's where we have most of the issues. We also have heavy rain and thunderstorms going on across southeastern Craig, southern Rogers, Delaware, northeastern Creek, Mays, Wagner, northwestern Muskogee, Okmulgee, and Tulsa counties. And that's heavy thunderstorm advisories till 12:30 for all these heavy thunderstorms and flooding rains that go all the way from around Grand Lake to just southwest of Tulsa near Mounds. That's all moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. So we have a lot of water still here. And what's kind of interesting is that we do not have anything that is starting to show up as a linear storm that is like a smooth, really smooth push of these thunderstorms pushing southeast. If we did, we'd probably have circulation right along all the leading edges of that. We still have, though, I mean, we still have to watch what's going on in Okfuskee County. Sequoia said he had the hail. Is Dell where he's watching that storm a little bit more? Aaron, do you know? Is Dell now where he can talk for a minute? All right. Hey, Dell, if you're there, and I see you're west, are you near Dentonville at this point? What are you seeing?
Actually, Travis, we're sitting right here at Okmulgee Lake, looking over the lake back to our west. Not seeing any significant rotation right now. Lots and lots of lightning, though, so the storm is still really intense. We're going to hook back to the east into Okmulgee here pretty shortly, but we're going to hang out here just to see if we can see any rotation before we book back to the east. Back to you, Trav.
All right, yeah, because there's looks like there's some stronger winds just to your northwest and to your west, so there's some in there. Boy, you talk about an electrically charged storm. That thing is rocking and rolling with that. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. That'll still be in effect for about another 30 minutes. The tornado warned storm that's been in Oklahoma City continues to be warned, and as a new tornado warning has been issued with that. Let's go down, take a look at that and what's going on. So this is the area that's in Lincoln County now. So that's moving east-northeast, and here's kind of the pivot area right here. So that's just west of Jacktown and Hara, and that is going to continue to track, looks like might be into that cooler air, so it might end up killing it. But that is going to be, Brandon's back down in there, but he's not in the midst of anything bad. That's good. But the circulation feature right in here, and you see it's very turbulent right along this leading edge. So there's going to be wind damage and probably power outages. And Stacia, I might have you do just a quick storm track and then do some power outage reports if you could for us. But with this new tornado warning, could you see if this is continued very long, where that might get it into Creek County, possibly, if it is?
It could, Trav, because it's moving east at about 30. So we'll kind of see how it interacts maybe with some of these cells out ahead of it. But we'll just kind of take it around just to the west of Rossville, down towards Dale and Twin Lakes and McLeod. And we'll move it east at about, we'll say 35 here. So that does include Meeker, over to Belmont. And so within the next 4 45 minutes, it could get into, again, the western parts, southwestern parts of Okfuskee County. So we're going to be watching from Payton and Boley and west of Okemah. It could just stay south of Creek County, but it is something that we'll watch pretty closely.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. Getting some information, sounds like, and I think Craig and Lori have some updates from out Bartlesville. Craig and Lori?
That's right, Travis. Thank you very much. We appreciate you guys' hard work. We also appreciate the hard work of first responders in parts of green country right now. We want to go to Bartlesville and the Washington County Emergency Management Director, Carrie Cox. Carrie, thanks for joining us. Tell us right now the situation and what you need people to know.
Okay, Craig, we do have damage in Bartlesville. Two areas that we're looking at right now that seem to be hit the hardest. An area in the southwest part of the city along Osage, Dewey Avenue, 22nd Street, residential area. And then some additional damage, probably the heaviest damage on the northeast side of town, east of Highway 75 or Washington Boulevard and Tuxedo, north of Tuxedo Boulevard. The Hampton Inn here has lost most of its roof, if not all of it. We had some people trapped on the third floor of that hotel, but we're going through street by street, looking for damage in those areas and just trying to make sure everybody's okay and checking on injuries at this point.
And the big thing right now is you want people to stay out of that area. Don't get out of your home if you don't have to, because it does make your job a lot more difficult.
Hey, absolutely. That's one of the biggest challenges that we've had tonight is traffic issues, trying to get into those damaged areas and check on people, and the roads are just literally blocked with traffic. People, trying to get in or out or come in and see. So, yeah, if you're not affected, if you don't belong in those areas, just stay home, stay off the streets, and allow emergency crews to get in and do their jobs and check on people and make sure that if anybody is injured, that we can get assistance to them that they need.
And Carrie, I know you got a lot of work to do, so your time's limited. We'll check back in with you later on, but quickly, any reports at all of injuries right now?
Yeah, we've had a few minor injuries reported so far, but that's all we've seen at this point is just some minor injuries. A lot of damage, though, a lot of structural damage, a lot of infrastructure power lines, a lot of roof damage. Is what we're seeing so far.
Carrie, thank you so much. We appreciate your time, and we appreciate all the hard work you and your troops are doing up there. We're going to go back now to Travis with a look at the rest of the storms happening in green country. Travis.
All right. So we've just been issued a new tornado warning. This is going to be for portions of Okmulgee County. So you see the one that's over by Oklahoma City, but let's get on over to ours a little bit further over here. There we go. And so this is a storm track station is going to put together for us, but this is a tornado warning. Let's zoom out a little bit so folks can see this a little bit better. This is a new one. So this is Okmulgee. Here's Tulsa County. So literally just south of Tulsa County. This is Okmulgee County. We have Sequoia, we have Dell, and we have Bob all on this storm. So this is going to be the storm we're going to have to watch. Circulation feature has rapidly increased on this. It has been strong, but it's just increased stronger to the point of where we do feel that a tornado warning was required. So this is southeastern Creek County and basically the northern portions of Okmulgee County. Close in, let's take a little closer look at the circulation feature, and then we'll take a look at what's going on with it. You can see Sequoia's right now near Dentonville. Does Sequoia have his video up and showing up right now? If we could take a look at his video too. This is the what's going on. So he's in heavy rain. He's had some hail, and so he's had some really strong winds associated with this. And so he's right in an area that is located just near Beggs. And so that's well, he's really at Dentonville right now, which is west of Beggs, about 4 miles. And so that's the location where the circulation is the strongest. Let's go back because we're not getting to see a whole lot. Of course, that's when it finally lightnings. But the circulation is right near him right at this moment.
He's got a better picture of it now.
He does? Okay, let's go back to his video if we could for a moment and take a look at what he has. Again, we'll look for a lightning strike here and see if we can see it. He's got the windshield wipers flash. I saw that there back and forth, and we kind of got to wait for a lightning strike. It looks like it's close. Is it pretty close to the ground right now?
He says it's pretty, yeah.
It almost looks like it's on the ground. So that is really, really close. To being on the ground. Has he had any power flashes that you can tell?
He hasn't said any.
All right, so this is the lower base. He's looking just west on 16, west of Dentonville, and so that's right where it looks like he's, and you can see this right in here. And so that is definitely a lowered area. Possibly could be on the ground. Power flashes help us identify where it's at. So this is a pretty dangerous storm. So you see that. All right, let's go back now to the map and get an update on what's going on. So this is just to the west of Dentonville. You need to be taking cover at this point. Let's look at shear for a minute. See if anything's picked up on this. And so it's about the same. And then let's look at our live velocities and give you an update on that. So this is live radar. And, oh, you did? Okay. And so this is right around Dentonville. And so this is the circular area right in here. So this is a location. If you're near Dentonville, need you to take cover at this point because that's a possible tornado. And let's go ahead and find out from Stacia anything on Storm Track, and then we're going to come back and look at some more velocities.
Yeah, so it's moving to the east, Trav, at about 35, and so it's going to take it over to Beggs and Preston. So here's the timing for that. Beggs would be about 12:17, Preston by 12:23, Bald Hill by 12:36, and Morris by 12:37. So our tornado warning for Okmulgee County will continue until 1 a.m. Right now we're at 12:13, and again our track includes just north of Okmulgee from Beggs to Preston over to Bald Hill. If it does end up turning more southeast, that could track it into Okmulgee or into Morris, but right now it is more to the east. And for folks around Beggs and Layton and Preston, we want you in your safe spot tonight as that storm approaches. Trav.
Okay, again, major part of the circulation near and southwest of Beggs, near Dentonville. We'd really like you to be under cover at this particular moment because this is the area where that's occurring. Let's go back to velocity data, and we'll take a closer look on what's happening here. So it's right at Dentonville. So you couldn't get much closer than that. So if you're in this area, Sequoia's right there. Does he see anything else? He should have quite a shot going on.
He did have a really significant lowering just a moment ago, but he was on a road that would not allow him to go through, so he's having to go back to Highway 16 to try to parallel it going east. Okay, so can he... so he can see that lower, or he still has that lowering then from all the indications? He did just a moment ago, and as far as we know, that's likely still there. Okay, so we're gonna make an assumption here that this is a tornado, and that there's if it isn't a tornado, wind damage quite possible right now near Dentonville, and this continues to track right to the east. So he's real close to that circulation feature, and although not super strong like what we saw from the ones earlier today, thank heavens, it's still is close enough that you have to take cover and just be safe. Get away from outside windows and walls in this situation as the circulation right in here. And so that's on radar. And so that's continuing to move east. So this is our live radar. This is up to date. And so that's just sitting right at Dentonville, and just from Dentonville to the south, about 2 or 3 miles. And so this is the main core of the circulation to the east. Looks like we're getting some really heavy downpours of rain and some hail mixed in there. Is Dell, where's Dell in this, and Bob? Are they located, is Dell? Okay, there's Bob. Hey, Bob, if you're looking into this, can you give me an idea? I know it's probably a little difficult because there's some trees down this area. But Bob, what do you have for us? What do you see?
Yeah, we're on the north side of Okmulgee. We're looking back to the northwest right now where the rotation is. This storm is still going strong. We're at 78 degrees. There's a lot of lightning. We're trying to see that lowering that Sequoia was talking about. We're in a pretty good position here. We're near the Claude Cox Omniplex, and we're looking back north and west. Back to you, Travis.
All right, that's what I was wondering about, is if the storm is going to be continuing to move. Dell's just a little bit further on the southwest side of this storm. Dell, I don't know, you guys are pretty close to one another right now, but can you see any difference in what Bob just said? Or is it still looking the same to you?
Basically just about the same as Bob was talking about there. I can tell you, though, from the intensity of the lightning, that the storm has really ramped up here in the last 5 minutes or so. We're going to have better visibility here real shortly, so if there is lowering, we should have visibility on it here in about 5 minutes or less. Back to you, Trev.
All right, yeah, you guys are surrounding it right now, so we'll see what happens with this, and we'll see where Aaron gets you guys rolling, because that's coming in at this point. We're just south now of Dentonville and just to the southwest of Beggs with the main circulation feature associated with this right in here. And so this is what we're looking at, and this is where the velocities are showing up the strongest. So Sequoia is really, really close to it. And does Sequoia have anything else to point out on that, or is he's really close? He should be within about 1.5 miles, 2 miles of it.
I'm waiting on him to reply back to me on any updates that he has.
Okay. All right. I'm sure you'll let me know, or he will, what's going on. So from Dentonville Road to the east, and then that extends on over to 160 Road, North 160 Road. Let's look at velocities from INX if we could for a minute and see if we see anything. So yeah, and so that's just so this is the circulation feature right in here. So that's still coming across. So he's coming into Beggs. Well, if you're from Dentonville to Beggs, if you're in Beggs, you need to be taking cover right now. So you guys are kind of coming up really fast. And since it's just kind of hard to see at this point, and since we can't get a confirmation of exactly where it is, we think it's right off of 16 at this moment. Probably be a good idea if you were in cover, because Sequoia is coming in on Beggs, and he'll hopefully get a turnaround there. He could probably, hey, Aaron, could you have him turn around on the hill that's just on the west side of Beggs, or is he taking the south road there? He looks like he's heading south. Is he heading south? Okay, that's all right. If he can find a hill to look at that, that's fine. But the circulation is right coming in on Beggs as we speak with this. Should be some strong winds. Dell is in a place too where he can probably start to see that. Station, we'll have you do a storm tracking event. Dell, one more update from you. What do you have for us? Can you see anything change?
Okay, Travis, I still cannot see anything on the ground, no power flashes. We're going to have you a better shot right here. We're going to turn in and take a look at it. Still see nothing on the ground, but man, this thing has really intensified quite a bit. That we have there we go. There we go. Now we're starting to see the base here. Hey, Trev, give me just a second here, and I'll come back to you when I actually see something, because it's starting to look a little suspicious. So give me just a sec.
Okay, yeah, because that's still pretty good circulation, or bad circulation, however you want to look at it. All right, let's go back to radar. So it's where Sequoia is at Beggs. Stacia, you have a storm track for us on this?
I do. So we're still going to track it east, maybe slightly southeast from that notch that you see here on reflectivity, right around the Beggs area, just down to the south. That's going to be along Webster Road. So Beggs now, Preston by 1225, Bald Hill by 1240, and then Trav, if it continues more southeast, that could clip the northern parts of Okmulgee and maybe even get down towards the Morris area. Tornado warning will continue for Okmulgee until 1 a.m.
All right. Thank you for that update. So looking at all the data, and I was looking at CC, I don't see any debris at this second on the newest update that we just received, but we do continue with this tornado warning, as you said. So do want folks to realize that could be ping pong ball size hail, golf ball size hail associated with this, and that's why we have to continue for a while longer. When we get a chance, we're going to go back to Craig and Lori for an update, but right now expect to experience maybe 70-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail, and hopefully you're not going to experience a tornado with this severe thunderstorm warning. So that's the latest on that particular cell. There's also, with this tornado warning, that is the only active severe thunderstorm or tornado warning in the immediate Tulsa metro area. All other storms now have pretty much gone to just 2 clusters of them. One is south of Tulsa, and one is located just into portions of southern Lincoln County, and then that's near Shawnee, Oklahoma, and that is a severe thunderstorm warning now. That lost its tornado tag. So what you're seeing here, what was a tornado warning has been canceled. We still have a few areas of thunderstorms. There was a tornado warning. You can see Brandon Purnell was on that, and then that's a severe thunderstorm. That's moving east, so there's still a chance that this is going to regenerate and turn into something. So if you're in Okfuskee County, Hughes County, just know that that's a possibility. But where Dell is located in Sequoia, we're going to go back to these guys before we go to the news. And let's find out. Dell, do you have a better shot for us on what's going on there? Dell, you there? Don't know if Dell's there. Okay, Dell, hang on.
Trav, I'm here right now. We've got eyes on the lowering. I do not see anything on the ground, but there is a significant lowering. Sirens are going off in Okmulgee. Hopefully you can see this in the stream, but we have eyes on the lowering now.
Okay.
You can see it very visibly. Nothing on the ground yet.
Okay, I think I just saw with a flash of lightning there over that fence line. Right in here. Okay.
Yeah, that would be correct. Travis, right over that fence.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And Bob, a quick update from you. I know you and Dell are pretty close to you. Are you repositioning a little bit further south?
Yeah, repositioning. I'm south.
Okay. I think I understand what you said there. I'm not sure. Anyway, all right. So that's the tornado warning coming in through and near Okmulgee and Stacia. Let's have another storm track on that. And if we don't have a tornado, we might try to get over to the news for a quick update on what's going on up to the north where we've had tornado damage as well. What do you have for us?
Trav, I'm going to track that area of circulation just south of Beggs and move it to the east, slightly southeast at about 35. So that will take it to Preston here by 12:25, Bald Hill by 12:40. If it continues more southeast, that could track to Morris by 12:40 and clip the northern parts of Okmulgee. So just heads up there. Midway by 12:48, and we'll see if it continues into Muskogee County. Trav.
All right. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. What we're going to do is if we find anything that looks even resembles a partial tornado, we'll come right back because we're going to be getting some additional information on what's going on up north. But we'd have at this time the tornado warned storm nearing Okmulgee, but we do not have anything on the ground at this moment. But again, Craig and Lori, if we see anything, we'll just holler at you real quick. But if you want to get an update in, let's see what happens here. Go ahead.
All right, Travis, thank you. I just got this from Osage County Sheriff Eddie Verdon. He says he's made it to the command location there in Barnsdall. Numerous injuries, and he is now confirming one death in this storm. Says phone service is very difficult. Lots of people trying to get a hold of loved ones right now.
Obviously. News on 6's Cal Day is live near Barnsdall. He joins us tonight. Cal, give us an update on what you've learned.
Correct, Laura. I've just talked with the Osage County Emergency Management Director. They believe that many people are trapped in homes in some of the hardest hit areas. It is difficult for them to get to those homes right now because of so many live down power lines. They are waiting on those power crews to get in here. He's also told me that the Oklahoma Task Force has been deployed. So a lot of the emergency personnel here on the scene working to help people, again, believed to be trapped. That's according to the Osage County Emergency Management Director. And taking a look out here, you can see just a huge response. You name the city, they're probably out here in Osage County. That includes Cleveland, Ponca City, Osage County, of course. And we understand that a lot of people who are being rescued or people who have had significant damage are being told to go to the high school. That is where the shelter is set up right now. And of course, you can kind of get just a little bit a look at the damage when you start to see images like this, and that's some pretty significant damage to this tree, but that doesn't even tell the story out here in Barnsdall. We've seen houses that have been completely leveled. It's hard for us to show that right now just because of how bad the cell phone reception is. But again, the last message that we've had from the Osage County Emergency Management Director is they believe that several people are trapped in their homes here in this neighborhood off the main street. They're working to get to those people right now. Live in Oklahoma Zone is on 6.
All right, Cal, thank you very much for that live report.
Chloe is also there. She's at that shelter. We'll have more from her in a minute. First, we want to get back to Travis and the storms.
All right. Hey, thanks. And we do have a few issues going on right now. Sequoia was saying that he has some strong winds, so he's getting some power flashes. We do not have any confirmation of any tornado, but like we said, we'd be back if there was. But there is a chance that we're having some wind damage in here. There is a bit of there is circulation, obviously, with this, or we wouldn't have a tornado warning. So Sequoia's in an area where he's getting some strong winds. I don't know if we have Sequoia's shot right now. We could take that, but that is just to the south of him near Preston. So this is a look at what he's driving through at this moment. He has winds, did he say a 50 to 60 on that? What did he have? At least. Right in there. So we have extremely strong, damaging winds. And with a tornado warning, we just don't want to take any chances. So we'll go back to news in just a minute, but we have to follow this through here for a while longer because this is a very dangerous situation once again. And Dell, you see where Dell's located, Bob's located. Dell, can you give me an update on what you're looking into, or can you see anything right now just to your northwest?
We're still getting strong inflow into the storm. Nothing is on the ground at this point, but the inflow is still strong and the air is extremely juicy off to the south. So I can't see this really weakening too much in the foreseeable. Back to you.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Dale. Appreciate it. Bob's a little bit further south. Bob, if you're just now south of Okmulgee, it looks like you're going along the highway going on into Morris. Are you looking back to your northwest at all, or have you been able to see anything back over Okmulgee at this point?
No, but this storm has still got a lot of lightning with it, as you can see, and it doesn't look like it's weakened all that much. We're going to try and get a little bit east of Okmulgee here and see if we can pick up some of those winds. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Hey, I appreciate that. We have also issued a severe thunderstorm warning now for Okfuskee County. That will be going until 1:15 this morning. That storm is really booking it, moving east at about 55 miles an hour. So we'll have some wind gusts at least 60 miles an hour and some hail associated with that particular cell. So just to the southwest. So if you're down southwest of that, there is a very powerful wind machine going on moving into Okfuskee County. So that's something too that's happening. This is an area that is prime. You can see Vaughn is set up just off to the west or to the east, and going to pick up these storms as they continue to track to the east. So again, a tornado warning still in effect. Sequoia had some power flashes just a little bit ago, so we're estimating winds 60 to 70 miles an hour back in this area. We'll have Stacia do a storm track, but first let's zoom in on what's back into this zone. Thanks. And then so we're at Preston is kind of a pivot point for some of the strong damaging wind potential. So this is coming in on Okmulgee from the airport areas down to Okmulgee. So this is where the strongest of the winds are located in here. Let's look at INX for a moment. And the circulation feature is right in here. So you see what's going on here. And so as you look at that happening, so the strong winds continue right in an area from just south of Sequoia and then extending. It's a little hard to see what's happening, but that's inflow and then outflow, which is quite interesting what's happening with that cell as well. And so that's a pivot area. And Dell, I'm going to have you stop where you are. I need you to take care of Okmulgee for a minute and just tell me what you're seeing as that's coming into town, if you would, because we got to make sure folks in Okmulgee see what's going on right now. What do you have?
Okay, Trav, what we've got right now here, and we are basically very intense lightning. There is nothing on the ground, but I got to say we just went under another tornado warning.
Yep.
It looks to me like there may be a new circulation area just to the north of where the previous circulation is. I may be dreaming that, but it looks to me like there may be a new circulation area developing just to our north.
It's quite possible because that outflow boundary is not quite that far south. And so that cell is going up right in that area. We'll look at that here in just a minute to see what that looks like. So that tornado warning still the same. That's coming right across Okmulgee. Stacia, if you would, do a quick update, and I'll take a look at if that cell's changing a little bit.
Okay, Trav, so I'm going to track it from Preston, where you can see the strongest winds are Preston down to the Okmulgee Regional Airport. And we'll track it to the east, slightly southeast, which could take it into Morris by 12:43, and then continuing on potentially into western parts of Muskogee County there, but crossing over 52 to Morris by 12:43, clipping the north, maybe northeast sides of Okmulgee as it tracks through Okmulgee County. Tornado warning goes until 1. We'll see if that continues off to the southeast from there. But again, we're tracking it from where we find our strongest winds at the moment. So when you look at shear here, you can see that line of strong winds from Preston down to Okmulgee. Dal, Bob kind of looking back up to their northwest. And so there could be some strong damaging winds here as it does move across Okmulgee County, but we're tracking it to the east, slightly southeast with a speed of about 35 miles per hour. Trav?
All right, and as we look, as I had time, a little bit of an analysis of that, there is a little bit of a development and a little bit of a rotating area just northeast of the Preston area, and then also strong damaging winds look like they're west of Okmulgee. So there is a wind, kind of a wind event going on in some of those areas where it looks like 50, 60 miles an hour. And that's where we still have the turbulence showing up. So that's this area right in here from Preston. And then Sequoia is moving east with it. And Megan, I don't know if you heard anything from Sequoia on any strong winds at this particular moment. Have you heard anything from them?
No, I haven't.
Okay. All right. And so then you see where Dal and Bob are located. It's right in Okmulgee right now. So you're going to get, there isn't much for hail, so that's good. But the winds are still, I'd say, 60 miles an hour or so right along this area from Preston where Stacia was doing the storm track. And there's probably going to be some additional power outages for you guys. So don't be surprised. And as we said, you can stream on your phone and go to our website and you just say, we're streaming live. Just click on that, and then that'll help you a lot if you lose power right in that area. Let's go back to Dell and get another update. Dell, need another update from you while we're getting this storm right through the Okmulgee area.
Yeah, Trav, winds are starting to pick up here. I'd estimate now about 45, but I anticipate they're going to continue to increase because we're just slightly ahead of that line, just barely ahead. Right now, about 45 miles an hour. We do see a base, but I don't see anything significant.
Okay, and Megan, did you have something that you needed to update us on?
Just in terms of power outages, we just had them go up to 16,000 in Cleveland County.
Okay.
So
the power outage is over there. Okay.
Yeah.
And then also we have an emergency manager that out of Barnsdall, so we got to go to him here in a second. Just to the control room, just to hang on for a minute. If he can hang on just for a minute longer, we got to get this through Okmulgee, make sure we don't have anything going on. So Dell gave us that report. Bob's now over in Morris. Obviously, we've been hit with a tornado in Morris in the last 2 weeks. So this is, again, scary country at this point for a lot of folks who have already been hit by this. So we're not going to leave right at this moment. But this is the circulation feature here. Aaron, go.
Yeah, Dal said they're taking 50 to 60 mile per hour winds now. 50 to 60? Okay. So Dell's got 50, 60 mile an hour winds with this leading edge right in here. Circulation feature, there is a small little couplet area where Sequoia is running into. Can you ask Sequoia if he sees anything right in front of him at this moment? Hey, Sequoia, do you have visual on anything?
And because this is and so this is near Happy Camp Road and, of course, Highway 16. And so there is a little bit of a... can we look at live velocities and see if we have anything on there real quick? Because this is, yep, it's right in here. So there is a little bit of a circulation feature right here. So that's literally in front of him about 1.5 miles or so. 2 miles. Hopefully you can get a hold of him here so he doesn't drive into it. So this Highway 16, Vaughn's just to the east of this. And Vaughn, I don't know if you can see.
Hold on, Sequoia.
Let's, is Sequoia, okay. I'm going to wait here. So if along Highway 16, does he see anything at all? He can't.
Did you see anything?
We're going to get that report first. Again, so that's just a little rotating area here before we go. Bald Hill Road, you guys should be getting 50, 60 mile an hour winds. And you can see where that's intercepting Prairie Bell Road. So this is a little bit more of a more intense area. And so this is moving into Bald Hill as we speak. Let's move the radar a little bit further to back to the west if you could so we can see that better. Okay, thanks. So here's Sequoia, here's that part. And Stacia, quick update. We'll just try to get confirmation of anything.
I'm going to track that area, Trav, right where you are from Bald Hill over to Midway by 12:45, Jamesville by 12:54, Spring Hill by 1:02, and Taft by 1:03. So again, just tracking that area of circulation. Trav was on. Sequoia's watching just west of Bald Hill, moving east, slightly southeast at 35.
All right, thanks. I appreciate you doing that. So that's the location, again, along 16. So you're going to have to keep an eye right on this pivot point right in here. It's getting a little bit stronger. And so if you're right here, Bald Hill, that's what we have. And let's look south just a little bit in Okmulgee. So that's stronger too, just to the north side of Okmulgee. And Dale, can you see anything to your right where you are, just to your north? Dale, go.
Yeah, go ahead, Trav.
Okay, can you give me an update on what you just went through with the storm there by Okmulgee?
Yeah, basically, we're still taking extremely heavy rain. The winds have died down just a little bit, but now we're getting some pea-sized hail coming through. Winds are down to about 40 to 45 now, and so far the biggest hail we've experienced is, like I said, pea-sized hail.
Okay.
We're going to keep an eye on it, and then we'll shift back to the east here in a sec.
Okay.
Thank you, Trav.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Bob and Morris. Bob, can you see anything from your location right now?
Yeah, we could see the leading edge of this line as it's coming in. And right now our winds are running about 20, 25. They're starting to pick up slowly. I still think we're a couple minutes out from getting the wind here at its peak. We'll be back to you in a minute. Okay.
All right. So we're going to continue to monitor what's going on right in here. Anything from Sequoia, and then we're going to try to run over and quick get an update from what's going on in Barnsdall with... nothing.
Yeah, Sequoia was reporting winds of 60 miles per hour or more coming from the northwest.
Okay, yeah. Really? Okay. So this is kind of concerned right at Bald Hill. Here, we're seeing that right here, right at Bald Hill. So this is circular fashion here. And so if you're right here to the east, just be very, very careful from Bald Hill, Highway 16 to the east. This is wrapped up a little bit here, and we'll see. I don't even know if the National Weather Service, we've got a tornado warning on it.
Well, they just kind of revamped it a bit for Bald Hill and move it east at 40.
Okay, so they continued tornado warning?
Yes.
Okay, well, for good reason. So again, if you're in this area, what I'd like to do is have the radar in the corner, guys, if you can do that, if we're going to try to go to news, because I know we've got to get some information about Barnsdall in here. But we're going to look at this, and I'm going to interrupt if we start looking and seeing a tornado. But if we can get the radar, and maybe station can keep a storm track on this. But if you're in Okmulgee County, Bald Hill area, this is where the strongest winds are located right now. So it wouldn't take much to get something wrapped up and going. And it's just a steady state right here, and probably 60, 65 mile an hour, maybe 70 mile an hour winds, because that's coming north, this coming out of the south. And so we're right at an intersection here where we do feel like highway, is that 52? Yeah, State Highway 52 and State Highway 16. That's right where the circulation is. Does Sequoia have anything else he can tell us right this minute? Anything that you can see, that he can see?
The main thing is just still torrential rainfall and winds that have been
excessively
strong, coming from left to right.
All right. Station, give us one more storm track on this, will you?
Yeah.
And, so folks see this so that they're not getting stressed out.
Yes. So from Bald Hill, moving it to the east, it'll be about 40 miles per hour. Midway by 12:45. Jamesville by 12:53. You just saw the latest update there. By Taft, 101. Wainwright, 103. And then Cricola, 106.
Okay, I appreciate that. Guys, what we're going to do, let's stick on weather 7 on the radar. And then with the storm track, if you could keep that updated, Stacia, that'd be great. And if you guys can get that in a box, then we can go ahead and go on over to Craig and Lori so that they can try to get an update in. You do have it set up? Okay, thanks. I needed to hear that. So let's do that. Craig, Lori?
All right, Travis, thank you very much. We're going to try to make it as quick as possible, but we do want to get to you some information on Barnsdall.
Of course, as we know, Barnsdall took a direct hit tonight, and there's a lot of injuries as well as damage. Still searching for people. News on 6's Chloe Abbott is live with where the emergency management operations are set up tonight. Chloe, what can you tell us?
Craig and Lori, the first bus out of 3 is just arriving to Barnsdall High School at the field house, where several first responders are here on the scene waiting for this bus full of people where their homes have been destroyed and they have nowhere to sleep. And they're here waiting for people who may have injuries. So they are waiting for those people to give first aid to them. There's firefighters, EMS workers, and deputies here that are ready to give first aid. Now, like I said, there are going to be 3 buses coming here that we're picking up people from where the tornado left a lot of damage. People's homes are gone, and they will be staying here overnight inside the field house at Barnsdall High School. We saw firefighters bringing in mats for people to sleep on, and we're still waiting to hear how many injuries have been reported. There is water here for people inside. So far, we've seen ambulances bring 2 people here to get treated by firefighters and EMS workers. Right now, inside of the field house, there are a few families. And again, we are waiting for 2 more buses that have picked up people where their homes are destroyed and they have nowhere to stay tonight, and they will stay at the Barnsdall field house. Live in Barnsdall, Chloe Abbott, Oklahoma Zone, News on 6.
Okay, Chloe, thank you very much. And of course, our hearts and prayers go out to those storm victims. And a lot of folks don't know where they're going to stay tonight.
Sure, or what the future holds for the days and weeks ahead. We're going to go back down to Travis and tracking the rest of these storms. Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Still looking at the same place right around Bald Hill. Circulation continues to be really strong right in here just to the south. Bob is in Morris. Bob, can you give us an update out of Morris? What do you have right now?
Hey, Travis, we're getting torrential rain. We're getting winds 25 or 30. They're not horrendous, but with some of the previous damage here, there's still loose stuff blowing around. So we're going to keep maintaining here for a few minutes and see if we get any more out of it. Back to you. All
right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Dell's to your west, and so he's following that up on Highway 16 just a little bit further west. Hey, Dell, quick update from you. What is it like on the backside of this? Are you getting any strong northwest winds at all or not?
We are. We're actually starting to see an increase in the winds again. They had dropped off, and now we're starting to see more of a strong wind out of the northwest. The hail has dropped off, but the rain is becoming torrential, so if it keeps raining over this area street flooding is going to be an issue as well. We are going to keep an eye on this, though, because there's still some circulation just right back off to our north and west right now. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. That tornado warning continues in effect till 1 o'clock. It's 12:42 right now. So the National Weather Service is keeping that going with up to half-dollar size hail and 60, 70 mile-an-hour winds outside of that tornado. And then we've been added to northwestern Muskogee County, northeastern Okmulgee County with a severe thunderstorm warning now till 1:30 for 60 mile-an-hour winds and half-dollar size hail. So we do want you guys to be advised for that, what's going on. This is the area where the circulation, and so Sequoia is moving past the Bald Hill area at this point, and this is the strong winds. The difference, Midway, you're up next for that. And then you see where Bob and Dell are located, so they're going to continue to track that as we move it to the east. Wind speeds here, 60, and I wouldn't be surprised there were some 70 mile-an-hour winds there. And Stacia, probably like to have you in just a moment if you spread out just a little bit, and then probably get us a storm track on this. So the tornado warning is extending just right on up to county line, and then you see the strongest winds are southeast of Bald Hill at this moment. So Bob and then also Dell and Sequoia, they pretty much have been covering this. So we're going to try to keep Sequoia moving right along this leading edge, and the best circulation, or the worst, whatever you want to call it, has been around the Bald Hill area. So tighten up briefly, but we might change over to a severe thunderstorm warning. Vaughn, hey, Vaughn, if you can you see what's going on with that cell to your north and west? I was kind of wondering, or just to your west. What do you have for us?
Is that Vaughn or Bob?
I said Vaughn. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the rain's just now picking up. I'm coming up to Highway 16 west of Muskogee here, and it's just now picking up here. But the light show is incredible. There's so much lightning with this storm, so intensity is still there with the storm, and obviously it's got the rotation with it. So if it continues down 16, then Muskogee is definitely in the crosshairs. So everybody in Muskogee just needs to pay attention.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this thing isn't really ending whatsoever. And we said that southeastern parts of our viewing area, because Tulsa's now kind of a little bit better shape, just a little bit. I need to point out too is John up to the north real quick. John has had some flooding, and Brandon's in town as well, and Alan. John, just a quick update from you. What is the flooding situation in Tulsa right now?
It is pretty deluxe right here at about 43rd and South Memorial. We have Tulsa police that have the roadway blocked off. You can see a police car pulling in front of me right now, blocking off the roadway. Up the street, I can see cars stuck in the water at about 43rd in Peoria, and police are telling me to get out of here right now. They don't want me sitting here, but this is a situation. Cars stranded in water again, about 43rd and South Memorial. Back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it very much. I know you probably got to move now, but thanks, John. So again, flooding going on in Tulsa. Back, we have a new tornado warning now extending to where Vaughn is located. So this is taking it on into Muskogee. Vaughn just mentioned that a moment ago. Circulation feature continues to be quite strong here. Bob's on the south side, and Dell and Sequoia is following it along right now. Does Sequoia have, what does he have for winds? Still north? Does he still have northerly winds? What's going on with that?
He has kind of been in and out. His video and stuff is all froze up at the moment, so I'm trying to get back in touch with him.
Okay, because the circulation is tightest right in here. So from really Highway 16 back to the south. So again, this is a tornado warning. We're trying to get up to Bartlesville in a minute or two, because we have another report coming in out of Bartlesville. But this is a Bald Hill Road, where it intersects with State Highway 16, North 340 Road, North 4090 Road is up ahead. So this is picking up a little bit of more of a rotating area. And so this could spin up in a while, pretty quick. Let's go to Bob with an update. Bob, what do you have from your location? I know it looks like it's just pounding you with rain, and visibilities are probably a little hard to see.
Travis, we're east of Morris now, and we're getting probably 25-mile-an-hour winds. I know it looks worse, but the torrential rain is just getting blown around right now. We can't see anything back up to our north and east where that rotation is right now, but we're continuing back eastbound.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. And so you see that the shear is still very, very strong. That's why we continued the tornado warning on into Muskogee County. We mentioned just a minute ago that that is going to be inclusive of Muskogee. Let's get an update from Vaughn, then let's get a storm track update from Stacia. Vaughn, what do you have? Vaughn, go ahead.
So I'm just now getting to Highway 16, getting ready to turn and look west. So okay. I guess that circulation is just south of 16. Is that right, Travis? Yeah,
it's just to your west, pretty much almost due west right now. It's near 16. I have you on, I don't know, looks like you're about 4 miles south of 16 right now, 4.5 miles south of 16. But yeah, that circulation is almost due west. Go ahead.
I'm actually at 16 and 64. So,
okay, GPS slowed down on us. All right, so that circulation should be just off to your west-southwest at this time. Can you give me a... sirens are going off in Muskogee now already. So circulation right in here. So this is so Vaughn's on 16, so he's just south of the Jamesville thing there. So your circulation almost due west-southwest of you. So the center of the circulation is just south of 16 at this moment, and probably right on East 890 Road down to East 910 Road. The strongest circulation then kind of extends maybe to North 360 Road. You're going to get some strong wind damage here, so I would say 70-mile-an-hour winds. But this, again, is becoming more of a couplet issue in here. And so this is an area where they were going to see that's south of Midway and just south of Jamesville. And Vaughn is, again, his GPS apparently has moved slightly. So this is where we're looking at it. Let's go ahead and, Stacia, give us a storm track on this, will you? And then we'll see if we can, as long as there's nothing going on, we'll try to get another update on what's going on up north.
All right, Trav, so we're going to track it from Midway off to the east at about 40-45, which will take it over to Jamesville. This will be crossing over the Boynton area just north on State Highway 62 up to State Highway 64 and 16, continuing on to Krakola and West Muskogee by 111. And so again, the sirens are going off in Muskogee. If you're just now waking up, we do have a tornado warning for Muskogee County. Circulation is back just south of Midway, and it's moving to the east at about 40-45. So that will track across Muskogee County. Jamesville 1255, Taft by 101, Clarksville by 106, and West Muskogee by 111. Trav?
All right. Hey, thanks. And Aaron, is Sequoia, he's just on the north side. Is he still getting strong north winds on this at this moment?
He was in that 50 to 60 mile per hour range a couple of minutes ago when I talked to him last.
So still north on there. Okay, because this is the circulation feature right here. So we could have a tornado at any time right in this zone. So right here. So just southwest of Vaughn, west southwest, and trying to look at Vaughn. It looks like hey Vaughn, I'm gonna come. It looks like you've turned. Do you have an update for us, Vaughn? Because you're in a location where I'm trying to see if you got it.
Yeah, I'm right here at 62 and 16. So the junction that goes to Pascal on 16, and it should be just to my southwest.
It is.
So watching for power flashes, that kind of stuff. There's a lot of lightning with it, and there's going to be a lot of rain coming too. So it's just going to make it that much more difficult. But yeah, we're sitting here looking straight southwest at it. I can almost see some structures, some features there. So I'll just keep watching that area. So it's to my southwest. Is that correct?
Okay. All right. Yeah, because it's kind of holding steady state right in there, and it is rotating, so it is headed your way. So we'll have to keep you kind of right along that leading edge there so you can stay ahead of that as it's coming toward the Muskogee area. The circulation feature right here. And so this is the main circulation feature here. Strong winds extend to the south, and so there's a couple of spots here now. So there's now one south. So this is all in western Muskogee County. So and that's all just sitting to the west of Boynton and then to the west of the Highway 1672 junction. So that's where we're going to watch. All right, we're going to keep our eyes on that. And guys in the production or control room, if you could get us the storm track that Stacia will have another storm track that you can put on Weather 7. I guess we'll punch it through Weather 7. And then let's run over quick and get an update again from Craig and Lori. You guys.
All right, Travis, thank you so much. We want to go back to that damage in Bartlesville tonight.
The Hampton Inn was damaged severely in the tornado. News on 6's Aaron Conrad joins us in Bartlesville with more. Aaron?
Well, Craig and Lori, we are here between Frank Phillips Boulevard off Highway 75. That hotel is right behind me. It's really dark out here. There's no power along the street, so lighting is at a minimum. So I'm not sure what you're really going to be able to see behind me, but what I can show you is that there is so much debris. You cannot tell in some of these areas what is what. There are roofs from other buildings. I can't tell if some of this is the roof from the Hampton Inn or if it's roofs from a lot of other buildings, because these buildings next to it also have lost their roofs. There is, I wish you could see it. I don't think it is bright enough out here for you to see it, but there is a piece of wood, maybe a 2x4, a piece of framing stuck horizontal into the side of the stucco of the hotel. The winds were that strong here. That piece of wood basically impaling the side of the hotel, and it is staying there. It is sticking there. We also know we heard some crews come through here looking through some of this debris. They said that there are still power lines down all over this area, so we're a little hesitant to really venture too far into all of this. But right now, what we do know is we've had some viewers message us, send us messages saying that they were in the hotel, that everybody was okay, but that they obviously had to evacuate and that they had to shelter. So right now we're still trying to figure out exactly if anyone was hurt, what's going on out here, but it is quite the scene, a big scene to clean up that will last well into tomorrow and into the rest of the week. Craig, Lori?
All right, Aaron, thank you. We want to quickly show you some pictures that we got from inside the Hampton Inn in Bartlesville. Josh Akea, a viewer, sent us some pictures, tells us the coworkers, they had people staying there, they were safe, but the hotel took a direct hit. Had someone message me some pictures as well, saying there's significant damage on the first and third floor in the lobby area as well.
As you can see, we're going to get right back now to Travis and his team as they continue following these storms east. Travis?
Yeah, hey, thanks, because we've got really, really strong winds coming in now, and so what we need to do is show you the latest. This is damaging wind potential right here, and so this is coming in on Boynton at this moment, so we could have winds of upwards of 80 to maybe higher miles per hour in this zone. So this is going to do some serious damage. Bob, got to come to you real quick. Right in front of you, you have some strong damaging wind potential. What do you have for us on this? Because this is bowing out. Looks like we're going to get some serious wind damage, so you're running into something. What's going on? Bob, go if you can.
Hey, Travis, we're getting about 45-mile-an-hour winds off and on, but we're also picking up some quarter-size hail. Not a lot of it, but it was enough that we, even in this heavy rain, could see it bounce off the pavement. So there's still a little bit of oomph in this storm, and we're still watching for the rotation.
Okay, yeah,
because Travis.
Thanks. Yeah, it's just to your east, so be careful what you run into here, because we did get some. Megan just said we had some power flashes that were reported near Boynton as this is coming in. So this is very strong right here. So the power outages associated with this at this particular moment is going to cause damage right around Boynton to the north. And you can see what's happening here, a little bit of an S curve. And so we don't like that because that tends to be showing where the strongest damaging winds are located. And then on here, let's go ahead and show velocities and take a look at what we have. And so this is where the winds are coming strong out from Boynton to the south. And then up to the north, Vaughn is located just up north, and he's near Sequoia. Vaughn, you're about ready to get hit by some of those winds. What do you see at this moment?
Who was that?
Vaughn?
For Vaughn?
Yeah, for you?
Yeah. It's just to myself, so I'm keeping it just to myself so I can see out the window, and if there's any kind of power flashes, you're really not going to be able to see it in this heavy rain, except for power flashes. So I'm moving east. I'm north of it. Bob's moving east. He's south of it. So if there's anything that happens, you're going to know it.
Yeah, and there is some, just went through Boynton. And we do believe that we probably had some 70-mile-an-hour winds there. Just looked like that. I don't have that confirmation, but it looks like it from our radar and from the velocities right in here. So that's right at Boynton. And so if you're in here, there's a bit of this is a bit of a circulation feature right near Boynton. And then right on the backside, you're going to get these really strong northwest winds coming on in. Sequoia's still getting strong north winds where he is? Is he coming up?
I'm going to check back in with him on that.
Okay, thanks. So this is strong south winds here in advance. So this is feeding into it. So Vaughn is just about 3-4 miles north of that. Sequoia's just to behind Vaughn there, as you can see. Bob's just to the south. Hey, Bob, any change in wind speeds as you're moving to the east? Bob, can you
Travis,
go ahead?
We're still in torrential rain here. We haven't seen any power flashes. It looks like the power in our area is still on, but got to say, with the torrential rain, I don't know if we'd see something until we ran into it. Back to you.
Okay. Hey, I appreciate it very much. And so I see you're coming up on a stop sign. Better stop. And then we see the rotating area. So Bob's just to the south. We're going to talk to Stacia here in a second, and then we're going to get some power outage reports as well. But this is what's going on right here is that circulation. Can you widen out just a tad bit here? I want to show where Bob is to the south. So he's right here. He's going to have to take a curve and head. Is he going to have to southbound there, Aaron? Is that where Bob's going to have to go? Can he
Bob is going to keep traveling east on Wainwright Road.
Okay. All right. He's about in the advancing line of it. So it's just the rotating part of that is just right around Boynton right now to the north. Stacia, what do you have for us? What's going on?
It's moving to the east, slightly southeast at 35 to 40. So this could clip the southern parts of Muskogee and at least the area of circulation. You're still going to get really strong winds coming into town. But from Boynton off to the east, slightly southeast at 35 to 40, that puts it in Summit by 111. West Muskogee still about 111, 112. Continuing potentially on to Kiefton by 118. And so we'll track it through Muskogee County. But that circulation from Boynton to the east, slightly southeast at about 35 to 40.
All right. And I appreciate it very much. We'll continue with that severe thunderstorm warning till 1:30 for northwestern Muskogee County. That's basically where Boynton is. And we also have that tornado warning inclusive of that same area. So do be advised for that. Also, the severe thunderstorm has moved now out of Okmulgee County. We still have flood warnings in effect for you. So we'd really hope that you don't drive around too much. Because it is pretty nasty. Down around Okemah, if we could just take a quick look at that, that would be great. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning till 1:15 for Okfuskee County. So that's a storm that's continuing to move from around Boley and Castle and Cromwell, and that's moving east at 60 miles an hour. So that's blasting to the east, and that is moving across Okfuskee County right now. Stacia, I think based on the speed of that, we do need to probably get an update from you on that storm track, because you can kind of see that arcing off on the lower left-hand side there of the radar. What do you have?
You can, Trav, and that could do some damage. That's really strong winds coming in, that arcing look. So that could knock power out tonight. That could knock some tree limbs down. You could have some debris from that coming through. So as it moves very, very quickly off to the east, southeast, that strong push, and sometimes you can see those bowing segments come through. That would take it from Okfuskee County just out to the northwest of Walika. We'll move it to the east, southeast at 60, and so that will track over towards Walika by 103, Henrietta by 108, Lena by 123, Sidham at 127. So it'll leave Okfuskee County, clip southern Okmulgee County around Henrietta, and then continue over into northwestern McIntosh County within the next 30 minutes. So it'll be on the northwest sides of Lake Eufaula here again within half an hour. Trav?
Wow. All right. Thanks. I appreciate that. And we are watching some flooding issues around Tulsa, as we said. And John has been watching some of those things going on. Brandon's watching some of that, Alan as well. The tornado warning still in effect for Muskogee County. That's going to be moving in on Muskogee. But look at all these blue areas. And this is aerial floods that are showing up across the area. Kevin's moving down around the Choteau area. Ron's coming back in from out of the Barnsdall area. John, just a quick update from you from Tulsa. Any other flooding going on, or is things improving a little bit, or not? It looks like rain's ending in that area.
The rain has slacked off. The flooding is still an issue. I'm at 43rd and South Sheridan. And you can see Tulsa police again have the roadway blocked off here because of flooding. Of course, this is one of our usual trouble spots right in front of Sam's, but this roadway here flooded, and again, police have it blocked off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stalled cars out here, Travis. So
can you see him, or can we see him, or can you?
Yeah. Let me change the.
Okay, just
one is right over here. Pickup truck.
There we go. Okay, down in there. Okay.
Yeah, and then there's more back this way. Don't know if you can make those out yet, but they're down there. It was about a quarter of a mile that was flooded, and they now have the water receding.
And stalled out cars. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Stalled out cars. All right.
All right, John Durkee in central Tulsa, I'd say. And then you see our storms continuing. You see our storm team continues to cover that Okemah storm. We're going to have to watch that one because that's going to be headed southbound in a little bit, or down into our southern part of our viewing area. Let's take a look again closer in on what's going on with our tornado warning. Probably get another storm track update from Stacia. And you can see around Muskogee area where you're under the tornado warning. Vaughn's coming into town. Sequoia's on the backside. We still have these areas. We haven't really wrapped this thing into a tornado. There's wind damage along this leading edge. There could be a spin up any place in here that could lead to a small tornado. There could have been one already, but they're really too hard to find. It's kind of like a needle in a haystack right at this point. But we do have enough of a indication of how strong the winds are, with 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds seemingly common. And then you can see where Sequoia is located. He's coming south. Is he headed toward Boynton to see if there's anything happen there? Is that where he's going?
I'm positioning Sequoia to go south of I-40 to get ahead of the next line.
Ones. Way to go. You're all over it. Vaughn is on the leading edge of that. Bob's on the south side. And then, Bob, I'm going to go to you first. Can you give me an update? It looks like you got out of the rain. So do you have strong winds inflowing into your area or not?
Yeah, we're seeing, looking at the trees net, we're going to say probably 35 anyway.
Wow.
We're just in a little bit lighter rain right now as we're kind of caught up with that leading edge. Hopefully we'll be up to Highway 69 here before long and be able to see something a little bit different. Back to you, Travis.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it. Vaughn is on Highway 16 just to the west of Muskogee. Muskogee's in the upper right-hand corner. You see where Vaughn is located. Vaughn, any update from you? Do you have also some flow of south winds coming in, or what's going on there?
Hold on a second, Travis. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking south at it now. I'm turning south. I'm going to go about a mile and a half south. Then I'll be on Hancock, and I'll go back to 69, and I should get a pretty good shot of it here. So we'll see here in about a couple of minutes as soon as I clear this mountain.
Okay.
I'll get back with you.
Okay, sounds good. And so as he positions here, we're going to take a look at what's going on, and then we'll go to Stacia with a storm track in just a minute, but we're going to wait on that. I want to point out something here. You can see where Sequoia is located, and then this, you can also find out if anything happened in Boynton, if you would, Aaron, when he's going through. But you see what's happening here. You see this curvy area. So we do know that there's a lot of turbulence right along this leading edge, and because of that, that's where a lot of the issues are occurring. So where the radar is trying to detect some really strong winds just off of the surface in this location. So if that's the case, we're going to have some issues with that. Dell is south of Boynton right now, and Dell's headed southbound. Dell, anything from your area of what you have seen with strong winds, or has there been any damage right there where you are, or not?
Fortunately, we haven't seen any damage whatsoever. Basically, just torrential rainfall. The winds have really slacked off a little bit in our location right now, so we're going to bust south a little bit further to see if we can get in position on this stuff coming back from the west. Back to you, Travis.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. So still busy day across the area. There's some of the strongest winds now. You see where Bob is located, and then back up to, let's go to where Vaughn is located, and we'll see what's going on there. So anywhere from just west to Summit, we've got some strong winds, and now Vaughn should have a pretty good shot. Now, Vaughn, what do you have for us?
Okay, yeah, I'm just coming up on top of the hill here, and I should have a pretty good shot as long as I don't have any trees in my way. This is coming next to the volunteer fire department.
Okay.
So that's probably spot right now.
And I thought that you were, I thought you had stopped there for a minute, but maybe your video had stopped, and I thought you were looking to the west.
Yeah, looking due south. Not seeing a whole right now. There's not as much lightning as there was a little bit earlier.
Okay. Good.
But
you're kind of cutting in and out, but go ahead.
Yep, I'm cutting in and out. I'm in the Barnsdall area here on the west side. And what I'm doing, I'm turning west, east on Hancock right now, and I'll be just north of that circulation. So if anything pops over there, I'll see it.
All right. All right. Thanks, Vaughn. I appreciate that. Stacia's going to take us on a storm track and also give us some updates on the latest flooding and power outages. Stacia, what do you have?
All right, Trav. So we're going to start with our track across Muskogee County for very strong winds, watching circulation. Vaughn has close eyes on that along with Bob. And so right now those strong winds are just to the west of Highway 69, but they're moving to the east at about 40, 45. So this will take it into Muskogee by 1:15. And again, we're talking really strong winds. Circulation feature is just west of Summit. That circulation feature should track on this south side, just south of Muskogee, but that could clip Grandview Heights. And then for folks around Kiefton, you're looking at 118 for really strong winds. Oaktaha, you're about to get hit soon with, again, those strong winds. Martin would be 121, McLean by 124, Webbers Falls Reservoir by 126, and Braggs at 129. Our tornado warning, including Muskogee down to just the west side of Kiefton, that is until 1:30. So there's about 23 more minutes. And again, the circulation feature is just on the west side of Summit now. And so Vaughn is just down to his south. He's going to watch that very closely as it tracks to the east. We also have, of course, flooding concerns tonight, flash flood warnings, aerial flood warnings. Those are all in place. The flash flood warning across the Tulsa Metro, that is until 4:15. Heaviest rains are now from Sapulpa, just to the north of Bixby, kind of along the Creek Turnpike. So at least we're getting those heavier rains to push out of the metro. Off to the east of town, we continue with heavy rain around Rose, and then over into Delaware County, just north of Little Kansas. An outflow boundary that we can see on radar extends from Siloam Springs back towards Chewy, just to the north of Tahlequah. That is good for the storms that are just to the north. So we're expecting those storms to hopefully stay below severe limits. We'll watch it closely. But where that outflow boundary meets up with the storms is right around OK in Muskogee and Fort Gibson. So we're going to watch you guys for still the potential of really strong winds and, of course, circulation with your tornado warning still ongoing until 1:30. We continue with severe storms back down to the southwest from where Dal is located, just west of Oaktaha. Storms now just northwest of Shakota along I-40 back towards Henrietta. Really strong winds here, and it's not impossible to still get circulation and potentially spin-ups along this line of storms from Henrietta and Sholter back towards Walika and Wetumpka. So we're going to watch that. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for McIntosh County until 1:45. You're looking at the potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds and some hail. Now tonight, power outage numbers, of course, are rising, especially up to the northwest of Tulsa. We have a lot in Osage County. We have a lot in Washington County. A lot of our power outages in Osage County, of course, are around Barnsdall and Avant and Winona and Hominy. There's about 3,000 customers across Osage County tonight without power. Washington County, you're looking at about 5,500 customers right now. Most of that is around Bartlesville. We do have power outages over in Nowata County. There's about 200 customers. Pocket of that is just up to the north, kind of around the Juan area, just north of Delaware. Over in Craig County, Welch, most of the town without power tonight, but total for the county is looking like it's about 1,000. Some customers around Mays County, only about 100 there, though, so that's not bad. But, of course, if you're without power tonight, you're like, yes, it actually is bad. We haven't had a lot of storms yet across far southeast Oklahoma, but that, of course, will be filling in because our line of storms does continue and will so for the rest of this evening, or rest of tonight. I said this evening, rest of tonight, or I really should say this morning, since now it's after midnight. But again, we have an untapped atmosphere down in southeast Oklahoma, from Tahlequah down to Stigler to Wilburton to Talihina and Heavener. So you guys haven't had any activity yet. These storms that are coming in from the northwest, you're still in an environment that can support stronger storms, maybe some stronger wind gusts, some hail coming in, some very heavy rain. So we are still going to be tracking these storms for the next several hours across far southeast Oklahoma. Alan and Stephen will be here probably within the hour to continue that coverage, but we continue with severe thunderstorm warnings from Shakota to Eufaula back to the west, and then our tornado warning in Muskogee County. Let's check back in on that, because even if there's not a tornado on the ground, you're still talking about damaging wind potential across Muskogee County from Muskogee back towards Summit to Oktahos. So again, across Muskogee County is where we have our tornado warning. Circulation coming into Summit now. Bob, Trav is just to the south. Vaughn is to the north of it. So they are kind of circling it and hopefully getting a good vantage point on this.
I do hope so as well. And unfortunately, though, we still have to keep this going. And you mentioned that. And since it's coming in on Muskogee, we want to be extremely careful because we have such a high population density here. And so this is an area just south and west of Summit that has most of the circulation. Strong damaging wind potential moving in on Muskogee. So there is a chance that power outages are going to be occurring further east as well. Station was just showing us some of the damage, or some of the, I should say, the power outages. And I'm sure you already know, but we have it on our website, and we have our news teams coming in and continuing to do coverage and checking out everything in Barnsdall. And as we have, we've confirmed a fatality there, multiple injuries. Unfortunately, it's just very sad, and that's why it never ends when it's storms. The circulation feature. Let's go back to Vaughn, see if he has an update for us on the location where he is. Vaughn, what do you have for us? What's cooking right this minute? What do you see coming downtown?
So I just turned off the 69 on the Peak Boulevard, headed east. So I'll be heading down Highway 2. I'll be passing Hilldale High School, all of that. So this is between me and Bob, which he's going to be on 96th Street. So this is kind of going to travel between me and him. So high winds are going to be all between us. So anybody between those places just needs to hunker down for a little while. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, amen on that. Vaughn, you see anything, you holler. Bob's just on the south side. Bob, you're close to that circulation feature. Give me an update, will you, what you have going on right now?
Yeah, we're getting blown pretty good right now. We got a lot of leaves and limbs coming down. We were up to 56, 57 miles an hour, what we were getting a reading on, and it's blowing pretty good. We're just a little bit south, I think, of East 960 Road on Okima Road is where we're at.
Okay, is that a northwest wind that's blowing across you? A north wind?
It looks like it's coming out of the southwest right now.
Southwest? Okay. All right, so you're facing north? Or are you facing east?
We're facing north and east, more to the northeast, and it's coming up from our back and to the left a little bit. Okay,
all right. Because trying to get the circulation feature on that, making sure we kind of know what's cooking on that, because that severe thunderstorm is still packing a punch of strong winds. Here, thank you, Bob, and we'll let you continue to track. We'll need you to be fairly careful in there. So what we're looking at right now, it's near Summit. That's the key. And so the Summit area, and so this is coming in out of the southwest, he said, west-southwest winds, which makes sense. The rotating and probably the north-northwest winds will be just back here, be on the west side of Summit, coming back around. Then you have the strong winds coming in around on the front side, and Vaughn was mentioning 30-mile-an-hour winds or more coming in. So this is feeding right into this. So if anything happens, it's going to happen here near Summit right now or here in just a little bit. And so the tornado warning, I didn't look, Station, does tornado warning go till what time?
1:30.
1:30, and where are we sitting? We're sitting 1:15, almost coming up on 1:15. Okay, so this is, we might have to see this extended further to the east because it looks like it's going to. And so this is a tornado warned storm. It's just near the Muskogee area. And so this Summit area is the most likely area for this to be trying to occur. So wind damage, and then you're going to have strong winds all along the west side of Muskogee. So these winds probably will be around 50, 60 miles an hour. So there could be some power outages. So it's coming in on the west side of town, literally, as we speak. So that'd be along Highway 64. And so that's already into the west side of town. And it'll be in downtown here in a few minutes. And a whole line extends all the way down along 69, 50, 64 highway. And so if you're in this area, you're probably going to get buffeted, or you are getting buffeted. We know that, with some really strong winds, similar to what Bob is most likely getting with some 50 mile an hour, 60 60-mile-an-hour winds. And so we do have the tornado warning still for you guys, but we do not have that primary circulation except right down around Summit. So that continues to be the kind of the couplet that we continue to monitor what's happening right here. Vaughn, need another update from you. You're right in front of it. And so do you see anything at all as you look over towards Summit at this moment?
Well, my winds have really calmed down. Kind of eerie. I'm right here pretty close to Davis Field. So everybody around Muskogee knows where that is. It's going to be just to my southwest. I'm kind of creeping along here until I can get a good view. But there's some kind of lowering right there. Hold on. Yeah, okay. It's a wall cloud almost. Hold on just a second. We'll see it. It's kind of a lowering. I saw the bottom of it, so it wasn't on the ground, but it does look like a funnel. Yeah. It does look like a funnel. And it's right there in the center of the picture. Yep. So it's going to.
See it right here.
Now, as we speak.
Yeah, are you facing west right now, or which way?
I'm facing south. Oh, golly, winds are picking up pretty strong. Yeah. I'm facing south. I'm towards Keefton.
Okay. So. Yeah, because that's it. So that's the center of it right now, because it's literally right. It's right there beside you.
Yeah, it's crossing. It's getting ready to cross. Yep. Oh, yeah. You can see that really look like a pretty good funnel. But I don't see, there's no power flashes. So there would be power flashes going off because there's lots of houses throughout this area. If there was something on the ground. So I'm pretty confident that there's probably not, but that doesn't matter. There's going to be a lot of high winds, and that can tear up just as much as a small tornado. Yeah, it sure can. So for anybody in Muskogee that's taking cover, again, we're near the Summit area, and we'll look at radar, and we can put Vaughn in one side. Yeah, you got Vaughn there. And then also Bob is just on the south side of it, just south of Summit, near Oktaha. Is Vaughn talking to me? Go ahead. Hey, come back to Vaughn. Yeah, I just got really strong south north winds, really strong. Okay. So it's passed over Highway 2, and it's going to be, just east of Highway 2, but really strong north winds, now northwest. So it's just right here to my now west. So it's just right here to my east. There may be something on the ground. I just still don't see any power flashes. Yeah. So it's going over Davis Field. There's a lot of houses over by Davis Field. A lot. Okay, we're going to have a good shot of it right here. Yep. And it's kind of freezing just a tad bit right at this second. But, yeah, stay with me on that, and you'll have to head east someplace to go with that. And so you guys in Muskogee, so that's the center of what we're looking at. South of Grandview Heights, just east of Summit now. And Bob, which way is Bob headed at this time, Aaron? Is he going to catch up past that or not?
Bob should be heading east on 960 Road, I believe. Okay. That was the last thing that we talked about. Okay, because Vaughn's literally under this main circulation at this point. So and Stacia, is that moving due east at this point? And then we're still looking due east. Okay, go ahead. Trav, Sequoia is in Boynton, and he has come across the power out and some pretty significant tree damage.
Yes, there. Okay. Yep. Can you give me Sequoia's video on REM 33 real quick? And it's, it's the middle one. Okay. That's the middle one here, Boynton? Whoa, there it is. Okay. No, it must not have been because there was. Yeah, that's it right here. Okay, so he has some damage, and so there's tree damage, and there's but power outage and stuff. Okay, that's part of that right where that cell went right across. All right, thanks, Sequoia, and we'll let you continue your journey south. So again, if you're streaming in Boynton, that's a power outage for you. All right, back to radar, please. And so here's the storm track again. So the circulation looks like, let's zoom in just a little bit more so I can get city street data if you could. There you go, thanks. So there's Vaughn, and Vaughn is that. I see Bob is back to your southwest, unless GPS. Find out if Bob's still south of Summit. It seems like he should be in a different place there. So this is going to have some damage that's gone along with this. So this is further to the east now. And so we're looking at around 53rd Street down to East Davis Field. And then that's going to continue to move toward the Arkansas River. And so that's where the core of the circulation is right now. Continuing to move off to the east. So he was right under that circulation feature that's been evident for a while. Station, if you want to, let's have another update so folks can kind of see a storm track of what's going on.
All right, Trav, we're going to track it east at about 40, so that will take it over to Braggs and Highway 10 Landing, along with Pumpkin Center, potentially Paradise Hill, Qualls, 10 Killer Lake, Blackham, all included in the track. First up is going to be Braggs, though, by 1:30. Highway 10 Landing by 1:32. Pumpkin Center about 1:36. And again, we'll track this from Muskogee County over into Cherokee County, from Pumpkin Center to 10 Killer Lake. 10 Killer Lake would be about 1:46. Could clip the northern portions of Sequoia County. And so that would be from Paradise Hill down to Box to Nachitown, and that would be also here in about 30 minutes for folks around Box. So again, that area circulation right where Vaughn is. The tornado warning was canceled for Muskogee County, but a severe thunderstorm warning continues down the line for the storm, and it does include a tornado tag. So again, this storm still could produce a tornado as it travels through or tracks through Muskogee County, the rest of it into Cherokee and parts of northern Sequoia County.
All right. Thanks. And yeah, so I mean, so it's there. It's just kind of steady state. So that's kind of what's nice about it, is that it hasn't gotten worse, which I'm a little surprised that it hasn't tried to do something a little bit more crazy. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning also down to the south and west, so that we do have McIntosh County now and southern Okmulgee County, southeastern Okfuskee County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning till 1:45. That storm is moving east at 45 miles an hour, so that's not too far from Council Hill to Dewar and then to Wetumpka. And so there's 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-size hail with that particular cell. So that's the strong winds that you're seeing right here. This station's pointing out for us. So that continues to track and move across portions of McIntosh County. It's already down around the Dustin area. Some of the strongest winds are right along that leading edge, and so you're going to have to be careful of that. This is still an environment. We have tornado watch in effect for this area, so we still have to be very cautious of what's going on. But this is down a little bit further south. We'll widen up just a little bit and go back up to the north and east. Dell will pick up this storm in Sequoia most likely, but as we said, Sequoia had some damage in Boynton, and then here's Bob and Vaughn along that leading edge. So we're going to have to watch all along here. Now that severe thunderstorm warning goes over to Cherokee County, and let's look closer and see what we have. Still where Vaughn is located, there's still that little couplet area, and then there's the east side of Muskogee now. You guys have had strong winds come through the whole town, so you should have had 50, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We'll look and see if there's power outages, and the station said before, it just takes a while for those power outages to be reported, so it's not going to be instantaneous that we know. Earlier today, I spoke way too earlier in the morning at OG&E, and I said, there's going to be some power outages. You guys are going to have longer hours than me. And I thank them for all of us, because so many of the linemen were in attendance, and it was just like they were all they were basically ready. They were having a safety meeting and prepared for going out. So again, they're going to be scattered to the four winds, I do believe, probably PSO line crews as well, obviously, because it's going to encompass a whole bunch of different electrical companies, electrical cooperatives. But the storm track now is pretty much to the east of Muskogee, where the winds are the strongest right along that edge. And you see where Bob and hey, Vaughn, another quick update from you, if you could. Could you let me know what you're running into with those winds, how strong they are?
About 45-mile-an-hour winds and heavy rain. We've got a lot of tree limb damage down. I think there's probably some more significant tree damage that we just can't see around here. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Yep. Keeps blowing and going. Yeah. What do you have, Aaron?
Yeah, Ron said that he's heard reports of some damage in the Oktahoma area.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. I would not be surprised at all. That's kind of what Bob was saying. And where is Bob? Is he at that? Is his GPS? It looks like he's moved since then. Where's
he is repositioning. He got off on the wrong road, and he's trying to get back in the right spot.
Can you go down to Oktaha and figure out what's going on down there?
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. Let's do that. And then Vaughn is pretty much, so this is the leading edge. Still strong winds right along it, moving off to the east through Fort Gibson right now, and then moving off. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect that extends all the way, as we said, into Cherokee County. So these winds are going to be 50, 60 miles an hour on average. Some could be a little bit stronger. To the north, we have heavy rain, but we really haven't had a whole lot of other issues. You can see Kevin is near Wagner at this moment. Kevin, quick update from you. Do you have any flooding going on? Did you see any when you're coming down south? What's the status like around Wagner right now?
Yeah, Travis. So Highway 69, the entire way from about Pryor all the way into Wagner, there is just a tremendous amount of water on the road, making it extremely dangerous to drive, Travis.
Yeah. Have you seen anything coming into Wagner with any street flooding? Or I know you're just getting into town probably right now, but have you seen anything going on?
No, just some minor street flooding coming into Wagner. Still quite a bit of rain, but that's about it at the moment.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it very much. And so that's what we're talking about. And right there in Wagner, heavy rains. And, of course, that storm is continuing to move to the east. Let's take a bigger view here if we could. And then we'll see that the line of storms now extends into northwestern Arkansas. There's Bentonville. And then that goes through Gentry, Arkansas, Siloam Springs. Then back down around the Chewy area, Tahlequah, just hitting Tahlequah. These are not severe storms if you're north and east of Muskogee. But, boy, I tell you, they're dumping a lot of rain, and they're very loud. Lots of lightning going on with those. And so you are getting a ton of water, so flooding, very real possibility. In low water crossings, not a good idea. Severe thunderstorm continues in effect now for portions of southern Okmulgee County and eastern Okfuskee County. So that's where some of the heaviest of the rains, thunderstorm activity continues. And if you look at lightning strikes, kind of limited on a ton, I mean, where Bob is located, Oktaha area and back to the east, there's some. But where we have our severe thunderstorm warning here, there's lightning strikes embedded in here, but not a ton. But there is a lot of heavy rain. And Stacia, what do you have for a storm track on that? And can you also then give us some rainfall estimates of what's happened so far?
Yes, we can, because we have been tracking very heavy rain now, and flash flood warnings continue, especially from Tulsa down to the south. But first, we're going to track the severe thunderstorms that we have in parts of McIntosh County now, the northwestern side of the county. So these thunderstorms are moving off to the east at about 50-55, and so that will track across Lake Eufaula. That will continue then over towards the Stidham area by 131. We're talking Onapa by 133. Rayford by 136, continuing on to Carter's Corner by 140, Dutchess Landing, Porham Landing area 145, Texana by 149. And so there's the potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds here. There's also the potential of some hail. But again, these winds can do some damage. It can knock some tree limbs down, and of course, it can knock your power out. We're still waiting on power outage numbers potentially around Muskogee. So now our flash flood warnings for today extend from Tulsa County back down into just to the east of the area. And so if we look here, Megan put together some of the rainfall amounts. We have 3 inches around Rose. We have 2 inches up around Jay. These are radar estimates. Sometimes when you get a little hail mixed in, that can skew the numbers, but we haven't had too much hail today, so that's been good. So these numbers are probably pretty close. For Claremore, that'd be about 2 inches, and then also some pockets in Okmulgee County, about 1 to 2. So tonight with flash flood warnings and of course very heavy rainfall, we want folks to stay home. It's 1:30 in the morning, so if you don't have to go anywhere, don't, and especially do not get into areas up around Barnsdall or Bartlesville as they continue with recovery efforts there from the tornadoes earlier today. But again, flash flood warnings from I-44 to the south, slow moving storms dumping a ton of water, 2, 3, almost 4 inches in spots. Trav?
All right, thanks. And again, some awful strong winds have moved through Tulsa, or I should say through Muskogee. Tulsa has been spared for the most part because we've had some awful nasty stuff going on that has gone across areas around Muskogee. I think we'll probably end up with some power outages. Reports coming in out of the Muskogee area as well in just a little bit. We've had strong damaging winds in the Oktaha area. And so let's take a look at radar closer into the Bartles, or into Muskogee first of all. And that's rainfall Can you give me a... Yeah, that was it. Yeah, the other radar. We've got a few, thankfully. So this is the leading edge of it, continuing to show up. And so this is moving across extreme northeastern portion of Muskogee County. So it's across the Arkansas River. So when it's coming through Muskogee, as we said, winds 60, 70 miles an hour will be common and power outages. And we do believe that we have seen that happening. And so that continues to now move just east of Fort Gibson and then moving over to another pumpkin center. There's several pumpkin centers in Oklahoma. And then there's Braggs. So it's down by the Braggs area. So with that traveling east, that's going east. What was the estimated speeds that you have for that? It's about 40, 45. 40 to 45, okay. So from Braggs and then back to the south, there is that little bit of a kind of ride along and east of the Arkansas River. There's just a little bit of that circulation feature still hanging around. So you're going to get some wild winds as that comes through, especially if you're just west of that Pumpkin Center area and just east of the Arkansas River. Hail size, though, you can see has a little bit of a pop to it there. And so there is a chance that you could have a little bit of hail, maybe up to pea, dime size, nickel, maybe even down to the southwest of Braggs. And so that's going to be blasting on through the area. Lightning strikes are holding steady here, but heavy rain and thunderstorm activity continues. And Vaughn is continuing to move to the east, and so is Bob. He's moving down toward Oktahah. He's coming in on Oktahah right now. Hey, Bob, can you give us an update out of Oktahah, what you're seeing at this moment?
Yeah, Travis, we've gone through the area around Oktahah, but we didn't see anything that indicated damage. There could be some isolated damage down here, but without the address, we couldn't locate it. We're just now getting on 69 south from Wainwright and get ahead south on these storms. Back to you. All right, yeah, lots and lots of water. That's all I see. Water, 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 water. Man, I tell you, that was just a crazy last we can have. Hey, Megan, could you just kind of give us the last 14 days of rainfall here in the DMA, if you could, adding up to tonight's or to this morning's, however we want to look at it as well. I'm afraid that we're going to get a lot of rivers flooding here if we don't slow this train down, because it is getting pretty wild. Severe thunderstorms continue, as we said. Oh, man, that was fast. That didn't take long. Last 14 days, 9 inches in Muskogee. That is unreal. And for some reason, I don't know why Tulsa says 3.7. Wasn't that a higher amount? Can you give me, I guess try the 30-day real quick. I'm going to just, because I've had like 10 and a half inches of rain at my place. And so you seeing, I hear you talking.
So that's the 14-day. So it's 9.7, so there's something wrong with that other one.
There is, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, that looks more normal. Wonder what was going on there. But look at the amount of water that's fallen here in eastern Oklahoma, and then you get out in the west, and it's like, can we not give an inch of rain to the folks out in the Panhandle? Is there any way? Is there any way? Because they're bone dry and it's not looking too good there. But this is like over the top bad, because now we're to the point of where flooding and serious flooding could start happening if we don't get it to quit raining. I didn't look at the new data. Do you want to look and see what the new QPF just shows us for the next storm system? And I don't even know where the next storm on Wednesday is going to be positioned now, because we haven't really seen the new data coming in. But this is the new one. Okay, so this is that'll be for the next, and so look where the next rainfall is coming in. Some of this might be some of the rain tonight, but there's going to be additional storms on Wednesday afternoon or Wednesday evening, mainly south and east of Tulsa. So just be advised that that's what we're looking at. So that's some serious water, and that's way too much water for us. And so tonight is no exception, because we have flood warnings all across the area. So low water crossings are in bad shape, and it's going to get worse if you're in southeast Oklahoma. That's what we want you to watch out for. All right, let's go back to radar and get another update on the severe weather that's going through Cherokee and eastern Muskogee County. So the severe storms move through Muskogee for the most part. Most of the severe weather part of it is now, Vaughn is just kind of on the southeast side of it. And you can see it's moving in over onto, it's through Braggs. And there's going to be some really gusty winds, some low clouds hanging out with this, a lot of lightning going on. And this is a part of the storm that's the strongest, with the strongest winds. And that's headed off to the east. And Stacia, could you give us a storm track right in that vicinity for the folks that are extreme eastern Muskogee County, then moving over to the lake?
Yes, the far eastern side of Muskogee County will track it over into southern Cherokee County, and that will take it over towards 10 Killer Lake. So here's the track here, and it takes it from just to the east of Highway 10, just to the east of Braggs, Paradise now down to Highway 10 Landing, over to Pumpkin Center in the next couple of minutes. So your winds are going to get strong here in Pumpkin Center if they haven't already. For Paradise Hill, you're looking at 140, so that's about 5 more minutes from now. Aqua Park by 140, Qualls by 143, 10 Killer Lake, we're looking at 146, so about 10 more minutes. Blackgum and Box would be closer to about 150. Pettit and, of course, Pettit Bay would be about 152. So we're tracking it from far eastern Muskogee County, pretty much on the county line now, getting over into Cherokee County, and then even clipping the northern portions, potentially, of northern Sequoia County, northwestern Sequoia County. Trav?
All right. Hey, thanks. I'm going to talk to Brandon for a minute here if we can. Aaron, is that okay if we, is Brandon available? Hey, Brandon.
Brandon is not available.
He is not?
No.
Oh, I wanted to talk to him. Hey, can we have his shot then for a second? If you would, give him a REM 40. And just the bar ditches, I was just watching his video here while Station was giving us the update. And I'm just like, there's so much water in this area. So Brandon is located near Broken Arrow right now. And so there's just been water all over the place. So it's just the thunderstorms are moving out. Yeah, Aaron?
You could talk to Alan. Alan is available.
Is he still there? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to Alan then. And Alan's on what is he, on 39? Yeah. Alan, if you would, hey, give me an update on, it looks like you got a little pond going on there. What's been the case as you've been driving around Tulsa?
Well, there's a lot of areas with localized flooding. It hasn't been too bad. There are some typical pockets that catch a lot of the retaining water. We're parked right now at 6700 East 41st Street, just east of Sheridan, and we've got water curb to curb. And it's actually been quite entertaining how quickly and how aggressively some people drive through this water. You can't see it till the last minute, but it looks like somebody's water skiing right across the top of it. Got some decent video for you whenever you got a chance to look at it.
Okay.
Back to you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. And we do have kind of an area of concern now east of Fort Gibson. We're going to go back over to this severe warning storm, and it's right in the center of the severe warning storm, and it's just west of southwest of Keys. And that's starting to show signs of a embedded I shouldn't say embedded, but a leading edge circulation area. So Stacia, you can kind of, we'll go back to that. You see the flooding rains, and then here's that circulation feature coming back on us again. So this is kind of, looks like it's cycling. And so that's what's happening right here. You can see right near the Pumpkin Center area. So here's that circulation feature as that continues to rock to the east-northeast. So let's see what's happening right here again. And so if you are in this area, we want you to be taking cover east 780 Road, north 4450 Road, Pumpkin Center area on east 900 Road. That extends up to Hilltop Road. That's right in the area where some of the strongest winds, and I would say we would estimate about 60 miles an hour based on radar returns at this point. And that's also going up towards east 865 South Burnt Cabin Road. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that. South Burnt Cabin Road. That's a new one. North 4445 Road and 859 Road. If you're in those areas, that's where the strongest winds are. And there's a bit of a circulation feature right here. So we're getting a little bit of a notch going on for this. Just east-northeast of Pumpkin Center. And the winds have picked up. So this is not a good sign. So this means there's going to be some power outage. You can see this is a lot of, I call it rural area, a lot of forest trees in there. So there's a lot of trees in there. So it's a very isolated area, but if you live in that area, you're going to get blasted with some wind, and it's probably some of those clouds are going to be very low hanging and kind of scary looking, SLCs as we call them, as that moves across that area. Station, could you give a storm track?
Travis, tracking to the east at about 40 miles per hour. So this will take it over to Qualls and Pettit Bay, Barber, Dry Creek, all in the path here. So from Pumpkin Center just now to the east of town to Qualls by 142, Pettit about 147, Keys along with Pettit Bay closer to 150. Now for Cookson, Wildcat Point, Carter's Landing, you're looking at about 151. For Barber, 10 Killer, and Tailholt, you're looking at closer to 2 o'clock. So this should track across the southern parts of Cherokee County, staying south of Tahlequah, but will continue to Qualls and Pettit, Barber, Dry Creek. We're going to watch that area very closely, tracking on the north side of 10 Killer Lake. Cookson also included in the path. Cookson would be closer to 151. Trav?
All right, thanks. And so that's an area. That's about the only area that is a little bit of concern at this moment that's going to kind of scare probably some folks that are seeing that coming at them because that will get over into through Cherokee County. So that's where station just gave you your latest storm track with what's going on there. That is the one warning we have at this particular moment. Everything else is flood warnings. So we have a ton of flood warnings. I mean, it's just all over the place. We just gave you a rundown of how much rain is falling. And I'm a bit surprised that we don't have a little bit more in the way of nasty, severe weather, but I think everybody's going to be happy if we can continue to sustain what we do have, which is just one severe thunderstorm, and hopefully that doesn't amount to anything other than just being a severe thunderstorm. So that severe thunderstorm warning at this point, just hit a button just a little bit wrong, so that doesn't always work well for me. The severe thunderstorm warning will remain in effect till 2 a.m. and that'll be for Braggs. That's moving east at 45 miles an hour. And 60-mile-an-hour winds, half-dollar size hail. And so we've had those reports and through the Muskogee area of strong winds of 60 miles an hour plus. And so we'll have to continue. And who's issuing what? They're issuing a tornado warning on that?
Yeah.
Yep, okay, that makes sense because it's sitting right there. And it looks like it. And it is. And, it's the couplet is just tight enough there. Starting to be a little bit even tighter. So this is what we have right now. So that's the place where the tornado warning now, east of Pumpkin Center. We're just talking about that. So that's going up through Qualls. We'll see how far that makes it. And that is going to be awful close. So here's the tightened look at it right now. So if you are in this area, that's what we're concerned with. Let's zoom in a little bit tighter if you could on that, and then we'll get you to get us a storm track on there. But that tightened up considerably, but it's been that way here for the last 10 minutes. So if you are near, I'm going to say this again, South Burnt Cabin Road. I don't know why I like to say that. And 4465 Road and 871 Road. You're right in the path of this. So any place along South Burnt Cabin Road to Qualls, that should be coming in on your southwest side. So that rotation is wrapped up a little bit. And let's look at, we've got storm velocity. So let's just go ahead and see what else we have with the shear. So that is strong in there. So there's still probably 60 to 70 mile an hour winds along that leading edge. And trying to see if there's anything that kind of, that inflow area kind of evened out a little bit. Can you open back up just a tad bit? That last scan is still tight around the Qualls area. But as that was coming in, that was wrapped up there. So we'll see if that can hold. The latest update wasn't quite as bad, so that could be good news. So it's kind of flattened back out a tad bit. This is a circulation feature, though, right in here. And that's the one that went through the Muskogee area that Vaughn was on. And can you give us another storm track on that station?
Yep, it's ready to go. So we're going to move it east across southern Cherokee County at about 40-45 miles per hour. So from Qualls over to Pettit. Get ready for this storm. You're going to have strong winds coming into Qualls now. And so for Pettit Bay, you're looking at 148, Cookson by 150. That continues on in Carter's Landing by 151, Dry Creek at 153. The latest update, it's in Qualls at this point. And again, it's moving east at about 45. Keys is in the path of this, and if it's not a tornado, it's still very, very strong winds that could knock your power out, do some damage in the form of tree limbs getting knocked down, a lot of leaves and sticks and all of that. For Dry Creek, 153, 10 Killer, 154, Rocky Mountain, if it continues, which the storms will continue. Now, will the circulation continue, get a little tighter? That's what we're watching, but it may get into Adair County. Rocky Mountain, if that happens, that's going to be about 2 o'clock for you.
Cannot get near the Stillwell strawberries. Cannot. That is not allowed.
You said that last week.
I said that last week and it worked. So I'm going to hope that it does it 2 times in a row. Doubt whether it does, but anyway, that's my hope. So we have one active severe thunderstorm with a tornado warning associated with it. Again, it's kind of cycling a little bit, but it is rotating. It's been rotating for a while. So we're going to see if this is what it's going to do. There is some outflow with this already to around the Gore area. Vaughn is down there. Let's talk to Vaughn for a minute. Vaughn, can you give us an update on what you have in your location?
Yeah, Travis, there is a little outflow ahead of this area, so thankfully maybe the tornado risk will be a little bit smaller here. I just got, so we're going to get back over here to just over the river and and look back at it and see what we got. But, yeah, that tornado warning is going to be to my north. That's a lot of crazy roads up there. So it'll take a long time to get there, but hopefully that will simmer down also. Thank you.
Yeah, amen on that. But that's the one that went right. You went right. That went right over you. You went right under it. And so that's continuing to move off to the east. And so that's a bit of the problem. Bob's a little bit further south. He's near the Shakota area. Hey, Bob, what are you getting for winds and what's going on down there right now?
Yeah, we're south of Interstate 40 heading towards the Eufaula area. We're still getting about 30-mile-an-hour, 35-mile-an-hour winds, but just the rain is just torrential. Visibility's about nil, and you know, strawberries can drown, I think, so you need to dance. Back to you, Travis.
Yeah, I think no more dancing in my world is all I can say. And never again do I want to have that much rain. That's just too much, and hopefully won't do too much. Stillwell Strawberry Festival is next weekend. This weekend is Mayfest. Some of the good news is the fact of how nice it's going to be, and heaven knows we need that. Okay, and so if you're, hey, right now, let's see, Bob. Well, Sequoia is coming in on Shakota, but Bob, did you have any power outages when you went through Shakota?
No, but we did see, we couldn't tell to the east, the 69, we couldn't tell if it was lightning or power flashes. So if they've got some power outages to the east of Shakota, then there were power flashes there probably. Okay. And Sequoia is going through in a little bit here in a moment, so we can ask Aaron if he's sees any of that going on. And then Dell's not too far from there either, so I guess that'll be good. So we're going to have enough people to cover what's cooking. And you can see Vaughn along the leading edge heading over toward the Vian area. Still a chance of a few tornadoes. The kind of interesting thing, and I've been standing off the side, I should point this out. So this from Lake Tenkiller, this is that outflow boundary that Vaughn was mentioning. So that's in advance. When that happens, that really stops circulation features, so that helps a lot. We still have the tornado warning, and we're going to look at that again in detail. Notice there's a new tornado warning down around Dustin and Wetumpka. So that just popped up here. So let's go down, take a quick look at what's going on there, because that is moving in, just closing in on McIntosh County. That's a hook right in that area that you can see. In Twin Lakes, we can look at to see what it's going to give us as far as a circulation feature. But that's that's out of Twin Lakes? Okay. Interesting. So that's the circulation feature right in there. So that is a tornado warning. So Stacia, I guess we better just do a quick storm track on that so folks down there know what's cooking, because that's into our territory and our turf. We can do that because that will be tracking into western parts of McIntosh County. And so this storm here that's over around Carson area south of Dustin, that's going to be moving more to the east, even slightly northeast, as it kind of gets caught up in the line of storms. So that circulation feature around Carson continues over towards Hanna, and that's going to be here by about 2:06, Rayford by 2:17, Indianola by 2:18. So again, that circulation feature at this point, it seems like it's moving more east, maybe slightly northeast, but as it gets kind of caught up in the line, it should be more of a due east track, and that would take it over to Hanna by 2:06. Trav? All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. And so that's another tornado warning. This is going to be the case, I think, through the morning hours for the next couple of hours. We still have our tornado warning up into Cherokee County. Let's go back up into that for a minute. That is still really kind of, it's just west of Dry Creek, just south Pettit, south of Keys. And so it's bowed in that area, and that's where some of the strongest winds are located right now. So it's moved through the Qualls area, over Lake Tenkiller. There's Pettit and Pettit Bay. And let's look at velocity data if we can out of INX, I guess. And so here's where it is. So you can see this is what's going on. This is the rotating part of it. So it's still an area, if you're around Pettit Bay and you're looking at it and you're going, holy moly, that'd be some scary looking clouds. And we don't think it's on the ground, but it's also possible that there's going to be wind damage, or there could be isolated tornado damage. So that's still a possibility. So we want you to be very, very careful of what's going on right through here. And again, tough travel here unless you're, the guys have been on this highway, I don't know how many times now for the last 2 weeks. It seems like we're burning a trail across the areas that run from around Keys and then down to Cookson. So this is strong, damaging winds right over the lake.
60-mile-an-hour winds, possibly stronger. Rotation is still just west of Cookson, so that's just have to keep an eye on what's going on there. And Stacia, do you have an update on that?
I do. So it's moving east at about 40-45. So this will take it through the southeastern parts of Cherokee County around Cookson, as Trav mentioned, about State Highway 82, Dry Creek, Barber, also in the track here. So we're getting now to the east side of Lake Tenkiller, now over to Cookson, 151. So it's moving into Cookson now. Lyons by 207, along with Greasy. Stony Point would be about 212, along with Zion, and then closer to 215 would be Stillwell and Bell. So we're expecting it, at least the potential of strong winds. And as Trav mentioned, you can get circulations and tornadoes at any point in time with this, but strong wind potential from Cookson and extending into southeastern Cherokee County and then into southwestern parts of Adair County. So Greasy, Bunch, Lyons, Blanche, all in track to get some pretty decent wind, at least within the next 30 minutes. Trav?
Okay, continuing to look at some data that comes out of the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, and that's continuing to show that don't see a whole lot of changes to this leading edge of this MCS. So we still expect we're going to have dents occasionally along this leading edge that will be indicative of rotation, and so that's where we're at. And so again, just near Dry Creek, south of Pettit, that's where we still have a pretty good indication of a rotating part of that cell. And then the storm that's further to the south and west that is moving in on McIntosh County, that circulation hasn't changed a whole lot, so we are still worried about what's going on there. The National Weather Service has the tornado warning for southeastern portions of Cherokee County. That's till 2:15. We're at 1:51 right now, and so that's continuing to track to the east. Also, good news is Tornado Watch has been canceled for Okfuskee, Okmulgee, and Wagner County. So once we get past this storm line, that is good, because life gets better at that point. And you probably heard the tornado that went through, damaging very large, and it was either a strong or violent tornado. We'll have to wait to find out what the data comes back on that as, but we do know that the tornado warning was issued in advance for it, so there was warning, but unfortunately we do know of at least one person who passed away because of the tornado. We also know of numerous injuries in Barnsdall. We have not heard of injuries in Bartlesville, and I don't think the emergency manager, Kerry Cox, mentioned any, but that was a while ago, so I might have missed that. But that's about the only thing that's going on right now of major concern other than flooding potential are these two tornado warnings. And so we can go back and look at the Wetumpka one or the one that's coming in from northern Hughes County and getting ready to move into McIntosh County and see what we have going on there. So this is the leading edge. So any place along this leading edge, our guys are going to have to watch this. And so you see what's happening at Lake Tenkiller, still south of Cookson. This is that little indentation. This is the circulation feature that continues. This is cycling back up again. So this is the rotating part of the storm right over Cookson, Carlisle Cove, and then that's going to head east. So if you're right here, this is going to be kind of a little scary because, again, this is bulging back out. So we're going to have strong winds coming in from the west or southwest, coming over Cookson, and inflowing winds just above that. And so this is our circulation feature here, and that's going over Highway 82, I think, is it State Highway? Yeah, State Highway 82. And that means Dry Creek, you're in line for that. Station, another quick update if you can on that storm track, and then we'll look at that south one.
Just a couple more minutes for Dry Creek, 156 for Bunch at 204, continuing on to Lyons by 209. I'm moving it to the east at about 40-45. Greasy by 210, Blanche and Zion closer to 215. Stillwell, Bell by 220 along with Salem. So we're expecting it to, of course, exit southeastern Cherokee County within the next about 10-15 minutes, and then also move into then southwestern Adair County. But this is kind of a broad look here at the track. Dry Creek pretty much now or within the next couple of minutes. Bunch by 204, Lyons, Greasy by 210, 215 for Blanche and Zion, closer to 220 for Stillwell and Bell, and then also for Salem. Trav?
All right, thanks. And while we're setting up looking at that next tornado, flood watch remains in effect till 7 o'clock this morning for areas pretty much Mays, Delaware, Okfuskee, Okmulgee, Wagner County, cities of Okemah, Jay, Grove, Okmulgee, Pryor, and Wagoner. So if you have to be out early in the morning, please be advised for that. So a tornado warning continuing effect. So this is the, again, circulation of Cookson, east of Cookson now. That's here. Let's go to the other tornado warning if we can. And that's going to be back south and west. So this is where it's located, near Dustin. And that's moving to the east. So near Hannah, looks like it's going to be up next. A little bit of a hail core near Dustin at this moment. So that's still moving to the northeast, northeast. Don't see a whole lot of rotation now with this as much. Still there, a little bit. So we'll see how that kind of, it's still there. So it's rotating, but any of these storms, and this is on the kind of the tail end of this, so this is going to cause maybe some concern for some folks. So if we can have one more storm track on there, that'd be great.
So we're expecting this again to cross over now into western McIntosh County, and we're kind of in a zone where it's pretty far from each radar site, but you can still tell where that circulation is now out to the west of Hannah. So that's going to be moving into Hannah here soon and then continuing off to the east. And so for Hannah, we're still looking at about well, it's really out to the west now. So here very soon, Rayford by 2:15. I'm actually going to speed the track up just a little bit. So that will take it to Rayford by 2:11. Canadian Shores 2:14. We're going to watch areas around Carter's Corner, Sam's Point, Canadian. We have Bob just south of Carter's Corner, so he's going to be in a good path for this if it holds together. Okay, thanks. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning now. That's going to be for northwestern portions of Osage, well, not Osage, I don't know why I said that. Northwestern portions of Washington County, Arkansas, Sequoia County, Adair County, eastern Cherokee County, and east central Muskogee County until 2:45 a.m. This is a severe thunderstorm, and then that line now extends from West Siloam Springs, Arkansas through Lake Tenkiller, as we've been talking about. That's moving to the east at 60, so therefore we have 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts associated with that, and along that leading edge we could have nickel-sized hail. So you do have to be advised for that. We've had the tornado warning that has been in effect for this area. Circulation continues right around the Dry Creek area, east of Dry Creek at this moment, just to the west of Bunch, west-northwest of Bunch. And so that's still hanging in there. And so we want you to be careful because that tornado warning, don't know, I didn't see anything if it was going to be extended or not. Did any of you guys see that? Don't know yet.
Don't know? Okay. But it still has a strong circulation feature right near and south of Dry Creek, yeah.
We do have a report from a verified spotter 2 miles east of Cookson of a funnel sighted above the ground.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
So that might be similar to what Vaughn had to go through with that. So that's part of it. So, I mean, what you're seeing, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff. Most of this is all flood stuff. And then the severe thunderstorm warnings are primarily off to the east and southeast of Tulsa, and then the tornado warnings, we have one there and then one off to the southwest of McIntosh County. That doesn't look quite as scary, impressive as the notch that we're seeing right here. So this is what is more concerning. So this is definitely tighter and rotating. That tighter rotation right now, that's coming out of SRX right now. Okay, so we're at South 584 Road. South 585 Road near the Dry Creek area, so that is the center of the circulation. And then that goes to, let's see, Blue Top Road is on the south side of it. And then you see the Cookson Hills State Game Refuge just on the south side. So these are the areas in which, if you're in this area, we want you to take cover. So if you're just watching us now, South 584 Road, South 585 Road, Dry Creek area, and from Dry Creek to the south, southeast, this is wrapped up pretty tight, and that's not that far off the ground. So if you're on a hill, you could actually have some wind damage from this. What's the shear look like in this? Might be a little difficult to pick up on, but nope, it's there. And it has a, it's consistent with what we're seeing as far as what's going on with the strongest of the winds. So this is still why we have the tornado warning in effect for this particular cell. This might have to go on for a while. So that's the core just southeast of Dry Creek. So we have the strong winds coming in from the southwest, and then we still have strong damaging winds on the north side. That's all going across Tenkiller Lake, but this is anticipated to continue to track. This is about to the end. Still nothing from National Weather?
They are contemplating, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of it.
Yeah.
But they're still going to see if they want to extend it over into Adair County.
Okay, because that is, boy, it's a close call on this one because it is a little bit tighter. It's just enough to be a pain and enough to be a scary thing if something just gets fired up a little bit more. So we do have some. This thing has produced some wind damage, so we do believe that there's been 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds. There's been a few reports of some trees down in the southern portion of Muskogee County. Davis Field had 60-mile-an-hour winds, so this has been very consistent with some wind damage. And, of course, some of these trees getting knocked down or big branches and covering roads, power outages. This all kind of fits in with what's going on as that continues to track almost out of the tornado-warned area. And let's... Can you give me velocities one more time? And okay. So, and that's SRX. Okay. So it's still there. I mean, it's hanging in. It's really kind of steady state. So we haven't seen it pulse up and give us a little bit bigger scare. It just looked like it was rotating for quite a while. And so that's what's been going on. So that's why we had to add a tornado warning to this. And so that will continue to track east. One more storm track on that, and then we'll take a look at that one down south again and see if that's dying out at all.
And, you know, the power outages now coming in for Muskogee County, Trav, with these storms. And there's about 800 folks in Muskogee without power tonight, about almost 400 in Shakota. So those power outage numbers are coming in now. From far eastern Cherokee County, we're going to track it over towards Bunch by 204, Lyons by 208, along with Greasy. For Blanche and Zion, you're looking at about 215. Stillwell, Bell, Salem, still at about 220. Evansville, Davidson, closer to around 230. So we're going to track this again through now getting out of Cherokee County across Adair County from Bunch over to Bell. That circulation feature still evident on radar. But again, if the tornado warning continues across Adair County, we will find out soon. Out ahead of it is a severe thunderstorm warning, and the circulation is south of Highway 100, but it is crossing over from now Cherokee County over into Adair County. The speed on this is about 40 to 45. So again, that will track it through Adair County, getting out of the Cherokee County area vicinity. So east of Lake Tenkiller, east of Cookson now, south of Highway 100. The other tornado warning that we have going on for tonight extends, or this morning I should say, looks like they may have dropped it too. That was out in just to the west of Hannah. So now we have a flash flood warning for McIntosh County. We're still tracking strong, heavy thunderstorms around Eufaula. Very, very heavy rainfall, some strong gusty winds. Outflow boundary has passed through the Porham area. They are going to hold off now on a tornado warning for Adair County. So we're going to continue with our severe thunderstorm warning. But again, the potential there for the storm to spin up. As Trav mentioned, it's been kind of steady state, been very stubborn. And so we're just going to watch that here with a close eye as it tracks through parts of Adair County, south of Stillwell. But out to the west of Stillwell now, and even out to the west of Westville, is where we have our heavy thunderstorms, strong to severe storms, really. And so you're looking at the chance of getting 60-mile-per-hour winds. That could knock your power out. That could do some damage to tree limbs, knock the leaves off, of course, and just kind of wake you up on a very noisy and rowdy night that we're having here across southeast Oklahoma. So from Barber down to Cookson, Lake Tenkiller, the rain continues to fall. It's very, very heavy. There may be some small hail embedded within this, but you are looking at some very gusty winds from Marble City and Vian, Trav, back down to Porham and Eufaula.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So yeah, power outages, trees broken, Shakota. So we have several things that have come in. Also, Alan and Stephen have come to think about it, and they smell good. I'm just saying. They must have just, because we've been here too long apparently. But this is we continue to monitor what's happening here for you guys southeast. You know, I wish we could be happier, but you know, the damage reports from Barnsdall and areas to the north up to around Bartlesville continue to be bad. So our morning teams are going to have all that. So if you're going to be, we hope you're going to be still watching Channel 6 here coming up through the overnight and through the morning hours. You can keep your TV just close by, and then turn on Channel 6 in the morning, because we have our crews already in place. And so we'll have updates starting at 4:30, maybe earlier. But 4:30 is when our newscasts start normally. And so most of our storms will be dying out by that time. So we should see the end of it. Alan And Stephen will take this all the way through the southeastern part of the area. So we still have to get through Pittsburgh County. We're into McIntosh County with the heavy to severe storms. Sequoia, Dow, Bob, Vaughn continue to cover this area. And we still have concerns about what could happen. That's why they're going to have to be watching very closely with these severe storms and what is anticipated. The last of the tornado warning, maybe. We have a severe thunderstorm warning, as we said, in Cherokee County, southeastern Cherokee County, that matches up with the tornado warning. Circulation feature is still hanging in there right on the county line now, so it's just barely there. So it does appear that we're going to allow, and it's just not strong enough. I don't know if they'll continue, so now it's moved out of the tornado warned area of southeastern Cherokee County. So now the main circulation is over and just to the north of Bunch, southwest of Lyons. It's just a small area, and they're going to have to watch it. And Station mentioned this, but the tornado warnings have what we call a tag, which means that after they talk what the tornado warning is, or the thunderstorm warning is all about, they say, but there is a chance of a possible tornado, so don't be surprised, even though this is a thunderstorm warning. So they say that because we don't actually have a tornado going on, and it looks more like it's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's what we're dealing with right now. And then further southwest, the tornado warning was dropped. And you mentioned that. I didn't know if you mentioned that. I was talking to Alan just a minute ago. But boy, do we have some heavy rains going on there. Hey, Dal, if you're with me right now, could you give me an update on the rain and what's going on with that storm as it's moving through Eufaula?
Yeah, Trev, right now we're sitting here. We're basically just off 69 and basically tons of rain. Heavy rain, training over the same areas at this point. Fortunately, though, the winds have really lightened, and so has the lightning. So maybe these things are just becoming rainmakers more than, severe weather makers and tornado makers. We're going to really keep an eye on it. We had some rotation back off to our west, but looks like it's at least weakened temporarily, but tons and tons of rain. Back to you, Travis.
All right, yeah. So much water and unfortunately flooding, and there's a lot of low water crossings across much of southeastern parts of our area. And so it's just, please make sure that if you have to get up early this morning, take off, and you're watching, you just be very careful about cutting across anything, because I mean we're talking serious amounts of water have fallen across the area. Megan, I might have you just update us on rainfall totals again if you could. That would be great, and you can give us that update. In fact, you could start right now if you would, and we can fill that in. So just let me know when you've got the radar set up. You need to go links 1. Is that where you're going to go?
Give me a second.
Okay.
To get this set up.
Okay, and then so you can see where Dallas, Sequoia is there, Eufaula. Vaughn is near Warner. Hey, Vaughn, let's go to you in Warner. Flooding conditions going on there. What do you have?
Yeah, there's a lot of water falling. The bar ditches are full, parking lots are full, highways full. So, and there's still more water to come. So it's not looking good. Maybe this stuff will drain off pretty quick, but thankfully the winds are starting to calm down. They're still pretty strong, but no hail here, just some lightning and some heavy rain and a little bit of wind. So it didn't fare too bad.
No. That's not it could be worse. I mean, it is worse in eastern Osage County, but for our friends in southeastern Oklahoma, so far so good. Thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate that report. And then Megan, you've got it, huh? Okay, let's go to Megan. You can give us an update on what you have right now.
Hang on 1 second.
Okay, I'm going to hang on, and we'll go ahead, and so we'll get an update from you, but that sounds like a lot of flooding rains going on across that area. What do you have for us?
Trav, taking a look at rainfall totals, a lot of spots, 2 to 3, even 4 inches of rain to the south and west of the J area, southeast of Pryor, 3 inches. You can tell where some of the heavier bands of rain. We had more of our heavier thunderstorms that set up to the west of Sperry, just under 2.5 inches of rain. Mulgee, about 2 inches. So a lot of spots, 2 to 3, even 4 inches in some of those higher rainfall amounts.
Okay, and sounds like they just issued a flood warning up around Ottawa County, around Miami. What do we had for rainfall amounts up there? What do you have? Up around Miami, what do we have for rainfall amounts?
Not as high, 1 to 2 inches.
Okay. Because they said flood stage it's at 5.5, going to rise to flood stage Thursday morning, crest at 15 feet. Flood stage is 15, so it's going to rise just barely above. All right, that must have been coming out of southeastern Kansas, where some of that is. Also, did you get how much rainfall did it fall in Tulsa, did you say?
About 2 inches.
So we're averaging about 2. All right, and 3 inches off to the east. And then to the south and west, we continue. We haven't talked a whole lot about Lincoln County and Shamrock. What did you have on rainfall there?
Let's see, Lincoln County, kind of the same, 1 to 2 inches of rain.
Okay, I was expecting more rain.
Not all that significant.
Okay, well, I thought maybe northern Lincoln County would have closer to 3 inches. So, all right, that's still a ton of water for some of you guys. So just be advised, our storm teams continue to look for any additional things. With the tornado warning is canceled now. So I have good news for southeastern Cherokee County. That is welcome news. Lake Eufaula area, a little different story, as there's very heavy thunderstorms. It's not a severe thunderstorm, but very heavy thunderstorm in that area. Bob's all the way down to between Crowder and Canadian, and he's going to be able to cover an area that's that's a very unstable atmosphere down there. Hey, Bob, what do you have for temperature and winds? What's going on right there in advance of those storms or near those storms?
Yeah, we're actually back up to 73 degrees down here. We're going to be getting off here at Crowder shortly, so there's still some warm temperatures and definitely a lot of moisture down here. So, you know, these storms have something to work with, so we'll have to keep an eye on them. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks. Appreciate that very much. And it looks like most of the areas, Dell is kind of back into some areas north of Eufaula. Dell, anything changed there for you? I mean, is rain still pouring, I guess, but any other reports?
Basically just still heavy rain. Our temperatures dropped some, obviously, being in the rain, so we're at 64 right now, but the winds are really quite light. Nothing like what we had earlier this evening, so that's actually really good news. There's just a lot of rain at this point, Trav. Back to you.
Okay, appreciate that. And unfortunately, you guys are going to get a lot of water, but that's better than tornadoes. Stacia, if we could, I would like to go back up into Osage County for a minute and show the shear for a second, just to share with some of the folks what happened. And we can probably back off some of our radar, I suppose, back that far. But just wanted to mention, I did have some folks that said, what happened earlier? Well, we did have tornadoes. Unfortunately, we had a tornado that developed. Really, it started near Keystone Lake. We were starting to see it develop just in Western Creek County, and then it started moving to the north. Ron was with that for a while. Allen was on the east side of it, but then it came up in our shear indicators. So this is shear track. This indicates where winds are the strongest, going in opposite directions. So there's a lot of commotion in the atmosphere, so you know something's going on just by this. So this gives us a good idea of how much turbulence is happening near surface. And then we knew as well we were getting debris signatures coming off of this. But this happened to go across Highway 20, so it started just southwest of the lake. In fact, can you go south just a little bit further to start there? A little bit, yeah. So just as it was coming across Keystone Reservoir, that in the Keystone Lake, when it's coming across Keystone Lake, just near Cleveland, we had a guy who used to work here named Travis Sperling, who reported as well a funnel cloud with that. Ron reported it as well, just off of 412. And that was where it just kind of hung in there, and then it dropped down just as it was getting ready to go across 20. We haven't heard of damage on 20 per se. We'll probably see that with the helicopter flight as we go through the daytime hours tomorrow. But it did apparently touch down someplace just on the west end of Skytook Lake. And then we saw debris signatures all along here, knowing that it was on the ground, because that's the radar seeing stuff that you're not supposed to see on the radar, which is rain and hail mostly, but it was seeing debris. And so therefore we had that coming into Barnsdall. We had about, what, 20, 25, 30-minute warning for Barnsdall. But unfortunately it took a direct hit. I say direct hit, but it sounded like some of the worst was on the east side again. And if you remember, I think it was EF1 was on the east side. Mm-hmm. That was 3 weeks ago. Do we have the exact time? Was it a month? 3 weeks? Excuse me. It wasn't very long. And unfortunately, those guys probably just getting stuff put back together, and then that's where we had the casualty and where we had injuries. And then it continued to look terrible moving northeast. This is when it was at its strongest, and you see the yellow and the oranges. This yellow to the oranges go to the highest levels you can get as far as shear. And what that means to us is that the tornado, estimated by radar, we don't know, but EF3 to EF4 type of winds, we have to wait and see what happens. So again, that's just generalizing, not being specific, not trying to throw out stuff other than giving you a ballpark idea. And then as it started to move further to the north and coming in on Bartlesville, really concerned with Bartlesville because you notice there are still some strong indications in the yellow zones and the gold color, if you want to call it that. And as it was going into Bartlesville, the good news was the storm, and we talked about this, storm was catching up with it as it was coming into Bartlesville, and that might have been the only thing that kind of slowed it down from being massive because it was by itself and doing pretty powerful, nasty damage. And then as it moved into Bartlesville, the main part of the storm line that was to the west came in and hit it, and then that probably helped control that a little bit. We don't know. We'll talk and look at it on radar. And then it kind of stopped a little bit near Bartlesville, north of or center of Bartlesville, then came back with some damage on the north and east sides of Bartlesville, and then finally around the Dewey area started to die down. So that's what we're going to talk about. Alan and Stephen will do some analysis on that during the morning shows, and they'll be able to talk to you about the storm tracks and more stuff of that. But that's what happened up there. That is gone for the time being, thankfully. Looks like it's going to be quiet for a while. See, a lot of our storm trackers are headed back, but we do still have a lot of flooding. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now. So this is going to be over Kerr Reservoir to Stigler, so northeastern Haskell County, northern Lafleur County, Sequoia County. And Stacia, if you could give us a storm track on that, where that's headed.
Yeah, so this is tracking more to the southeast, so from Sallisaw back down to Stigler, and the track is still going to be about 40 to 45 for tonight. So I'm going to take the leading edge from Sallisaw to the Kerr Reservoir back over to Porham, just north of Stigler. We're going to take it southeast. We'll do 45 from Kyoto to Muldrow, and so this will take it to Aikens by 218. So knocking on the door in Aikens now. Garland along with Red Hill, Brent by 220. Hanson, Gans, Maple all on the track along with Blackjack by 225, including Star and Tucker and Muldrow. So this will take it clipping the northeastern parts of Haskell County, and then of course from Sequoia County now the central parts of Sequoia County around Sallisaw, dropping it down to the southeast and getting into northern Lafleur County. The severe thunderstorm warning is until 3 a.m. We're talking about the chance at 60-mile-per-hour winds, very, very heavy rainfall, and some small hail. But that severe thunderstorm warning will continue for a while now into tonight as we track it down to the southeast at 40.
All right. Hey, thanks. Can we go to Stillwell, just south of Stillwell, for a minute and look at what's cooking there? And I don't like what's cooking there. So we're near Cherry Tree, and so we tightened up the velocities again, and so this tightened up considerably right in here. So if you are just wondering, it's hitting you right now. So you're on Highway 59 at this moment. So if you're right there on 59 near Cherry Tree area, you should have some scary looking clouds and probably some really strong winds. I'd say probably some 50, 60 mile an hour winds, maybe stronger. Shear indicates that the winds are strong enough that it could be doing some power outage issues right in here. So this is not good. So don't be surprised if you get knocked down some power because you get some branches knocked down, because it just won't quit. It just keeps on trucking. And so that's moving to the east. And so because of that, there's some more wind damage potential on this, because this is, and you can tell there's a big thunderstorm warning, but it's really localized where the circulation has continued to just move in from Muskogee, and it's been moved over the lake. Now it's moving just to the south of Stillwell. And Stacia, if you can give me one more storm track on this one, please.
Yes, so this is going to move to the east at about 40. So from Salem to Bell, we're talking now Adair County. As Trav mentioned, Cherry Tree to the east, Salem, Bell by 221. I did have a viewer tell me that they were sounding the sirens off in Stillwell not too long ago. So this circulation is south of Stillwell. Again, it's down by Cherry Tree, but this will continue to Davidson by 230, Odell, Floss, closer to about 235, 240s, and then Lee Creek by 240 as well. So we have Salem and Bell for Adair County still in the path of this, Trav.
Okay, so we just have to keep an eye on that a little bit. Most of the warnings now are into the far southeast parts of our viewing area, and Alan and Stephen will be taking over here in about 10 or 15 minutes. But what what we're seeing with this and a leading edge of that, we still want you guys to be very careful near Cherry Tree, literally just south of Stillwell. Stillwell could have some strong damaging winds, and then Cherry Tree is going to be very much a similar story to the east as Stacia was just mentioning. So that's the one severe thunderstorm warning. And one other thing of note is that the warning continues. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to continue for areas pretty much in northwest Arkansas, Siloam Springs area, and then that goes down to Marble City and Sequoia County for 60-mile-an-hour winds, nickel-size hail. So that would be encompassing southwest Benton County in Arkansas, northwestern Crawford County in Arkansas, Washington County in Arkansas, and then Sequoia, Adair, and east central Muskogee counties still here in eastern Oklahoma. So that line is not quitting. It keeps on moving. Unfortunately, keeps giving when we don't want anything else. Flooding has subsided considerably because but still at 1:45, a National Weather Service employee said that we had water covering roads at 193rd and 106th Street North. So that isn't totally out of the picture as of yet. As that continues to move to the, most of the storms are moving well away from Tulsa. So it's been a while since we've had any flare-up, but we still have some flood warnings around Tulsa. So if you are near Tulsa, that flood warning continues till 4:15 a.m., and that's for any low water crossings. Most of the flash flooding is most likely ended since that's been an hour or two since it's rained, but that is a flood warning till 4:15 this morning. And good news is water is out of the picture, and Alan and Stephen hopefully have a great forecast that includes no more severe weather, but we are concerned about Wednesday and seeing what happens there. Stillwell storm still a little bit tight on the south side near Cherry Tree and Salem. And Stacia, what do you have to add?
Trav, we're still watching again that circulation. It's to the southwest of Salem, northwest of Bell. We did get a TDS signature here on radar, but I think that I'm just going to take that off here for a second. It doesn't look as tight as it once did. You know, this has been the same area that tracked through Muskogee County, Cherokee County, and it did the same thing. It would tighten up a little bit, then it would kind of loosen back up, and just kind of a pattern here as we track through Adair County. So from Salem, Bell now within the next, we'll do a time of arrival track to get it to the state line. So we're talking about 8 minutes before it gets over into Arkansas, and then continuing into Arkansas to Banyard by about 31 minutes from now. So that's our time of arrival tool. And again, the track is still looking at about 35 to 40 for that circulation, which is now south of Salem. So we're still tracking severe thunderstorms for Adair County, like you mentioned, down into Sequoia County, northern LaFleur. We do have our severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Haskell, southern Sequoia County, northern LaFleur. That will go until 3 o'clock. And the stronger winds, we're talking 60-mile-per-hour potential here, along with some very heavy rainfall and hail. We're also going to watch for any circulations, but there is an outflow boundary that we can see on radar from Sallisaw down to Stigler, getting about to Keota. So that helps with circulation features. It's really hard to get a tornado on the north side of that outflow boundary if it's still close enough to the storm. So we are thankful for that, but where we don't have an outflow boundary, and in fact it kind of gets back up into the storms, is where we find our circulation feature in southeastern Adair County. And then also we're going to watch for some really strong winds just to the west of Bellefonte, over in Sequoia County, just now to the east of Bell, up in Adair County, and extending in a line down to Long to Maple. So torrential rain on top of this, a lot of flash flood warnings, a lot of flooding as Trav talked about, and so we still have Pittsburgh County, Haskell, Latimer, LaFleur, eastern Sequoia. It still could be a rowdy morning for you guys as these storms continue to push through.
All right. Hey, thanks, Stacia. Appreciate that a lot. And we will continue to watch that storm that Stacia has there. You see on the storm track that is showing up there. And so that's still a tight circulation with those warnings. What we're going to do is we're going to continue until that circulation gets out into Arkansas. And then what we're going to do is take a break right around 2:30. And then Alan and Stephen are going to take over and continue our coverage as we look to the south and to the east. But this is a very tight. It's tight enough that it's a concern. Again, just south of areas. Did you need? Oh, I thought I heard. You weren't talking to me? Okay, all right. Okay, Mike was just, okay. I thought you were talking to me. The circulation feature, though, is right here. So we're near Bell Road, Salem. So if you're in this area, there's going to be a lowering, if you can see it. I don't know of how much lightning is there very much lightning with this station? We kind of had to clear it. There's quite a bit.
It's pretty electric.
Yes, that is. That's a small area with a lot of lightning going on. And that is still, no, that's not good. So if you're right in this area, again, you can see there's a lot of rural area. You can see all the trees. I mean, there's a ton. That's just totally treed. Great stuff. We need it. Saving holding carbon, that's what we're going to say. But anyway, a lot of trees right in there, so it's kind of a rural area, but that circulation just near Salem is going to be moving it just kind of east, and that could get over to Stillwell Road, and then that'll be moving into Arkansas, right around Highway 59 into Arkansas as that continues to move east. But if you're in this area, it would be worthy of making sure if you're in a higher elevation, you could be on a ridge. You could be closer to being into some really strong winds. This is a strong damaging wind potential anyway here. And so we would say 60-mile-an-hour winds should be easily attained. And that is going to continue to track eastward. I don't know if our live radar can go quite that far and look at that. I was also going to, so we're right on the edge of that. So just barely. And okay. So not really anything there compared to SRX. I did want to go to Vaughn for 1 minute because it was pouring rain. It looks like the rain's kind of slowing down a little bit for where he is located. Vaughn is down, where is he now? Let's find Vaughn.
Warner?
There he is. Oh, yeah, Hayden under the Warner name. Vaughn, update. Looks like the storms are moving off to your south and east. Update from you. What do you have?
Yeah, we're still getting some rain, pretty heavy rain here. So I bet you they've got several inches just from this one storm. But yeah, I'm on the back side of it now. Still getting a little bit of wind, but everything is starting to calm down here, Travis.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good news. We all like that idea, and so hopefully that will be the case. We'll give you a quick roundup of what's going on here because we're going to be leaving for a minute, and then Alan and Stephen will have updates here as we go through the morning hours and get them to their 4:30 morning show. Severe thunderstorm warnings are still in effect for the main part of these storms, which are around Stigler to Salisaw. And then you see it's moved out of Cherokee County, so we're okay in Cherokee County. The last of that...
they just issued on that?
On the Stillwell?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So they almost had to because it was pretty impressive little thing. So that's moving from Stillwell and then moving to the east. So that's, and for good reason. We're just looking at it. I mean, it's as tight a circulation as we've seen for a while again. So that's just southeast of Salem. And so that's moving into Arkansas. So its state line is pretty much where we kind of differentiate. But if you're right there, this has been what we're watching. Rural area, and so that's continuing to move, and we will follow this out of the state at this point into Arkansas, western Arkansas, but the couplet is pretty tight, and now southeast of Salem. It's near Stillwell Road, and on the south side it is 710 East 710 Road on the south side, if you're there. Then that's headed on over to State Highway 59. So, Stacia, if you could give us one more storm track on that just to make sure we've got it. But it's a little bit tighter.
It is. And so I'm going to do our time of arrival tool. We'll take it over into Crawford County. And so that will track over towards Highway 59, as Trav mentioned, by 2:30. And then we continue it up towards Odell. That would be by 2:36. And then Evansville, the strong winds are just out to the west, with that circulation tracking up towards Odell by 2:36.
Okay. So that's a concern. It's been a concern since Muskogee, and it continues to be a concern. So that's why we have a tornado warning. So, and that's what Alan and Stephen will have to be watching here down south through LaFleur County and probably eastern Pittsburgh County, Latimer County. These are just the things that are just going to continue to wrap up. And let's go back to shear for a minute, if we could, see if we see anything different associated with that. So, yeah, the main emphasis is right at the apex of the inflow into this, and so this has been rotating the whole time since it's been over west of Muskogee. and continues to move to the east. So we're just about ready to cross over the state line. Tornado warning in effect here for a little bit longer. Then that goes into Arkansas. And then the only other thing that we have had is a severe thunderstorm warning. When are those warnings? I didn't look.
I think it was 3 o'clock for LaFleur.
Is it 2:45?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. Okay. So those storms will continue, obviously longer. This outflow boundary will really help here around Keota, because otherwise we'd probably have a tornado here at Kerr Reservoir if it wasn't for the fact that there's an outflow boundary. But what that means is that if you're in southern portions of Haskell County, or if you're in LaFleur County, it's wide open. Because we have so much energy just still sitting down here. And so that's what we are going to watch. And you see where Bob is located near Crowder. Sequoia was there with a tornado just last weekend. Bob, if you would, give us an update. What do you have going on there right now?
Hey, Travis, we're back on the Comrex. We've lost our radar down here, and we've lost our cell phone service. So we're headed back to the west a little bit because we don't have any visual on anything and a little bit of lightning. Back to you.
All right. Well, that's good. Because southeast still has a chance for you. Were there any other storms down along the Red River station? I didn't see anything.
I don't see a lot.
Nothing much. Wow. It's being held in check.
It's quiet.
Well, okay. Hey, could you go up into central Missouri? Do we still have tornadoes up there? We had a whole bunch of tornadoes.
Not many.
Nope. It's mainly a severe weather event now. Lined out all the way from Iowa. Wow. That is one crazy line. That was a big storm system that came through. But the tornadoes are here on the south side, more so east of Springfield. And then the last one is right now moving over into Arkansas. So this is the last of our severe weather. And anything, Megan?
There's a debris signature showing up.
Is there debris?
On top of the circulation.
Really?
It may have just happened and then...
Okay, so that means a tornado would have formed right there. Shoot.
Right over Evansville.
So that's, yep. Look at there. So what we think is that's some debris that could have been lofted up from a tornado right there, that blue area. So this is as it crossed over. So we probably ended up with a tornado just east of Cherry Tree. Now we've updated the tornado warning for that area. And so that's where the tighter circulation is. And that's where there's a tornado, more than likely. Let's look at velocity data one more time. And yeah. You can see the couplet right in here, so that's rotating literally state line. Is that not amazing? It's right on the state line. So that is the circulation feature we have at this moment. So that's a tornado, more than likely, at this moment, moving over. So it's moved through the Stillwell Road and moved from Salem to Stillwell Road and is now moving over toward Odell. And so our coverage really cuts off right here at this point. And but you can see that that is a tornado and the circulation feature associated with it. And that tornado warning will be expiring for eastern Oklahoma, for eastern and southeastern areas of Adair County here in just a moment when the next update comes through. But unfortunately, more than likely, that has been a tornado and is a tornado crossing the state line just east of Stillwell Road and moving toward Odell. If you're watching from Odell, you have friends in Odell, call them. They might be sleeping. They might not have any idea. Tornado is headed their way very quickly. So that has now moved off into Arkansas, but that is a tornado and on Highway 59 right now. And that's most likely going to cause some serious damage to some areas. Maybe it's small, but it's big enough to be considered a damaging type tornado. So you can see the damage now moving off to the east. So we will stop our coverage on that tornado as that is now over in Arkansas. But we will watch what's going on still to the south with severe storms. All right, that's a look at what's going on right now. We're at 2:33. We went a little longer because of that tornado warning just had to clip into there. We still have our guys that are situated there. Alan and Stephen are going to take over. You can see where Bob is located, Sequoia, Dal, Vaughn. And so this is what we're going to continue to monitor. We're going to be back with updates and, well, Alan and Stephen will be back with updates coming up shortly. But again, please stay with us. We'll have more information shortly. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
Briefly be away from the Comrex things.